Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy or Storm Devil Fruit Arashi Arashi no Mai. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a fine day under the bright sun. He closed his eyes as he felt the warmth of its brilliant rays. The sea breeze was slowly blowing in his face, providing him with a relaxed feeling in his last moments. The skies were the perfect hue, light blue in color. He opened his eyes and stared at the seagulls flopping their wings on the horizon, flying and enjoying their freedom. Every movement he made was watched under scrutiny by the bystanders in the plaza. People from all around the globe were present in this whole fiasco the world government has organized. The only thing heard was his footsteps as he slowly walked to his demise. Everyone was too focused on him to say anything. He didn't mind the people, just focusing on the scenery laid right in front of his eyes. After all, it has been years since he was last here. It was all too good for an execution. He's going to die today. He was never afraid of dying. Ever since he started his piracy life, he knew someday he was going to face death. A man should never give up on his dreams, even if it means death. But unlike others, he will die with his head held up high, showing dignity. He had fulfilled his dreams, but he had been too early. The fate or the sickness had made sure of that. Who knew? He even chose the way of how he will die, getting executed in his hometown. He liked being the center of attention, especially now that he had something significant to say for the people present. He has been prepared for it for months. There was no point in turning back. He always liked to live his life without any regrets. But still, he will die with one. Gul D. Roger, the man who acquired everything, wealth, fame, and power. The man who is now known as the King of the Pirates was facing his execution. After surrendering himself to the Marines, they decided to do it in this place, Loguetown. It was his birthplace, the town where he was born and, ironically, the place where he will face death. Nostalgia struck the Pirate King hard. He remembered his childhood here. This place was the last island on East Blue before the Red Line. A lot of ships always docked here for supplies. Let it be merchants, crusaders, marines, or pirates. He always wanted to talk to people about their adventures. That was what inspired him to be a pirate. The sea just seemed to be a place where he can attain freedom. And he was glad that before he will die, he managed to succeed in attaining freedom. Even in when facing execution, Roger still carried an air of respect and fear among the people. Most people only gathered, for one thing, to know where his treasure is. Others just liked the idea of seeing the most infamous pirate in history to have his head chopped up. Among the crowds, Roger saw some familiar faces. Some of his crew members were here to witness it. Most notably for him, two of his apprentices, Shanks and Buggy. He made a promise with them to not cry. But it was obviously something that they cannot fulfill. Both of the boys had tears falling from their eyes like waterfalls. Amongst others were a man with sunglasses on his face, a face grinning. A man with a sword like a cross. A dragon was watching quietly. A crocodile was watching with interest. Many others. He was on top of the platform now, seeing every part of Loguetown. His black eyes were focused more on the sky rather than below, where he could finally hear the people's whisper buzzing, growing into volume as seconds passed by. Have you got any last words? Roger turned to him and grinned widely. He held his handcuffs. Can you please remove this? It's bothering me. I cannot do that. The guard snapped. Why would I run away now? Roger asked, scoffing. He continues to walk a few meters before sitting in the center of the platform. It was taking too long. The two guards moved their spears, ready to strike him any second now. The once small whispers grew to be loud yellings. The atmosphere was tense as they stared atop of the platform with wide eyes. This was a historical moment. The death of the Pirate King in front of them. It was not something you experienced twice in your life. And all of a sudden, the screamings broke. A man brave enough in the crowd started yelling. Pirate King, what did you do to your treasure? It's somewhere in the Grand Line, isn't it? The greatest treasure in the world. Shut up. The guard barked angrily below. The man did not mind him and continued. One Piece. At that moment, everyone tensed up. Humans are greedy creatures, never satisfied with anything in life and would always crave for more. They always ran after something that they'll never be able to grasp. Roger grinned. His treasure would turn the world upside down. The laughter started erupting from Roger's mouth. That laugh. It was exactly the same laugh he expressed when he was on Laugh Tale. Too bad, though, he did not have the time to tell the story of Joy Boy. My treasure. Roger flashed a toothy grin, ear to ear. Shut up. The guard shouted as he moved his spear further closer to him. If you want it, you have it. Go look for it. I left it all in that place. That day Gul D. Roger died, and he started the new pirate era. Years later, Luffy, what do you think you're doing up there? Shanks loudly questioned to the 7-year-old child that was standing on his ship's figurehead. I'm gonna make everyone take me seriously around here, Luffy exclaimed with a furrowed brow. Oh, and how will you do that? Shanks asked curiously with a joking tone that heavily annoyed the young child. Luffy's eyebrow twitched in annoyance, and he raised his hand, a little knife on his hand. I'll show you, he said. Before Shanks could shout at the child, Luffy had already dragged his knife under his left eye, cutting deep into his flesh and creating a deep scar under his left eye. J-H-H-H. Luffy's painful scream echoed throughout the village, making them all turn to the pirate ship with worried looks. Luffy, you damn idiot, what are you doing? Almost immediately afterwards, Shanks' angered and worried voice boomed out. Later, Luffy was sitting at the bar with Shanks sitting next to him. Normally, you'd expect the small child to be in tears from the pain. However, Luffy was no normal child. Luffy, instead of having bandages covering about half of his face, he already had deep scars where he had carved under his left eye. Luffy, you know we could have just sewn your cuts closed, right? Shanks asked the slightly scowling child. Of course I do. I just wanted to show that I wasn't afraid of pain, Luffy said, idly carving a Jolly Roger into the bar counter. Shanks was going to retort before he noticed what Luffy was doing and leaned over. Whatcha carving there, Luffy? Luffy looked up at Shanks with a large smile. This is what my Jolly Roger is gonna look like when I've got my own pirate crew. Is that so, Luffy? Shanks asked curiously, receiving a nod in response. He then smirked mischievously. Well, how the hell are you gonna be a pirate if you can't even swim? Luffy's brow twitched with annoyance at that. Well, I'll just stay out of the water, you damn drunk. Luffy shot back, only making Shanks laugh boisterously. Luffy would have continued on if he and Shanks weren't smacked upside the head. Looking up, they saw Makino with a smile on her face and a dark aura around her. What did you just say, Luffy? She asked with a sweet tone. You Luffy stuttered before looking at Shanks and getting the greatest plan ever. I don't know. I've only heard Shanks use it around me, he said with the most innocence he could produce at the moment. The look on Shanks' face was one of comic betrayal and shock but turned to fear as Makino turned to him with a glare. And now Makino, let's not be rash, he pleaded, holding his hands in front of him. I'll be okay, as long as I stay on the ship. Plus, I can swim and fight too, says Luffy, still trying to convince Shanks as he turned back to the food on his plate. I'm well trained, so my punches are like pistols, says Luffy in his still excited tone of voice, now going through punching motions at the air in front of him. Oh really? Pistols? Asks Shanks with a bored expression. What's that supposed to mean? Asks Luffy, shouting, now a bit angry at the lack of enthusiasm from the pirate captain. And with this being said, another one of the pirates named Lucky Roo came up to speak now. He means you're too young, Luffy, says Lucky Roo, telling Luffy the reason. He's right. We got others on the crew older than you, says Usopp, making Luffy get even angrier. Please, I'm not a kid. I'm old enough, says Luffy, yelling in defiance. Calm down, Luffy. Here, have some juice, says Shanks as he gives Luffy the cup. Luffy looks at it and notices that everyone present was waiting for something. So ultimately, he drinks it all, and everyone laughs. I don't know one pirate who drinks juice. Yeah, says Shanks, laughing as do the others in his crew did the same as well. That's a dirty trick. You know what? The joke's on you. At least I won't get scurvy. Tomato head, says Luffy, continuing to yell at Shanks, as a vein popped out on said person's forehead, causing Shanks to now grab Luffy by his shirt's collar as he spoke in response to such words. Tomato head. Is that what you called me? Asked Shanks, shouting his question angrily, as Luffy wasn't even fazed by it. You're not deaf. That's exactly what I said. Even Makino knows it, says Luffy, responding in the same tone of voice and making Shanks go pale with a cloud of depression coming over his head, as he had become extremely quiet. Touché, says Shanks, accepting this for now, when the door was slammed open by a man with tanned skin, black hair, an X-shaped scar above his right eye, a goatee and a long coat reaching his ankles. Behind the man was a group of people all wearing white shirts, trousers and turbans on their heads with sabers strapped on their waists with red sashes. The man in front had an air of arrogance and confidence about him as he walked right up to the bar counter with a smirk on his face. So these are pirates. They all seem pretty damn weak to me, the front man said, glancing around at the pirate's presence before slapping his hand on the bar. Wench, grab me and my men here 10 barrels of your alcohol and make it quick, he said with blatant disrespect. Hearing the man's tone, Luffy quietly growled and clenched his fist, annoyance rising in him. I'm very sorry, but these other gentlemen already finished off my alcohol stock, and I won't be getting another shipment for a whole week, Makino explained with a false apologetic tone, discreetly reaching under the bar counter. I'm sorry, my crew, and I drank all of the alcohol, Shanks said, holding an unopened bottle of sake. You can have this one, it's unopened, he offered with a smile. The man's brow twitched in annoyance, and his eyes narrowed in anger. You think one measly bottle will satisfy us? He questioned before shattering the bottle with his sword. Who the hell do you think I am? He asked angrily. Now look at what you did. The floor's all wet, Shanks said, bending down. Makino, could you get me a rag to clean this? He asked politely. Sure, just give me a second, Makino said, about to grab a rag when she heard a loud smash and the sound of shattering glass. Now on the floor, Shanks was soaked and had food on the ground around him while the rugged man stood above him with an angry look in his eyes. "Tch, it seems you need to be educated, you dumbass pirate," he almost growled, pulling out a bounty paper with his face on it. "Can you read this? It says, Haguma the bear. Wanted dead or alive for 8 million beris. This means I'm a dangerous criminal, so you should be treating me with respect," Haguma said, putting his bounty poster away. Luffy saw a chest nearby with some strange fruit inside that piqued his curiosity as he peered at it as they were having that chat. The fruit was white in color but with weird blue lines all around it and deep dark purple leaves on top, much like clouds on a rainy day. The fruit had the appearance of an apple. As a result of Luffy's clever reasoning, he ate the fruit. He nearly puked when he took the first mouthful. What type of fruit is this? It tastes so horrible, he wondered, attempting to wipe away the unpleasant taste in his mouth with water. The sound of glass breaking had already drawn Luffy's attention back to the remainder of the room, leaving the guy who described himself as Haguma from the wanted poster to have had enough of it, clicking his tongue and pulling his sword from its sheath. This gesture alone drew everyone's attention to the bandit. "Leave Shanks alone," yelled Luffy at the bandit while unleashing an unknown power wave involuntarily. The oddest thing occurred when Luffy tried this. The mountain bandits, along with a couple of Shanks' crew's weaker members, began to pass out one by one. Shanks and the rest of the waking crew were wide-eyed, while the mountain bandits' commander trembled in his boots. He yelled, asked Luffy, "What did you do, brat?" Luffy, on the other hand, was surprised and perplexed by what had just occurred. There is no denying it. That was the spirit of the conqueror. Shanks pondered his thoughts. Before anybody could react, the mountain bandit leader drew his sword and swung it at Luffy, chopping him in two while screaming hysterically. He cried, "I'm going to murder you, brat." Luffy began to glow a dark purple cloud at that point, causing the bandit leader to recoil in surprise and horror. Luffy was surrounded by black clouds, with lightning erupting from his toes to his head, a few sparks dancing about the bar, striking the floor and creating a brilliant crimson mark, nearly catching fire. The sound of a blade falling to the ground jolted everyone out of their stupor. With his lips still open, the mountain bandit leader had fainted out from shock. Before Shanks ran at Luffy, the room had become silent. "Luffy, did you consume the fruit that was hidden within the chest?" Luffy nodded in response to his question. Shanks then attempted to grip Luffy's shoulder, but his hand was electrified. Shanks quickly drew his hand away from him. He then turned to face Luffy before speaking. "You just ate the Arashi Arashi no Mai fruit, which is part of the devil fruits category. You can't swim for the rest of your life if you eat one of these, but the one you ate is a Loja. As a result, you become a storm person," Shanks screamed. Luffy's eyes twinkle with excitement at the prospect of becoming a storm. "Captain, are there any additional powers that come with the fruit?" Lucky Roo, who is as surprised as everyone else, wonders. As Shanks turned to face the guy, he resolved to say something about what he knew. "Yes, this fruit enables the user to transform into a storm, receiving all of the storm's abilities, including the power to change your own body to operate in various ways. But the user can also control the weather, though this is much more difficult. Even if you do get to that stage, truly controlling the weather will take a long time. The last person to consume this devil fruit is supposed to have had complete power over the weather, causing tornadoes, lightning storms, and even a snowstorm." The contents of the room are shocked at what Shanks just said. "What?" asks Ben in a hushed tone, completely taken aback by the situation. Shanks noticed Luffy's lightning was still white, which meant he couldn't use red lightning, the next level. Still, the final level was dark lightning, the most dangerous form of lightning according to Shanks. The heat and amount of volts and power was enough to challenge even a Yonko, but Shanks knew Luffy would have to work for years, if not decades, to reach that level. Allowing this knowledge to sink into the group in front of him, Usopp casts a glance across at Luffy before returning his gaze to Shanks. "Captain, I believe it is best to train him. This is not a situation to be taken lightly according to Usopp." He suggested it to his commander. "Agreed. It's preferable that he has some control than none at all. It would be quite beneficial to him." Among other things, Ben agrees with Usopp while expressing his own viewpoint. "So, Captain, what are we going to do? Given that he utilized it, he needs some instruction. Not to mention the fact that we arrived not long ago," Lucky Roo remarks, his words falling off as he offers his opinion on the situation. This merely made Shanks pause for a second, before eventually walking near Luffy, who is still conversing with Makino. "Luffy, do you realize what you just did?" Shanks says, more calmly, to check if he understands. "No, to be honest, this occurs to me when I'm hunting or upset. I have no idea what it is, and no one has ever explained it to me," Luffy adds, dubious in general but honest in his response, which startled Shanks a little. "Wait, you've used it before?" Shanks inquires, his brows slightly arched. "Yes, while I was battling monkeys with my grandfather," Luffy answers quietly. What sort of grandma treats a 7-year-old like that? Everyone there was expecting to hear this, and they found it to be really harsh. Okay, Luffy, who is your grandfather? Shanks inquires, furious and wishing to talk with the guy about how he should respect his family. Garp. Luffy scrunches his eyebrows. Silence. Luffy, what's your full name? Shanks asks with unease dripping from it. Other crew members swallowing in fear of the answer. What's with all of you? What's with all the annoying questions? It's Monkey D. Luffy, what about it? A faceless lackey screeches in the background. Meanwhile, Shanks' jaw is quite literally fallen on the floor as he simply blinks because that's all he can currently remember how to do. Garp. The Marine hero Garp. The only Marine who could fight neck and neck with Captain Roger. One of the very few Captain Roger saw as an equal in strength and someone to look forward to fighting. The one who nearly destroyed the Oro Jackson more than once with just his fists. The one that... Luffy, what is your grandpa like? Shanks stares Luffy down. His fists hurt. He calls it his fists of love. But they really hurt. Really, he always throws me into forests. Or down bottomless trenches or makes me fight wild animals in order to make me a strong Marine. When I say I don't want to be a Marine, he'll hit me a lot. Yup, definitely Garp. Shanks swallows. You mean to tell me the hero of the Marines is your grandfather? Asks Shanks, shouting in shock due to knowing the man's reputation and power, while making Makino laugh a bit from his shocking nature as he had to regain his composure upon hearing this. Okay, Luffy, before I decide even remotely to train you for a bit, what's your dream? Asks Shanks, curious to know to determine something. Well, I want to be. Everyone thought the same after hearing what Luffy just said. The rest of Shanks' crew had various different reactions, from laughter to shock to somehow respect. Makino felt tears in her eyes. She had never heard Luffy say that before. At that moment, Makino knew Luffy would one day achieve that. She wondered how Garp would react to it, how Dragon himself would react. But the one who was silent during all this was none other than Shanks, who, instead of seeing Luffy, saw his old captain. Same words, Shanks thought with a smile. At that moment, he felt something he hadn't felt for a long time, hope. Deciding to break the silence, Shanks instead asked about his first dream instead. Why King of the Pirates? Asks Shanks. Because the king is the one with the most freedom in this world, says Luffy, surprising Shanks, as this was the same towards the crew. Just you wait. I am going to have the greatest adventure and find the One Piece and become King of the Pirates, Luffy says, with determination oozing off of him and causing everyone to smile and Shanks to see an image of his old Captain Gall D. Roger behind Luffy. You can stay here for some time. Garp won't return for a year at least. You can stay here for that long, Makino suggested. Shanks thought of that before deciding to stay here for a bit longer. After deciding to stay for a bit longer than they had originally planned. Luffy, yelled Shanks, getting Luffy's attention. Come with me, he said as he began walking away. Okay, Luffy, let me tell you how things are going to happen once we start training, Shanks said, getting Luffy's attention. Luffy also noticed that Ben, Roo, and Usopp were standing by the doorway. First thing that will happen is Lucky Roo is going to teach you how to control that devil fruit of yours a bit. Then from there every day in the morning Ben is going to teach you navigation and history along with battle strategy and anything else he comes up with. That will be for about 3 hours a day every day. The rest of the day is either spent with me teaching you haki or Usopp teaching you how to shoot. Whatever extra time you have, you will train to master your devil fruit powers, or you can do that after you either master haki or sharpshooting. Understood? Asked Shanks, to which Luffy nodded and spoke. Yep, now I have one question, he said, which Shanks nodded for him to proceed. Can I eat during training? He said, causing Shanks to burst out laughing, the same for his crew. After Shanks had explained everything to Luffy again to make sure he understood, he began to explain to Luffy what haki was and how it may be useful in combat. To say that Luffy liked the idea was an understatement. Luffy repeatedly begged Shanks to start his training until Shanks finally caved and started teaching him observation haki. The following day, Shanks took Luffy into the forest to start training his haki, starting with observation haki. Luffy would every day return with bruises. Makino would get worried, but Shanks reassured her that he wasn't doing anything extreme to hurt him. After months and months of training, Luffy had taken the grasp of all 3 forms of haki, even training his devil fruit abilities. Luffy was strictly denied the use of his abilities unless he was in the company of Shanks, Ben Beckman, Usopp, or Lucky LaRue. During their long stay, Luffy noticed that Shanks had grown quite friendly with Makino, but when asked about it, she had blushed but just avoided the question. In the 7th month staying with Luffy, they got a visit from a certain Dracula who, according to Luffy, was quite powerful and even somehow scary in the beginning. But the following day, Luffy asked him something that made the whole crew and Shanks hold their breath, some in fear and some with amusement. Do you want to join my crew? Luffy had asked with a grin not leaving his face. At first, Luffy had wondered if he was a pirate like Shanks, but that wasn't exactly the case. Therefore, Luffy had thought that maybe he could become his first crewmate. What was the harm in asking? Luffy barely escaped his attack before Luffy started running away, with Mihawk chasing after him, swinging his giant sword around, barely missing Luffy, who was running for his life. That went on for almost half a day. Almost the whole forest was cut in half. At the end of the chase, the swordsman had told Luffy that he was impressed with his abilities to dodge his attacks. Mihawk had stayed for a week. Before leaving, Luffy had yelled at the top of his lungs at Mihawk, "You will join once I defeat you." Eventually, 1 year passed. Garp had called, letting Makino know that he was arriving. Luffy was sitting at the bar counter with Shanks. The rest of the red-haired pirates were getting supplies for the upcoming voyage. "So, your grandpa's coming next month, huh? Well, we should leave then," Shanks stated, but Luffy was quiet. The day soon came when it was time for the crew to depart. Luffy stood on the docks as they loaded various supplies onto the ship. After a little taunting from Shanks, Luffy began a loud outburst. "No matter what, I will become the Pirate King." Luffy shouted at Shanks and the red-haired pirates while they watched from the docks with boxes of supplies. Shanks smiled lightly and took off his favorite straw hat before proudly placing it on Luffy's head. "I'll let you look after this hat. It's my favorite and very important." Luffy's eyes dripped with tears for a few seconds while they finished loading the supplies and moved to stand with the rest of the townspeople who took part in waving goodbye. Luffy grasped Shanks' straw hat shakily and watched as the ship faded into the distance. "Someday, return it to me, as a great pirate. It's a promise, Luffy." They traipsed through the thickets and groves of Mount Corvo. Garp held Luffy by the scruff of his dark blue 56 sleeveless t-shirts while Luffy continued to grunt and struggle. He occasionally would try to shock Garp by reaching to grab Garp's hand, but Garp immediately saw it each time and slapped it away before rewarding him with another sore bump on his head. Luffy continued to struggle for most of the way, biting and gripping various objects in attempts to free himself but with little or no success. Try as he might to channel the electricity through his shirt, but couldn't from anywhere but his hands. "Let me go, Jai-chan," Luffy would cry out as he hung awkwardly by his shirt. "I promised Shanks that I would be the king of the pirates." "Cut it with the pirate crap," Garp rebuffed Luffy while they continued up the trail. "On top of eating a devil fruit, you talk nonsense," Garp acclaimed loudly. "Luffy, I won't allow you to become a pirate. You must become the strongest Navy Marine, befriending that red hair." "Bah, you idiot." The rant eventually died down once Luffy stopped struggling, but he still hung by his shirt uncomfortably. The air soon became quiet as they walked through Mount Corvo. "You'll be staying with a friend for a little while, and I'll be back when I can to check on you regularly and pick you up when it's time." Garp trailed off, leaving Luffy puzzled while he stared up at his grandfather. Time for what?" Luffy questioned, though Garp turned his head in the other direction and seemed to be thinking heavily. "Well," Garp began very hesitantly, before his expression and tone changed. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Luffy." Garp suddenly shifted in tone and looked down into the baffled face of Luffy. "There is someone else that will be staying with you while you're there. He was a very good person the last time I saw him, so the two of you should get along well. After all, he's your adopted brother, so be a good boy." "Brother?" Luffy asked questioningly to himself. They walked until they came to a large wooden house. Luffy stayed behind while Garp knocked on the door. "Hello, Dadden," Garp shouted while Luffy examined the poorly built shack. "What is this place?" Luffy said before running around to explore a little. The door suddenly burst open with a loud yell as the very angry Dadden slammed the door open in rage before a terrifying mean glare from Garp silenced her. "Gee, Garp-san." Dadden reeled back in fright as Dogra and Magra emerged from the curtained door, also in a frightened state. "You're looking rather well," Garp commented casually. "Give me a break. Please have mercy on me. That devil of a child Ace is 10 years old already." Dadden pleaded desperately while Dogra attempted to reason with Garp. Putting that aside, Garp began to say, prompting an angry response from Dogra. Dadden continued to watch Luffy chase a dragonfly before yelling at him. Garp grabbed the back of the neck of Luffy's shirt and held him up high. "Look after him for a while, too," Garp said nonchalantly with Luffy dangling in his left hand. Dadden and both Magra and Dogra were left silent. "Luffy, say hello," Garp prompted, earning a quick yo from Luffy. "Who is that kid?" Magra asked silently. His answer was probably both the least expected and the least welcome. "He is my grandson," Garp answered. A brief moment of silence ensued before all three bandits burst out with loud shouts and howls of surprise. "We cannot take him," all three sternly replied at the same time. Garp stood in front of them with his arms crossed in front of his chest. All three broke out in a cold sweat as Garp used his own methods of persuasion. Meanwhile, the dragonfly teetered and tottered along in the wind while Luffy gave chase. A subtle irritating noise from the forest a short distance away broke his carefree chase, and he stopped in his tracks to stare at what seemed to be the source of the noise. Shadowed underneath the trees, Luffy spotted a small boy. He sat on top of a large animal, carrying a long pole, and was dressed in a sleeveless orange shirt. His face was slightly obscured by the shadow of the trees towering above him. Garp momentarily ceased his torture of Daden, Magra, and Dogra and turned to greet the young boy politely. Ace, Garp politely exclaimed and walked over. Luffy, this is Ace. He's 3 years older than you. You'll be living with them from now on. Daden angrily stood up to protest, but Garp silenced them all with a deathly leer. We'll take him, all of them said simultaneously. Good, Garp said politely before walking up to them as they stood upright. Much to their surprise, he leaned over and whispered to Daden behind his left hand. Garp whispered something to Daden quietly. Daden was greatly surprised by this and wanted to inquire further but waited patiently while Garp continued. I'll be back to pick him up then. Garp lowered his hand and began to stride away before he felt Daden put a firm grip on his shoulder. Hold on a second, why only 3 years? We've raised Ace for a lot longer than that, so why can't you take him with you? Daden pleaded, hoping for a desperately needed reprieve from dealing with numerous traps and falls of raising the devil's child himself. Garp turned around and began whispering again. I'm not at liberty to discuss it, but it's something that could change everything. I can hardly get off from work with Sengoku, though, and Luffy needs to find his own way and gain experience and strength. I'm leaving it up to you to just watch over him until he's grown up enough. I'll be back from time to time to check on him and see how he's progressing, Garp said in a hushed and covered voice. Daden before she relinquished her grip on Garp's shoulder, and he walked down the road. Daden, however, let out a slight gasp at the old man as he walked back into the forest and seemingly reached out to speak again. Garp began walking back into the forest before stopping once more and glancing over at Luffy before whispering at Daden from the small distance. Oh yes, don't tell Luffy that. Garp whispered, leaving Daden even more stunned than before. Wait, Garp-san. What about contributing some child support for? Dogra began to say before being interrupted. Put it on my tab. He waved off carefreely. This isn't a bar. Dogra angrily shouted as Garp walked off into the forest. Luffy, however, stayed in a slight stupor for a few seconds until he blinked out of it and walked over to the young boy. Hey, Luffy said happily. The young boy was unresponsive and simply jumped down from the large animal and walked forward with his head kept low. Luffy continued to advance cheerfully until he walked right past him. Luffy turned around, puzzled for a bit, before following after him. Hey, Ace! Luffy continued to shout and run while Ace ran into the opposite side of the thickets in the woods. Luffy gave chase to the young boy, now introduced as Ace, running into the thick bushes. Ace moved fast through the passing trees' nefarious bushes as Luffy persistently gave chase. A few minutes later, into the chase, Luffy emerged at an empty clearing surrounded by tall trees. He was covered in scratches from numerous prickly bushes and dirty from several falls. Luffy panted a little as he scanned around, looking for Ace, but finding nobody in sight. He continued to glance around the clearing, looking and listening for anything that might give him a hint to where he was or which direction he went. He only had to scan a few seconds before he heard a rustle in the bushes behind him. Luffy turned around and rushed for the bushes before pushing the thickets aside and gazing at what was also an empty space, save for a large rock that laid unevenly on the ground. Luffy scratched his head in confusion before he felt a slim arm wrap around his head and clamp around his mouth before he could turn around. Luffy was taken aback and struggled while letting out muffled yells and arm waves. He immediately put electricity on his body, causing whoever had grabbed him to yell out in pain. Luffy dropped to the ground and panted a second to breathe in the fresh air and turned his gaze upon the perpetrator, who was none other than Ace. All right, first off, don't follow me, Ace bluntly stated. It's annoying if I have you tagging along for the ride, the boy said, standing straight up and seeming to be towering over Luffy. Luffy started to speak, but no buts. You can get lost in this forest, and I'd hate to be responsible if something bad were to happen to you. A slightly evil look passed over his eyes briefly, though Luffy didn't notice it. But I just wanted to be friends, Luffy said, only for Ace to laugh slightly. I don't need friends. Go back to Daden's cabin and stop following me. It'll be safer for you that way, Ace said firmly and started walking again towards the direction he'd been heading before. He was surprised, however, when he heard a loud voice from behind him. No, I won't go back, Luffy said out loud, causing Ace to turn around to stare at him briefly. He stared at him with an emotionless expression for a few seconds before turning back to the direction towards his destination. Suit yourself. But, Ace said, bending down slightly to pick up a small rock. Luffy was a little confused at the cut-off sentence and got closer to look at what Ace was doing as he bent down a little. Ace mentally counted the amount of footsteps he heard and swiftly turned around and threw the rock he'd picked up to the near top of the closest tree. Luffy stopped to gaze at the rock as it traveled upward and impacted a small bundle at the top. The rock had carried enough force to cause the bundle to sway a great deal. Luffy continued looking up as the bundle suddenly dislodged itself and began falling straight at him. Luffy just dodged the rocks. Ace ran while Luffy was still dodging. After the rocks stopped falling, Luffy stared back where Ace was but saw him nowhere. Well, very good, Shanks trained my haki, Luffy spoke to himself before walking towards wherever Ace was going. Soon Luffy saw Ace again. And it didn't take long for Luffy to meet Sabo, who looked more open to the idea of having Luffy as their friend. Ace wasn't sure, but after a month, Luffy had become their friend. Soon Luffy shared his desire to become the Pirate King, with Sabo stating that he wanted to become a pirate as well, and so did Ace. Luffy showed his new friends his devil fruit powers before talking about Haki. To say Ace was excited would be an understatement. After 1 week, Luffy had started training them on how to use Haki, as much knowledge as he had on Haki. After 6 months, there was snow on the ground when they woke up that morning, so Luffy threw himself out of their hideout to land in the white fluffy stuff, laughing merrily all the while. Ace and Sabo were much more delicate about it, as even with snow on the ground, they didn't have bodies to blunt their falls. They barely touched the ground before they took snowballs to the face, however, and while Sabo laughed, Ace shouted at Luffy and took off after him, fully intending to bury Luffy up to his neck in snow. Eventually, Sabo stepped in and rescued Luffy from his chilly fate while Ace and Luffy continued to snipe at each other. This was their brotherhood now, and Ace and Sabo had fallen into their roles as older brothers. Sabo was the indulgent one, who encouraged and comforted, while Ace was the rough one, doling out reprimands and the occasional knock to the head, not because he didn't care. He did, which was the horribly embarrassing part of the whole thing. Their breakfast plans were spoiled by the discovery that the lake had frozen over. While Ace sat and contemplated cutting a hole in the ice to do fishing, Luffy had whooped and taken off across the ice. "Luffy, get back here," Sabo shouted before Ace could react. "No way, this is fun." Luffy laughed and slid over the ice, poorly mimicking skating but having the time of his life anyway. Ace, meanwhile, had thoughts of thin patches of ice just waiting to collapse under the weight of an idiot like Luffy. "I'm not going to save you if you fall through the ice. Sabo will." That seemed enough for Sabo, who laughed and walked onto the ice himself. Of course, Ace scowled and muttered traitor under his breath as Sabo slid after Luffy. From the bank, Ace watched as Sabo skated over to Luffy, colliding with him as they both laughed and clung to each other. Watching Luffy and Sabo, Ace suspected that Sabo had wanted a friendship like that all along. Unconditional brotherly love freely given, asking nothing in return but for that love to be accepted. Sabo was more than happy to both give and receive such love. The ease in which Sabo had slid into his role as an older brother was proof positive. It made Ace's chest tighten. He wasn't jealous. How could he be jealous of Sabo? But he did wish that it was that easy for him, too. Luffy was an idiot, sure, but he was an honest idiot who wasn't stingy with his affection. Sabo ate it up, but Ace was. Well, he didn't know exactly what he was, but he brushed off Luffy's any attempts at affection like he'd been burned. Suddenly both Ace and Sabo slipped and fell on the ice, causing a loud thud. Ace tensed, waiting for the crack of ice and the screams that would follow, but they never came. Instead, there was a moment of silence before both Sabo and Luffy burst into laughter. As Sabo and Luffy stood up, Luffy waved over to Ace. "Come on, Ace. This is fun." Ace scowled immediately. "What if something tries to eat us? We should be training. We can have fun sometimes, Ace. Come join us." Once again, Ace muttered traitor under his breath in response to Sabo waving at him. It was clear that this was an instance where Sabo was going to side with Luffy no matter what Ace said. With that in mind, Ace finally stood up and glared at Sabo and Luffy. Ace took a step onto the ice, half expecting it to collapse under his weight even if it had stood up to Sabo and Luffy's play. When it didn't, he clenched his fists and took another step towards Sabo and Luffy, who took a step back. Then, all at once, Ace took off across the ice, half running and half skating. Sabo and Luffy yelped and tried to run, but they slipped instead, allowing Ace to barrel into them. The force sent all three of them sailing across the ice into a snowbank on the other side of the lake. One by one, they poked their heads out of the snow, staying there in tense silence as the moments ticked by. Finally, Ace was the first to snort, and then all three of them were laughing as they rolled out of the snow. The remainder of the morning and much of the afternoon was spent skating on the lake, having a very intense snowball fight, and building a snowman with Luffy inside, much to Luffy's indignation and Ace and Sabo's amusement. There were no thoughts of the monsters that lurked in the forest or people saying that any son of Gold Roger would be an unwanted demon. It was just three brothers having a good time in the snow without a care in the world. It was only when Luffy's stomach growled so loudly it scared all three of them that they realized they hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. Then it was business as usual, with the three of them teaming up to take down a bear for dinner. As they sat around the fire they made to cook the meat, Ace couldn't help but think of how easy it had been, once he stopped fighting it, to act like a normal kid. It had been fun to play with Sabo and Luffy, even if it hadn't aided them at all in getting stronger. Now that it was over, Ace was back to scowling at the fire and scowling at Luffy, who sat whining about how hungry he was. Ace started to open his mouth to tell Luffy to stop whining, but Sabo spoke first. "Not much longer, Luffy." He gave Luffy a friendly smile. "Why don't you just enjoy the fire and warm up a little?" Luffy tilted his head with a frown. "Warm up." Sabo mimicked the head tilt and frown. We have been out in the snow all day. Luffy blinked at him, then his eyes widened, and he wrapped his arms around himself. Wah, it's cold. Ace groaned. You just now noticed. While Ace and Luffy exchanged a glare, Sabo let out a resigned sigh. The entire day had been a welcome change if Ace was honest with himself. Getting Luffy to go back in the hideout and not go out and play some more was a bit of a challenge. But a solid knock to the head was a good incentive. Luffy rubbed his head and mumbled about how mean Ace was under his breath, but when he flopped onto his sleeping mat, he wouldn't stop squirming. Quit it and go to sleep, Luffy. I can't. I want to go play some more. If you don't quit squirming, I'll... tell you a story. Me and Ace will. Sabo. Luffy had taken the bait, though, and he beamed at them. I want to hear the story. Sabo gave Ace a look that actually made Ace freeze with its intensity. He then grinned at Luffy. It's a story about a hero who saved the whole Grand Line from a group of nasty bandits. Although reluctant at first, Ace eventually joined in on spinning a wild tale of piracy and heroism on the Grand Line with bandit villains that sounded a lot like a certain group they knew. And he was a true hero. Do you know why? When Luffy shook his head, Sabo grinned. Because he shared his meat with everyone. Luffy's eyes widened in horror. I never want to be a hero. Ace had to muffle his snicker at that. And he could see that Sabo was biting his lip in an attempt not to laugh as well. Of course, Luffy would balk at heroism if it meant he had to share his meat. He reached out and shoved Luffy down, feeling a little resistance as his body hit the mat. You got your story, now go to sleep. But I want to stay up and... Ace is right, Luffy. Go to sleep. Finally, Sabo was back on his side. Luffy just scowled and continued to whine, making Ace wonder why in the world he had included him in the vow of brotherhood. He was whiny and weak, a crybaby who needed help constantly and ate more than his fair share of food. Ace was just about ready to hit Luffy over the head. The potential for Luffy to begin crying be damned. Then, all at once, Luffy fell back onto his mat, snoring away. Ace and Sabo blinked, then exchanged a look. Sabo chuckled nervously. Well, at least he's asleep. Sabo scratched the back of his head, but he carefully reached over to grab Luffy's blanket and cover him with it. The whole thing made Ace wrinkle his nose. He might get spoiled if you keep acting like that. Sabo made a face as he finished covering Luffy with the blanket. Being nice to him isn't spoiling him. Our little brother's gotta grow up to be the pirate king, right? Ace snorted and shook his head. I can't believe he said that. He'll be lucky if he can even get past the Lord of the Coast. If he can stop crying long enough to even get in a boat. They both shared a laugh at that. This was why it was the three of them and not just him and Sabo. Luffy was annoying sometimes, sure, but he was good for both of them. Sabo obviously adored being a big brother in Ace. Ace felt like he had a place in the world. He had a little brother who needed him. Two brothers to get him to relax and play in the snow. A little brother who was snoring like crazy and another brother sleeping nearby, making him feel like it really had been a good thing he was born. He didn't think he'd be able to get over how embarrassing it would be to tell Sabo and Luffy that to their faces. But as he drifted off to the sound of their breathing, it was enough to have them nearby. After 3 months, Garp was making his way through the forest. All he could think was Luffy and Ace. As far as he could tell, Luffy wasn't going to change his mind. But Garp wanted Luffy to become a marine. He knew a person like Luffy could potentially become a hero of the world, but possibly do something about celestial dragons, for the world to be free. Inside the house, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were busy eating and talking. I will become the captain while you two will become my servants, Ace stated with a grin, trying to take a bite, but Luffy grabbed it from his hand, much to his annoyance. Like hell, I will be the captain while you two will call me Captain Luffy, or better yet Pirate King Luffy, he said, grinning evilly with a puff at the end. Sabo was watching silently in amusement. Ace was about to say something when the bandits, including Daden at the other side of the table, suddenly spit out the water from their mouth. Ace and Luffy looked confused at their sudden and strange new face of fear. He glanced at Luffy, who was looking behind them with terror written all over his face. Ace felt a sudden dread feeling creep inside his body. So you brats still haven't learned a thing. A voice yelled out. Before Ace or Luffy could even comprehend what was happening, a fist hit both of them in the head, causing them to fall flat in the ground, rubbing their heads in pain. Daden, he called out. Yes, sir, she said before she got a fist in the head. Wow, who is this? Sabo asked, clearly intimidated by the person's size in front of him. Not mentioning that he had never seen Luffy in this kind of pain before. Sure, they would train and try to hit each other, but Luffy never showed pain. Garp heard the little voice and turned to see a little boy with blonde hair and a strange hat. Who are you? Sabo felt nervous from the old man's gaze. He gulped and was trying to speak before Luffy stood up, ready to defend Sabo. Don't harm Sabo. He's our brother now, Luffy stated, standing in front of Sabo while Ace was questioning why Luffy was telling this to Garp. Garp, on the other hand, grinned before he started cracking his knuckles. It seems I have an extra child in the baggage. The three brothers glanced at each other before running out in the wilderness like crazy, followed closely by Garp. Later, after almost 6 hours of running around for their lives, Garp stopped chasing them, seeing as they were exhausted, but still standing on their legs and not giving up yet. 6 hours. Quite impressive. Now, you three will start a fire, Garp ordered. The brothers didn't try to say anything against it despite their exhaustion. Soon they started with the fire. Garp sat close while the other three were at the other side, patiently waiting for whatever Garp would throw at them. The silence took over them, as Garp kept staring at the flames. The only sound heard was the sound of the wood burning and cracking. Garp glanced at his grandson before letting out a sigh. You want to be pirates? Garp asked, but more like a statement, his eyes looking at the three. They gulped, not remembering being so scared before, even Luffy, who had met the likes of Mihawk. The three nodded since there was no reason to hide it. You, Sabo, tell me why you want to be a pirate, Garp asked. Sabo gulped before getting up. Because pirates are people who are the most free. I want to travel the world and write a book perhaps, Sabo stated without fear. Garp understood it but said nothing to the kid. His eyes turned to Ace. I want to become a famous pirate one day, to have my own name, Ace stated. All fear was gone and instead stood a boy who showed no fear. I will never run away, Ace thought determinedly. Garp again said nothing before turning to look at Luffy, who had already stood up, his chest high and with a big grin on his face. I want to be. Huh, was the only answer from Garp after hearing his grandson, who was grinning like crazy. Sabo had laughed when Luffy said that when they became brothers, Ace had thought it was a childish dream, but Garp didn't laugh or thought it was stupid. Instead, he felt pride like never before for his godson. A smile erupted on his face before standing up. If that's your dream, Luffy, then you three will need to train, Garp spoke. The three brothers were quite shocked at hearing Garp. But I'm telling you now, right now, sleep, because tomorrow morning we will start the torture. I meant training, Garp said, laughing at the horror-filled faces of Sabo, Ace and Luffy. Ace was sitting lotus-style in front of his grandpa with a blindfold covering his eyes while the old man held a bat. Remember, Ace, try to sense everything around you, the forest, the animals, everything. Ace just nodded in understanding and started breathing deeply and slowly. The 10-year-old let his senses go free, taking in everything around him, just like his grandpa told him. He could sense the birds jumping around in the trees, the insects flying around, and his grandpa swinging the bat at his head from the left. Quickly computing this, he leaned his head quickly to the right. He felt the bat coming in for another swing from the right this time, so he leaned left. He continued dodging until he felt his concentration slip just the slightest and bam, he was sent flying. As Ace laid on the ground from the most recent hit he took, he thought over something. He used Busashoku Haki in that, I can tell somehow. Ace slowly got up, his head throbbing in pain. He saw his grandpa still holding the bat in the position it hit Ace in. That was good for your first session, Ace, Garp praised, proud of his grandchild. However, you still need more practice to dodge effortlessly. Ace nodded determinedly, somewhat excited for future training. All right, let's continue for a few more hours. Then turn in. Ace just nodded again, and got ready for more. That went on for months. Garp would train Sabo, Luffy, and Ace until they lost consciousness. Garp allowed them to eat and drink in the morning, but no food whatsoever after that. Despite Luffy's horror, who looked ready to die from the hunger, but Garp still stayed strict to his rules. At first, Luffy tried and stole food when Garp wasn't looking. That surprisingly worked for a whole week, but on the 7th day, Garp caught Luffy eating. The Straw Hat Boy was punished for not eating for an entire week, only drinking water. Eventually, Luffy was slightly used to not eating the whole day but still was incredible hard. Eventually Garp left, but ordered the kids to work on their haki as much as possible, and not take it lightly. After 1 month, they could only look out at the scene before them with wide, horrified eyes and open mouths. Stood on top of a hill at the edge of the forest, the three brothers had a perfect view to watch as the fire slowly burned its way through the gray terminal. But not only that, because even from where they stood, they were still able to hear the screams. People that's only real crime was being poured in the eyes of the nobility, crying out in pain and desperation for help as they were burned alive along with the junk they lived and scavenged in. Sabo could only look on with a mixture of guilt and horror at what his own people had done, his grip on the pipe in his hands turning his knuckles white as small croaking sound escaped his throat. Ace stood silently, his face full of rage and his hands gripped into fists so tight blood was dripping to the floor. Luffy found himself struck speechless at the sight as silent tears fell from his eyes. He felt guilty. He knew if he could control the weather, he would be able to make it rain, but Luffy was nowhere near that level yet. The three stood there all night watching the fires burn, refusing to leave until the last ember was cold and the screams fell silent. They felt it was the least they could do, because while they weren't able to help save anyone, the people at least deserved to have someone acknowledge their last moment. During the fire, the brothers noticed a ship approaching, and suddenly a large wind wave cleared the fire nearby. Ace and Sabo were shocked, but Luffy on the other end felt something else. But he wasn't exactly sure. He felt as if he had seen something like that before, but he couldn't put the finger on. When the last of the fires finally burned out, Ace slowly turned his back to what was once the gray terminal, before laying a hand on each of his brother's shoulders and pulling them away back to their treehouse. Ace had moved to lean over the railing and look out over the forest with his back to them. He could still see the smoke floating into the sky in the distance, the smell still clinging to his skin and following them all the way to the treehouse. Luffy had simply sat in a corner in silence, having not uttered a word since they had gotten back. Both Ace and Sabo knew he was in shock. Even though he was only 3 or 4 years younger than them, Luffy had always seemed younger. It made both feel like they needed to protect him. As his older brothers, it was their job to protect him. But both knew they had failed. Luffy should never have seen what had happened that night. Never heard the screams of the dying or smelt the stench of burning junk and human flesh mixed together. Both were actually very worried about what this would do to him, if he would still be able to be the innocent little boy that would scream about being the king of the pirates. Neither Ace nor Sabo actually wanted to be the pirate king, though they both wanted to be pirates. Ace never wanted to be king because he hated his father, and the thought of sharing his title made him burn inside. Sabo simply saw being a pirate was his way to freedom, to escape his life as a noble child and be truly free. But after everything they had just seen, those dreams seemed so far away now. For the most part, Luffy was dead to the world around him, the scream of the dying echoing endlessly in his head and his eyes clouded and burning from smoke and fire. He could still feel the heat, smell the smoke. All of it was on a constant loop inside his head over and over again. It was as this was happening, though, that Luffy started to understand. He had been looking at the world in rose-tinted glasses, where everything was black and white and made sense. But the truth was the world was black, with an endless sea of gray leading to a few spots of white in the distance. His face hardening, Luffy slowly got to his feet and moved over to the loose floorboard where he kept his secret food stash. At least that was what he told his brothers it was. In actual fact, it was his most important treasure. His movement got the attention of both Sabo and Ace, who watched silently as he moved the board away and reached down to pull out an old wooden chest. It wasn't very big, and the brass fixing were old and rusted, but the lock on it was new and strong. Slowly getting up and moving to stand behind him, they watched as he pulled a key from a string around his neck that they had never seen before and opened the chest. Inside sat 2 oddly shaped and colored fruit, laying side by side in the otherwise empty chest. The one on the right looked like a white orange, with bluish-gray swirls covering it. The last on the left looked like a heart-shaped apple, with what seemed to be flame patterns and a white stalk. Both Ace's and Sabo's eyes widened in shock at the sight of them, knowing exactly what they were yet unable to comprehend the fact that Luffy had not only found but hidden 2 devil fruits. Without even knowing what type they were or what power they held, each would be worth 30 times what they had been able to gather. Yet as they stared at the 2 fruits, the thought of selling them never even crossed any of the 3 brothers' minds. Slowly reaching out and taking one of the fruits, with no protest from Luffy, Ace and Sabo sat on either side of him with their eyes glued to the fruit. Ace was now holding the red and Sabo the white, gray. Taking his eyes away from the fruit now in his hands, Ace turned to Luffy with his face still a mask of shock. "Luffy, where did you find these?" "I found the red one when I was training with Grandpa 2 months ago. He told me to wait and not immediately give it to one of you. The white one I found in the forest about a month ago. It was stuck between some roots and I caught sight of it by chance." Nodding, Ace and Sabo brought the fruit back and as one opened their mouths wide, before the 2 brothers shoved them in whole. Ace felt like he had just shoved a handful of bitter-tasting ashes into his mouth. Ashes that were still hot and burned his mouth and throat as he ate. It took all his willpower to swallow, and even more to stop himself from throwing it back up. Then the heat from the fruit started to spread throughout the rest of his body, getting hotter and hotter as it moved from his stomach to his arms and legs, before settling in his chest. It felt like he was on fire as the heat became unbearable, only for it to stop hurting just before a scream erupted from his throat. The heat was still there, but now it just felt right, like it was a part of him. He didn't notice that his body was now covered in small flickering flames. Flames that didn't just come from his skin but were his skin. Sabo's fruit tasted like warm, watery mud mixed with shit. The texture made him think of the time Ace had hit him in the face with a water balloon and it went in his mouth, rubbery and chewy. The juice inside it was burning hot to the point it felt like it was evaporating in his mouth before shooting down his throat, making his eyes water. He could feel it as the fruit traveled down his throat and hit his stomach. And the moment it did, Sabo felt his body turning weightless. The heat from the juice filled him, feeling like it was replacing his very blood until it passed. He still felt warm and weightless, but not in a bad way anymore. Like Ace, he didn't notice what was going on around him as he tried to ignore the pain. oblivious as steam started shooting out of his nose and ears with a high-pitched whistle like a kettle. His whole body seemed to become slightly hazy, rippling as if he were a mirage that would blow away with the wind. Ace and Sabo looked at each other before noticing the changes. "You're burning. You're disappearing," both of them yelled before they lost consciousness from fear. Luffy just raised an eyebrow before deciding to sleep. After they woke up, only to faint again when they saw their own bodies. The two brothers sat in a circle in the middle of the treehouse to talk about what was happening to them. Ace decided to go first, inwardly thankful that the flames sprouting from his body hadn't set the tree on fire yet, even though he couldn't get them to go away. "I feel like I'm on fire, but it doesn't hurt. My body is different. I feel like I'm not solid anymore." At his words, both Sabo nodded, before the blonde of the group spoke up. "I'm the same. I feeling like I'm boiling. I feeling lighter than air too. No, I feel like I am air. I think you just ate Loja-type devil fruits, the ones that turn you into an element. They're supposed to be the rarest and strongest of all the devil fruits or something. At least that's what Shanks told me." Sabo nodded his head in agreement, also having heard this. However, as his head moved, it seemed to lose shape for a moment, turning into steam before reforming when he stopped moving. Seeing this, each boy looked at their arm for a moment and started slowly moving it around. And the faster they moved it, the more it lost its shape and blurred into their respective elements. For Ace and Sabo, it was clear they were fire and steam, respectively. "Hey, maybe this will help. I found it at the Gray Terminal a few weeks back." Both sat that blinking for a moment before Sabo, being the only one of the three able to read, took the book and felt his eyes widen at the words on the cover. "Encyclopedia of No Devil Fruits." He blinked one more time before his face seemed to grow 3 times its size as he started yelling at Luffy. "Why didn't you show me this before we ate the fruits, you moron?" Quickly calming down while Ace started laughing at the terrified expression of Luffy's face. Sabo started flipping through the book in search of the fruits they had just eaten. He quickly found both his and Ace's fruits, confirming that they were indeed the Loja for fire and steam, respectively. "We need to figure out how to control our powers, train and stuff to get stronger. I can help with that. It took a few hours until I was able to turn my body back to normal. Shanks made sure to teach me everything about each type of fruit." "Yeah, you're right. But I think the first thing we need to do is learn how to be solid again. Maybe we just need to concentrate, think ourselves solid." After that, then spent another 2 hours turning different parts of their bodies into their respective elements, making sure they could control it properly. They found out early on that their emotions could affect their control, as proven by Ace when he got mad at Luffy stealing his lunch and burst into flames. What happened after that, however, was all thanks to Ace when, in his usual brash and gloating self, he started mouthing off about how his fruit was the strongest, and he sent a ball of shaped fire like his fist across the room and destroyed several branches on the tree they were in. This led to the two boys creating their first attacks. By practicing sending out simple fist-shaped balls of their element out from their fists that acted like a punch. After 1 year, Garp returned again, but it didn't take long to see that Sabo and Ace now had devil fruits. "So you gave them the fruits," he stated with a neutral tone, looking at Luffy. Garp sighed before asking how much they had trained their haki. Luffy gave him a brief rundown of what they had been able to achieve, while Garp was glad they had taken it seriously even without him running around forcing them to train. He frowned when he heard that they had spent the last 9 months training their devil fruits. "What did I tell you, Luffy? Train your haki, not your devil fruit abilities." Garp shouted at the three of them, but mostly at his grandson for not listening to him. "But Gigi, we need to train to get stronger," Luffy said, with both Ace and Sabo nodding in agreement. Garp wanted to shout but took a deep breath first, trying to stay calm. "Well, that is true. Tell me, what can you do if you have sea stone handcuffs on?" Garp almost shouted. This caused all three to pale at the thought. Luffy even lowered his head in shame. They became silent. "Tell me," Garp ordered, but they kept on staying silent before Luffy uttered a word. "What's that?" "Nothing. We wouldn't be able to do much." Luffy finished, knowing the reason why both Shanks and his grandfather valued haki more than anything else. "That's right. No matter what devil fruit you have, in the end will be haki the one who will decide the winner." Hell, Roger himself had no devil fruit and was the strongest pirate. This caused the three brothers to look up at him in surprise. They hadn't known that piece of information, but Luffy was surprised that his grandpa actually said something positive about a pirate. "Don't look surprised. That's the reason I got angry when I heard that you ate a devil fruit, Luffy, but that's not important right now. From now on, we train haki until I tell you to stop." Garp yelled at the three, who jolted back at their feet and ready to train. Years later, Luffy, now a 17-year-old boy, stood at the docks of the village with a beaming smile on his face. The whole town seemed to have gathered to say goodbye and wish him good luck. The red-haired pirates had sailed for the last time 10 years before. Fuchsia, a sleepy village, had not changed much in that time. There were times when it was quieter than usual, particularly when Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were in the mountains with Daten and her bandits, but Shanks and his crew would not have noticed. Shanks and the red-haired pirates, on the other hand, had never returned, keeping Shanks' promise to only meet Luffy again once he'd made it big. But today was Luffy's big day. He was finally going to embark on his epic pirate adventure. "There he is," exclaimed the people. Makino joyfully waved at the vanishing boat on the horizon. In contrast to Whoopslap's scowl, she flashed a wide grin. "It appears that he has finally left as he desired. He'll be sorely missed. He's going to ruin this town's reputation," grumbled the old mayor. In response, Makino rolled her eyes and turned to return to her bar. Luffy was lounging on his teeny-tiny dinghy out on the sea. He was dressed in his favorite straw hat, a red cardigan with flared sleeves that exposed his chest, and blue jean shorts with cuffs. Luffy had matured significantly in the 10 years since he last saw his hero. At an even 6 feet, he was as tall as his brothers had been the last time he'd seen them. He wasn't quite as muscular as Ace and Sabo, and he was a little slimmer. "Ah, today's weather is fantastic." As he spun his hat on his fingertip, the new pirate exclaimed happily. However, the nearby bubbling water ruined the tranquility of the open sea. "Huh, hey, you're pretty big." Luffy grinned as he opened an eye and slid his straw hat back onto his head. A large sea king arose from the sea, terrifying many smaller vessels in the Fuchsia area for the previous few years. The air suddenly was filled with dark clouds. Luffy raised his hand engulfed in lightning, before waving it down, causing a bolt of sudden lightning to strike down from the cloud right at the king of the sea. The monster sank below the sea with Luffy grinning before shouting, "Ace, Sabo, Makino, and Shanks, I will become the Pirate King." A high-class passenger vessel was making its way along its course. Marines guarded the deck. The captain mingled in the truly fantastic ballroom built into the ship, and the upper crust of the East Blue laughed, danced, and ate tiny tidbits. It was a calm day, with barely a cloud in the sky and the tides docile for a change. It was a perfect day for napping and having fun. 2 Marines were hanging by the guardrail, chatting away, when they noticed a barrel floating in the ocean. That caught their attention. "Oi, there's a wine barrel in the water," one of them said. "It's probably wreckage from whatever poor soul went through that whirlpool." "Ah, well, won't do him any good now. Let's haul it up," the other one said. So saying, the 2 cast out a line and hauled the barrel up to the deck with a bit of effort. "Boo, it's pretty heavy. There must be a lot." The 2 were grinning at their good fortune to be able to wet their throats. Their smiles withered and died the instant the call came from the crow's nest, and the sound of cannon fire came from across the water. "Pirates! I see pirates! It's the Alvida pirates!" Every Marine on the deck instantly broke out into action, their training taking over as Alvida's bombardment continued. The barrel was knocked askew in confusion and rolled away towards the lower decks. It was barely noticed by the Marines, whose efforts were for naught. They'd been ambushed, and the pirate ship pulled up alongside them in a matter of seconds. On the pirate ship's deck, a truly hideous woman stood at the forefront. She was the size of small whales, had freckles in all the wrong places, with flat, black hair covered by a cowboy hat and beady eyes. She held an iron mace almost as big as her as a staff, with her crew arrayed around her. This was Iron Club Alvida, the woman worth 5 million billy. "Then, who's the fairest on all the seas?" Alvida asked. Her crew let out a full, if insincere, yell of a Lvida Sama. The woman grinned, revealing slightly yellow teeth, before yelling charge. In a flurry of motion, the crew leaped over onto the other vessel to raid, pillage, plunder, and otherwise pilfer their weaselly black guts out. Alvida stayed behind and surveyed the damage before noticing a quivering little boy still on the ship. He had glasses and light pink hair. "Koby," she yelled, instantly getting a frightened reaction from the boy. "Get over there now, or face the club." With a menacing snarl, Alvida prepared to swing Koby over to the other boat like he was a golf ball with her club. The boy broke out in frantic gibbers going far too fast to understand as human speech and threw himself over to the other ship. He quickly made his way to the relative piece of the lower decks. "Phew, that was close. Now, I got to do something, or Alvida will kill me." Koby, rather meekly, started to look around for something he could actually lift and could count as swag. This looks like a pantry." Koby surveyed the room, before noticing a large wine barrel lying on its side. "That looks interesting. Maybe Alvida will be okay with that." The boy set himself to the task of moving the barrel, but it proved futile as his weak limbs failed to move it an inch. "It won't move. Maybe I should just go away and find something else." Koby was just about to leave when 3 of the crew walked in. "Hey, Koby, what are you doing here, and with that barrel?" Koby went into his panic mode, but managed to stammer out TTT their WW was this BB barrel, SS so I thought that maybe I should BB bring it up. The 3 men noticed the barrel and what it contained, and got greedy little grins on their faces. Despite Koby's weak protests, the 3 set the barrel upright and prepared to open it and guzzle away. just as they were about to descend on the wine. The top blew outward as a young man with black hair, tan skin, a red vest, blue shorts, and a straw hat burst out of the barrel, his fists stretching out to hit the flunky nearest him, his eyes closed in pleasure. "What a great nap!" the mystery man yelled, seemingly unaware that he'd just knocked a pirate unconscious. Alvida's crew members couldn't have been more surprised if Alvida had shown up 200 pounds lighter whilst performing the can-can. The man opened his eyes, and then stared at the unconscious pirate at his feet confusedly. What's this guy taking a nap for? He'll catch a cold. Laws of the universe bent. Anatomical features shifted, and suddenly the two conscious pirates had pure white eyes, larger heads, and shark's teeth. "It's your fault, dumbass," they yelled, their instincts to public displays of idiocy kicking in. The mystery man paid them no heed, climbing out of the barrel and turning to Koby. "I'm hungry. Do you know where there's food?" he asked, acting as if he had not burst out of a barrel and clobbered a pirate without conscious effort. The veins in the pirates' foreheads showed, and they drew their swords and charged. Koby squealed in fear and cowered, while the man slowly turned his head to face the onslaught. The swords were raised, battle cries were yelled, and the top halves of both swords snapped off and flew towards the ceiling as the stranger gave a swipe of his hand. The pirate's eyes widened in awe as the man before them snapped steel with a flick of the wrist. The man stared at them with slight annoyance. "What are you doing? Playing with these things? They're sharp, someone could get hurt." The men stood gaping for a second, before turning tail and running while dragging their unconscious nakama. The stranger scratched his head. What was with them? "Oh, well, it doesn't matter." The stranger turned to face Koby again. "So, can you show me where the food is now?" Koby was wide-eyed as he looked up at the man. "Who are you?" he asked, wondering who on all the seas could be so strong as to break metal without effort. The man gave a wide grin and said, "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Nice to meet you." Luffy paused for a second, before opening the nearest door after smelling the air like a hound. "Mushi," he yelled in wild joy, before descending like a piranha among the crates of food in the tiny box of a room. Koby went into the room and closed the door behind him. "I hope they don't find me in here," Koby muttered to himself, before turning to look at the most interesting thing he'd seen in his short life. A man that had appeared from nowhere, displayed incredible strength, hopping up and down like a kid on Christmas morning while he practically inhaled every scrap of food his hands came in contact with. Koby felt certain that the human stomach couldn't hold that much food, but he refrained from saying so. Luffy-san," Koby tentatively asked, drawing Luffy's attention away from a crate of apples. "I don't mean to be rude, but where did you come from?" Luffy grinned, displaying the numerous chunks of food caught in his teeth. "I was sailing near my village with my pet when that big whirlpool came by. It really took me by surprise, but I managed to get in that barrel, and I decided to take a nap. When I woke up, I was here." Koby's eyes widened as Luffy nonchalantly discussed surviving a whirlpool as if it were no big deal. Koby chuckled nervously, before gathering his courage. "Luffy-san, you have to leave here. This ship is being raided by the fearsome Alvida-sama. Since you hit her guy, you'll get the iron mace. You really need to get out of here." Luffy's eyebrows went up, pausing in his chewing. "A pirate ship? Does that mean you're a pirate?" Koby blanched, before frantically shaking his head. No, not at all. "Well, kinda, I guess. It's complicated. 2 years ago, I went onto a boat with the intention to fish, only to discover it was a boat taking pirates back to their ship." Here, Koby shivered in remembered fear. "They forced me to work for them, threatening me with the iron club. Still, I don't want to see Luffy-san hurt. I just met you, but I wouldn't wish the club on anyone. You've gotta escape." Luffy shrugged in a total lack of concern. "Even so, I'm still hungry. Besides, I can just beat up this Alvida person if she gets in the way." Koby's eyes reached dinner plate size, before near-reflexive mutterings of impossible came out of his mouth. Luffy knocked Koby on the head, knocking him out of it. "What's the big deal? I'm strong, and besides, I can't die here. I haven't become the Pirate King yet." Koby gaped in shock. "Pirate King? Then, Luffy-san is a pirate." Luffy nodded, still chewing on the food. "Impossible. The Pirate King is a man with wealth, fame, and power, everything in this world united in one man. The last king, Gold Roger, was the only man to conquer the Grand Line. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Luffy-san will surely die if he tries to become the Pirate King." Luffy stopped eating here, his eyes becoming shaded by his straw hat as he stood up. "It's not about whether or not I can do it," Luffy said quietly, drawing Koby's attention. Luffy plucked the straw hat off his head, looking at it and reliving the memories that went with it. "I promised the man that gave me this hat that I would gather a crew and become a great pirate. It's my dream to be the Pirate King, and I'm committed to my dream. I don't care if I die pursuing it." Koby was shocked into silence by the raw determination behind the statement. Koby could see that Luffy truly would die chasing his dream. Luffy grinned suddenly, breaking the somber mood, putting the hat back on his head. Well, now I've got to find a ship. Maybe the pirates will give me one. If they're good people." Luffy started for the door, brushing past Koby. Said boy was in the midst of an emotional crossroads. My life, or my dream. Can it be that simple? Koby recalled the 2 years of work and fear, breeding in him the desire to just stand aside and let others have their way. That impulse was suddenly being chalked by Koby's childhood dream to be a Marine. Koby took the deepest breath of his life before standing up. Luffy-san, Koby said, making Luffy pause. We've only just met, but you've inspired me. Koby looked up, and a new light was shining in his eyes. You've given me courage. I'll run away from Alvida and become a Marine. It's my dream to catch bad guys. Koby was on a roll now, making his way towards the door with Luffy. I'll leave Alvida. No, I'll catch Alvida. Whatever Koby was going to say next withered and died as the roof of the room exploded, leaving wood, metal, and a seriously pissed off pirate mistress with a big-ass club to fall to the ground. Koby's heart practically gave out, while Luffy turned to watch this interesting development. Who are you going to catch? Koby. Alvida's beady eyes turned up to glare at the pink-haired boy, who was suddenly a gibbering wreck. Alvida raised her gaze to look at Luffy. So, you're the guy who knocked out my man. You're not that bounty hunter Roronoa. Who are you? Luffy didn't as much as blink at the dramatic entrance. A pirate, he said, internally wondering who the hell this person was. Alvida grunted, before returning her gaze to Koby. Koby, who's the fairest on all the seas? Koby jerked before stumbling through that O of CCC courses at Alvida SSS, before he was interrupted. Definitely not you, Luffy said with an uncaring tone. While the only woman Luffy had seen in his life were Makino and Daden, he knew calling this whale ugly would be an insult to the actual ugly people. Everyone in hearing distance froze, their eyes going wide and their jaws unhinging as they processed the suicidal comment. Alvida's forehead became a tapestry of tick marks, before bellowing in rage die. With a minor effort, the obese woman brought down the solid ton of steel down on the spot Luffy had occupied, keyword being had. Luffy, as nimble as his namesake, jumped out of the way, grabbed Koby, and hopped up onto the deck, all the while smiling like an idiot. Koby screamed in unadulterated fear, before he was dropped onto a spot of deck a bit behind where Luffy landed. Stay there or you'll get in the way, Luffy said, his smile softening the words a little, before turning to face the Alvida pirate crew, who were still in a semi-state of shock. Who's first? Luffy asked, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. The crew seemed to gird itself, before a few of them surged forward with a battle cry. Luffy grinned, before implanting his fist in the first one's skull, jumped to avoid the swipe from the second before giving a punishing headbutt, before finally giving a kick to the guy that crept up behind him. All 3 men went down without as much as a sound. Luffy grinned and crossed his arms. Is that all you got? He asked, as if the whole affair were good fun. The entirety of the crew stared in awe and fear at the effortless defeat of their nakama, while one lone swordsman climbed the deck behind Luffy. With a cry, the man leapt and made to slash Luffy in half. Luffy turned to look at the assailant, before frowning. What happened next left the crew speechless with confusion. In the moments before the blade hit home, Luffy glared at his attacker. The next thing anyone knew, the man was unconscious on the ground in front of Luffy, his sword still in hand. Luffy glared with disapproval at his would-be assassin. Didn't anyone ever tell you that attacking from behind isn't fair? The crew stared for a few more seconds, before adrenaline and mob psychology kicked in and they charged Luffy as a massive horde. Luffy proceeded to run across the deck with a comic expression of fear on his face. It's unfair to attack with more people too. The chase proceeded across the deck, somehow avoiding Koby. Luffy grinned before his expression turned to dead serious. The sword were about to touch his skin, when everyone close to him suddenly got electrocuted. Koby gasped at the white lightning being generated by the man's body. One by one fell in the floor, smoke coming out of their mouth, their eyes completely white. Koby wasn't sure if they were actually still alive. Just as Alvida managed to reach the deck, her entire crew laid unconscious across the deck. Koby stared in shock at Luffy. Luffy grinned and said, I'm strong, remember? Alvida narrowed her eyes. So, you have the power of the devil's fruit. I thought it was just a legend. Luffy grinned, before pulling out his right finger, turning it to lightning, while the second finger was soaking wet out of nowhere. I'm a storm person, Luffy proclaimed proudly. Alvida grimaced, before charging forward with her massive mace held above her head. Don't take me so lightly, she yelled in fury, bringing her mace down on Luffy's head. Luffy stayed in his exact same position before a smile spread across his face. Luffy glared up at Alvida, who was sufficiently freaked out that the man's skull hadn't cracked. I don't the power of my devil fruit to survive this so-called attack. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an unseen force seemed to ram into Alvida, knocking her back across the deck. Koby stared in disbelief as he saw the most terrifying person he'd ever known getting thrown ass over tea kettle. Luffy merely grinned before he raised up his fist. Koby's eyes almost popped out at seeing something covering the entire arm. It looked like a concentrated air, barely visible, but Koby could still see it. Just as Alvida stood up, looking as if she'd just hopped off a roller coaster. Luffy brought his fist forward in a truly terrific punch as he yelled, "Air fist." The fist impacted, and Alvida was blown away into the distance until she was nothing more than a star on the horizon. Luffy turned to glare at the stragglers on Alvida's ship, who were by now ready to shit their pants. "Oi, get a boat ready for Koby. He needs to join the Marines." The men on the ship started bustling like a nest of bees, preparing a small dinghy for Koby's and Luffy's use. Koby turned to stare at Luffy, his mind unable to comprehend what had just happened. Luffy just shrugged. What? No enemy can stand up to a king. With that oddly philosophical remark, Luffy made to grab Koby and hop into the waiting boat. However, before that, the sound of cannons suddenly roared like thunder. The Marines had arrived. Koby looked at the Marine ship with hope. "You can't join right now. They will think you're some kind of spy," Luffy stated, knowing Koby probably wanted to join the Marines. Koby just murmured, "And I know." Luffy shrugged before grabbing Koby and hopping into the boat. Falling in the middle of a boat, they both heard a scream. Luffy saw the orange hair of a girl. "What the hell?" she screamed, terrified of two people suddenly jumping in the middle of her boat. Luffy noticed the treasure on her boat and was about to ask what was her name when more cannonballs hit near their boat. The girl got in a shocking state and looked ready to try and somehow sail to safety as soon as possible. "These idiots are throwing cannonballs so close to a civilian boat," he shouted in anger before another cannonball was headed straight to them. The girl screamed in panic. Koby closed his eyes, awaiting their inevitable demise. Luffy just grinned before catching the cannon as if it was a ball. This caused the girl's eyes to almost pop out, while Koby took a peek to see how they were still breathing, only to see Luffy holding the ball in his hand as if were a mere toy to play. "You can have this back," Luffy shouted at the Marine ship before throwing at them, causing a big chunk of the ship to explode. Koby had his mouth wide open, still trying to comprehend what had just happened. While the girl looked somehow relieved, Luffy noticed the way she was looking at him. Luffy sat down before raising an eyebrow at their shocked faces. "What is it?" he asked as if he didn't just catch a cannonball. "What do you mean, what is it? Did you not see what you just did? How did you even do it?" The girl screamed with shark teeth which were quite intimidating for Koby, but Luffy just laughed. "Shishishi," before he put half of his hand on the water. The girl was about to ask what he wanted to do now when their boat suddenly started moving much faster forward. The girl lost balance. She almost fell in the water, but Luffy grabbed her shirt, making sure she didn't fall. Koby, on the other hand, hit his face at the side of the boat. The girl grabbed the boat tightly, making sure she wouldn't fall, before her eyes saw the boy doing something with his right hand, causing the water to move fast around his hand. She was about to ask how he could do this. "I can control the water a bit. I'm adding force to my hand causing this speed," Luffy explained as best as he could. The girl didn't bother to ask more but was quite impressed by his power. Only now did she notice his well-built muscles, but her eyes found his eyes. Now being used to the new speed of the boat, she stopped holding the side of the boat and decided to ask, "Who are you?" That was quite impressive. She spoke with a warmer tone. The pink boy was rubbing the side of his head, still hurting. "I'm Luffy. This one here is Koby." He introduced himself, putting a hand on Koby's shoulder when he mentioned his name. "I'm Nami. It is good to meet you." Name introduced herself, smiling. "How did you do that with the cannonball?" Nami asked, wondering if someone like him would perhaps want to work with her. At this, Luffy laughed slightly. "My grandpa used to throw cannonballs at me since I was 9 years old. To get stronger, he always said." He said as if remembering a pleasant memory while Koby and Nami were looking at Luffy with wide open mouth. They couldn't comprehend someone throwing cannonballs at a child. That child being his grandson on top of that. After getting over the fact that perhaps his grandpa was a madman. "Do you want to join me? I'm a thief who steals from pirates," Nami suggested, leaning slightly forward, showing a bit of her cleavage. Luffy didn't even bat an eye on her chest. "No, thank you," he simply said. Nami pouted, clearly disappointed that someone like him didn't want to join. "Come on, it will be fun. What are you even doing out in the sea anyway?" Nami asked curiously, leaning back against the dinghy. Don't say it, just don't be an idiot," Koby prayed with closed eyes. Luffy grinned even more before standing up, both his hands raised. "I'm going to become the Pirate King," he shouted proudly before sitting down. Only now Luffy noticed that Nami's face changed to that of disgust, rage, and even hatred. "So you're a pirate scum?" She spat the word with venom. Koby was taken aback by her sudden change of tone while Luffy stood silent at her sudden rant. "I should have known. I should throw you at the bottom of the sea where you all belong." She spat the words with anger, her eyes burning with rage. "Not everyone is like that," Luffy suddenly said, his eyes hidden behind the hat. Nami looked confused for a moment by his words before asking, "What do you mean?" She didn't get to finish before Luffy looked at her again. "Not all pirates are like the ones who hurt you. A pirate is someone who travels the world with his nakama, people who are free, enjoy their life to the fullest, and help people who need help." Luffy spoke with a serious tone, his right eye covered by the hat, looked covered in darkness. Koby hadn't heard Luffy speak with that tone before and couldn't help but look at Luffy with awe and respect. Nami bit her lower lip, ready to shout at him that he was a liar and that no pirates were like that, but instead, she kept quiet. Whatever, she simply said, and turning her head around and looking at the horizon, refusing to look at them. Luffy hoped to show her that not all pirates were shitty people. Deciding to not push for an answer, Luffy turned his attention to Koby. Luffy, back at the ship, you told Alvida that you didn't need your devil fruit powers to avoid her attack. What did you mean? That's called haki. I have an extraordinary kind of haki, called the King's Disposition, or Heishoku haki. It's much more powerful and can do a lot more things than normal haki. I've been working on it for 10 years, experimenting and mastering it. I can do everything from knock people out to make my fists strong enough to tear through steel, to make animals understand me. I can even make some things move at a distance. Let me tell you, it's really changed what kind of person I am. Luffy went on and explained what the other two haki types were. Nami silently listened but didn't react to what Luffy said to Koby. You said you find out about Conqueror's haki at a young age? How? Koby asked, interested. Years ago, Luffy was alone in the jungle. As far as scary situations went, it was a biggie. Just a young boy. He'd been left stranded alone with no food, no water, a tiny knife, and the instruction from his quasi-sadistic grandpa to survive brat. Luffy was just a little kid. Like any other kid, he was afraid of some basic things, like the dark, or animals, or the prospect of no meals to fill his stomach. And his grandpa had left him out, quite literally, for the wolves. Crazy Gramps, Luffy muttered, trying to distract himself with the sound of his own voice. He leaves me in the craziest places, makes me do the craziest things, and for what? So I can be a good Marine. I don't want to be a Marine. I want to be a pirate, dang it. Not just a pirate, but the Pirate King. I want to find One Piece. And he just laughs in my face and tells me to shut up and go survive already. Luffy wasn't a crybaby, but he sure as hell felt scared. He hated it when his grandpa dumped him in the middle of nowhere because it meant he had to find his own food, his own water, and contend with the predators of the region. He was just a kid, damn it. Still, a small voice in Luffy's head said, his neglected sense of good reason. What grandpa does to you does make you stronger. You're not even 7, but you already know how to fight animals, build a shelter, and find clean water. Some adults can't do that. Oh, shut up, Luffy said to himself, unwilling to admit that what Gramps put him through actually helped him in some way. Such thoughts were quickly forgotten, however, when a loud growl washed over Luffy. He froze, felt his heart go double time, and turned to face a gigantic, hungry-looking wolf with sickly-colored fur and teeth. There wasn't any flashes of his short life, no broken record recording in his thoughts. Luffy didn't even have to think. His body did it for him. He ran. He ran as fast as his little legs could carry him and then ran faster. He ducked, swerved, turned, and officially did everything humanly possible to try and outrun or outsmart the wolf that had given chase. It wasn't enough. Luffy felt a sharp impact between his shoulder blades, and suddenly he was face down in the mud as something truly massive with bad breath held him down, a crushing weight on his small back. At that moment, something broke inside Luffy. The dam built from adrenaline and physical effort that had prevented panic cracked, and suddenly Luffy was filled with mind-numbing fear. True terror seared his veins as a deep-seated, primal fear, the fear of being eaten, rose up in Luffy like a riptide and dragged him away from the calm shores of sanity into the turbulent waters of hysteria. He was a kid, and he didn't want to die. Luffy felt teeth circle his throat and could practically feel the shifts in muscle in the giant body above him that indicated the quick jerk of the head that would break his neck like a twig. All of Luffy's fear and pain and weariness coalesced into a single point as he screamed out in a voice he only barely recognized as his own. Stop. As he did, a wave of unseen force exploded out of Luffy, tearing the leaves from branches 20 feet away. The wolf tensed before collapsing into a heap. Its eyes rolled back into its head. Luffy blinked and then sat up. He was alive, and the wolf had collapsed. What had happened? Now, Koby heard what Luffy said and seriously wondered if his grandfather had actually thought to kill Luffy, while Nami somehow felt bad that Luffy had that kind of grandpa. Hey, Luffy asked Koby, who was that Roronoa guy Alvida was talking about? Koby blinked before going pale as a sheet. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter. They say that he's like a demon in a human's flesh. He goes around thirsting for blood, living only for the bounty. He is the terror of the East Blues pirates. I hear that the Marines locked him up somewhere. Koby chuckled before wondering aloud. Why do you ask? Luffy grinned in such a way that Koby suddenly felt afraid of the answer. I thought I might make him part of my crew. If he's a good person. Koby gaped before sputtering. Impossible, impossible. He's been locked up because he's a bad guy. You're a pirate. He's a pirate hunter. He'd kill you. Why would he become a pirate anyway? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Koby was abruptly bonked lightly on the head by Luffy. Why'd you hit me? Koby asked, nursing the knock on his noggin. just because, Luffy said, laughing without a care in the world, as the three sailed through the East Blue. I want to see who this Roronoa Zoro is, and who knows, maybe I'll be able to recruit him into my crew, Luffy said as they walked through town. Koby began pleading with Luffy to find someone else as soon as he said that. Luffy, seriously, you're insane if you think getting this guy to join you is the right thing to do, a terrified Koby said. Luffy just spoke with an uncaring expression on his face. Well, since you said he's been captured, that means I can set him free, and whether he joins or not is up to him, Luffy explained as he approached one of the locals. Luffy turned to the man and inquired, are they really keeping that Zoro guy here? Everyone who was close enough to hear the question jumped back with a look of pure horror on their face the moment Zoro's name left his mouth. I'll take that as a yes, Luffy said before walking away, followed by Koby and Nami. Perhaps we shouldn't mention the name Zoro here, Koby said quietly to Luffy. Let's just go to the base. You said you wanted to be a Marine, right? Luffy asked as they continued walking towards the Marine base. Of course, I do, Luffy, Koby said, but I don't feel ready just yet. From what I've heard, the man in charge of this base is named Captain Morgan. Everyone within hearing distance of Morgan's name jumped back and gave a horrified expression, similar to how Zoro's name elicited. Luffy and Nami's eyes narrowed as they watched this, and Luffy thought to himself, it appears this is one of those Marine bases, Luffy reflected. Nami, on the other hand, found it strange. She didn't have a positive impression of Marines in general, but seeing people fearful was a bad sign, especially because it reminded her of her own village. Luffy looked over to Koby, who had a puzzled expression on his face. He then turned to face Luffy and began speaking. I mean, I understand them being afraid of Zoro and all, but why a Marine captain? Koby wondered. Before speaking, Luffy's face took on a more sympathetic expression as he looked at Koby. You will learn that in the world we live in, you cannot believe everything you are told. You must be able to see the world for yourself and come to your own conclusions. Grandpa always said that not all pirates are bad, and not all Marines are good. He dislikes criminals, but he told me, sometimes a good man wears the suit of a criminal, and sometimes a criminal wears the suit of justice, Luffy said, quoting his grandfather. Remember Koby, power can turn good people bad, Nami said, surprising Koby, who looked like he didn't want to believe what had just been told to him. Nami had to agree with Luffy's point of view, and she wondered who his grandfather was to know so much about the world. Looking at Luffy, she remembered what he had said to her the night before. Which way do you want to go? Luffy inquired. The moon had risen in the sky, the only sound of the night being the sound of small waves crashing against the boat. Koby was sleeping peacefully. Nami still awake, keeping her guard up despite knowing she couldn't do much against someone like Luffy. She simply said, I need to go to Orange Town, because she was stuck here and there was no harm in telling him, and she hadn't forgotten how Luffy had saved her life from the cannonball. Why? Let's just say I have to find something, Nami explained. You must be an expert navigator if you know where you're going. Luffy inquired, his hat in his right hand, his interest piqued. I'm not just any navigator, I'm the best, she nearly exclaimed before realizing Koby was fast asleep. Amazing, join my crew, Luffy said as he leaned in closer to her, causing her to back away slightly. Nami yelled at him, pointing a finger at him. Hell no, I hate pirates. Be my nakama, as my nakama. I will protect you, even from pirates who have harmed you, Luffy stated earnestly. Nami was taken aback by his words, but she remained silent despite a glimmer of hope in her mind. Why do you hold the hat like that? She inquired, shifting the conversation's focus to the hat. It can't be that valuable, she reasoned, knowing that a straw hat didn't have much value. This is my prize, my most valuable possession. This was given to me by a man important to me, he said, holding the hat against his chest and flashing a new smile that Nami seemed to like. Luffy noticed something out of the corner of his eye as they walked and looked to the left to see a man tied to a post in the open courtyard. Luffy smiled to himself. Koby was about to say something to Luffy when Luffy turned left and began walking along the walls until he suddenly stopped in front of one of the walls and began climbing it, causing Koby to panic and scream at Luffy. Luffy, what exactly are you up to? You'll be noticed, yelled a panicked Koby, and Nami wanted to tell him to relax. So, there you are, Mr. Pirate Hunter, Luffy said as he looked at the man strapped to the cross. Koby turned pale and peered over the fence, hoping Luffy was mistaken for someone else, but one look at the man told Koby he was the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Nami had to admit that he appeared intimidating, but the way he was dressed, not to mention the fact that he was clearly tired and hungry, reminded Nami that one should not judge a person by their appearance, especially someone like Luffy. Zoro was a muscular young man of average height with lightly tanned skin and green hair, 3 identical gold earrings on his left earlobe, and a green bandana tied around his head. He wore black trousers tucked inside black boots, a plain white shirt with 3 undone buttons at the collar, and his green haramaki. You 3 are an eyesore, he said, drawing their attention. Get lost, he said coldly, causing Koby to scream and Luffy to look bored. Koby said to Luffy, Luffy, let us just get out of here. But he was ignored, and then the three of them heard something hit the side of the wall to their left. Luffy could only stare at the girl as he threw a rope over the wall and climbed over. The little girl then ran towards Zoro with a huge smile on her face. Despite not knowing Luffy for a long time, Nami remembered him saying that a pirate should help people in need, so Nami believed Luffy would not just stay put if the girl was truly in danger. The girl then approached Zoro, who did not appear pleased to see her. What are you doing here? Get lost, he said to the little girl in a harsh voice, trying to scare her, but she just smiled. I figured you were getting hungry by now. As she looked at Zoro, she said, so, I made you a couple of rice balls. Do you want to die, kid? Scram, he said to her, but she didn't seem to want to move an inch. However, you haven't eaten anything during your confinement. I never really made them before, she said as he held up 2 rice balls. But I did my best, so I think they're fine, she said, trying to persuade Zoro to take the rice balls. Listen, kid, I don't want to eat. Now get lost and stop bothering me, Zoro yelled at the girl. And the little girl's smile vanished for the first time, replaced by a frown, just as she was about to say something. But she started, but Zoro cut her off. Don't make me kick your behind, little girl. Nami was about to tell Zoro to be kinder to the girl when the gates of the marine base began to open and 3 figures could be seen entering. No one likes a bully, the man in the middle of 2 marines said, but you seem to be handling this well, Renona Zoro. Don't you think so? Koby breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the marines were on their way to save the girl. But Nami didn't like the way the one blonde was walking or looking at them. Looky here, some tasty rice balls, said the man in the middle as he snatched one of the little girl's rice balls. Luffy narrowed his eyes at the group that had just entered the base. No way, that's not for you. The little girl screamed at the man, biting down on the rice ball and making a disgusted face. It's far too sweet. There's a lot of sugar in it. You should add salt, the man screamed at the little girl, who looked as if her heart had been broken just moments before. But I thought it would taste better sweet, the little girl lamented, as the man snatched the other rice ball from her and tossed it on the floor, causing the little girl to cry. Koby yelled at the jerks, they're marines, why they're acting like that. It appears that you have not read the notice that was posted today by my father. Anyone caught assisting a criminal in any way will be put to death, the man said, causing the little girl to flinch when he mentioned Morgan's name. He chuckled at her reaction before continuing, it seems even you know my father's name. So, he's Captain Morgan's son. Luffy muttered quietly enough for Koby and Nami to hear. Nami took a close stance next to Koby, while Luffy took a step back. Since you're only a little girl, you throw her over the fence, he said, smirking as he looked down at the paled girl. Nami and Koby's eyes widened. But sir, she's only. Are you trying to disobey me? Do I need to call father? He yelled at the marine, who paused for a moment before gently grabbing the crying girl on his arm. Before throwing the girl over the fence, the marine whispered, just tuck into a ball, it should minimize the damage. Nami dashed after her, hoping to catch her before she was hurt. Luffy suddenly vanished before he caught her in mid-flight and safely landed with her in his arms, the little girl smiling at him. Koby rushed over to Luffy and the little girl said, wow, thank you, mister. Why don't you take this little girl home with you, Koby? There's something I need to do, Luffy said solemnly as he transformed into lightning and vanished. Nami, Koby, and the girl all walked away, but the orange-haired girl couldn't help but admire Luffy's actions. Not all pirates are like that. She remembered his words and couldn't help but think that not all pirates were trash like that monster. When lightning struck the ground and the man who had been on the fence earlier appeared in the spot where the lightning had struck, Zoro, who was still tied to the cross, was startled, and all he could do was stare at the man with eyes the size of dinner plates. How did you do that? Zoro inquired, Luffy maintaining a solemn expression before grinning as usual as he spoke. I ate a devil fruit, Luffy explained, and Zoro nodded to indicate that he understood. He had heard of devil fruits but had never believed they existed, and Zoro then gave Luffy a serious look before speaking. So, what exactly are you looking for? He inquired. Do you want to be set free? Luffy suggested. I can easily do that. I won't need a knife or sword for that, but Zoro scoffed. Take care of your own business, Zoro screamed, making Luffy sigh. If you stay like this for a few more days, you'll starve. I'll come back later to ask again. Wait, hold on, he said, drawing Luffy's attention to the situation. Could you pick that up for me? He inquired, his gaze falling on the crushed rice balls on the ground. And Luffy looked at him as if he were insane. Are you going to eat it? It's mostly mud, Luffy said as he bent down and picked up the squished rice ball, prompting Zoro to yell at him. Shut up and hand it over to me. Now, he yelled, and Luffy picked up the muddy rice ball and fed it to him. After Zoro finished eating the muddy rice ball, he looked Luffy in the eyes and said, tell the little girl they were delicious. Luffy smiled at him, knowing Zoro would make an excellent nakama. Restaurant. Did he really eat it all? The girl beams with delight. He did, Rika, Luffy confirmed with a nod. He told me to tell you it was delicious, the best thing he'd ever eaten. I don't get it, Koby pondered as he sat next to Luffy at the bar. Isn't he supposed to be some kind of monster? No, Big Brother Zoro is really nice. Rika screamed right in his face, causing the pudgy pinkette to jerk backwards from the young girl. He had done nothing wrong. Then why is he chained? Nami inquired from her seat on Luffy's opposite side. It's because of me, Rika explained, her eyes welling up with tears. That jerk Helmeppo had a wolf that he used to terrorize the town. It came here with him to Mom's restaurant and started scaring all the customers, she exclaimed angrily. Before Big Brother Zoro sliced it up, it was about to attack me. Helmeppo, on the other hand, told him he'd have me and Mommy executed for it if he didn't make a deal with him. That's terrible, exclaims Koby. Why aren't the Marines doing anything about it? Nami exclaimed. Everyone is afraid of him because he's Captain Morgan's son, Rika said, tears streaming down her face. Big Brother Zoro is starving out there because he saved me. Even while tied up, that stupid onion head punches and kicks Zoro. Morgan irritates me. He's a tyrant, but no one is brave enough to confront him. Suddenly, the door slammed open, revealing the blonde scumbag himself. I'm so hungry, Helmeppo sneered at Rika's mother. You got that? We're eating here for free. Please hurry up and bring me some booze. What is it that is taking you so long? Before opening his mouth again, he took a look around the restaurant. Oh, and because I'm bored, I've decided to execute Zoro tomorrow, he exclaimed. Look forward to it, everyone. He burst out laughing. Luffy had enough of the blonde-ass hat by this point, and he stood up, his hat shading his eyes. Luffy, Nami inquired, trembling, knowing full well what he was about to do. Luffy stalked up to Helmeppo's laughing form and slammed his fist into the blonde's face. Helmeppo's head warped around Luffy's fist and the rest of his body lifted clean off his chair before crashing through the wall and landing in a heap in the street in front of the restaurant. The other customers inside the restaurant stared at him in disbelief as the pirate grabbed both of the Marines with Helmeppos. Who da LROO? Don't you? Luffy growled at the sniveling blonde. You're trash, nothing more. Captain Morgan, and I'm his son. I'll have you executed for this, Helmeppo managed to say through the swelling in his face and jaw. The blonde made a threat. You better run back to daddy before I punch you again, Luffy said, threatening to make Helmeppo flinch in fear. The blonde's marine bodyguards groaned and picked up Helmeppo before returning to the base. You know you just made that scene you were trying to avoid, Nami said as she approached Luffy. Now the base is probably going to be on high alert. How am I supposed to get what I came for now? She wondered. Is that what you're looking for in the base? I'll assist you in obtaining it. I kinda want to meet this Captain Morgan and punch him in the face as well, Luffy grinned, causing Nami to sigh and smile. I'll hold you accountable. With a grin, Nami asked, just make a good distraction for me. Later. You again, what are you looking for? Zoro inquired. And Luffy began walking forward until he was only a few feet away before speaking. That idiot's son was never planning on following through on his end of the deal, Luffy said, surprising Zoro. He was going to have you executed tomorrow. Zoro's eyes widened and he began thrashing and yelling. What a sniveling little jerk. When I get my hands on him, he'll wish his daddy had flushed him down the toilet like he should have. He yelled, Zoro said, making Luffy chuckle before continuing. By the way, when I heard he was going to execute you tomorrow, I knocked a few teeth down his throat, Luffy said with a grin before continuing. So, there's a good chance her execution was postponed today, Luffy said, widening Zoro's eyes even more. Untie me so I can kick that jerk in the nuts, he screamed, making Luffy laugh once more. This is where my offer comes in. I can untie you and let you live, but you'll have to join my crew, Luffy said, making Zoro pause for a moment before responding. What crew are you talking about? He inquired. I'm assembling a pirate crew, and I'm looking for people to join. So, what is your response? Luffy inquired. And Zoro remained silent for a moment before responding. Listen, that idiot's son stole my swords. If you can recover them, I'll join your crew, Zoro said, making Luffy smile before transforming into lightning and teleporting away. Every Marine on the base could be seen raising a massive stone statue of Captain Morgan, while the captain in charge of the Marine base, Axe Hand Morgan, stood off to the side looking at his men working. Morgan was a tall, muscular man with blonde hair and a steel jaw, his right hand replaced by a massive steel axe, the handle of which seemed to go right through his forearm, and he wore a large, billowing coat like a cape. Behind Morgan lay the crying form of his son Helmeppo. Now, men, stand it up. Show off my brilliance to the rest of the world, Morgan yelled at his men. And as the Marines were pulling the giant statue upright, a bolt of lightning struck the statue's center, widening everyone's eyes. Just when everyone thought things couldn't get any stranger, there was Luffy standing in the spot where the lightning had struck, staring at everyone. What am I standing on, this god-awful thing? No one will miss something this ugly, Luffy said as he raised his right leg in the air and coated it with armament haki before stomping his leg on the statue, causing every Marine present to start sweating. At first, nothing appeared to have happened, causing a few Marines to breathe a sigh of relief, but 5 seconds later, the entire statue suddenly crumbled to dust, leaving Morgan shaking with rage before yelling, "Death to him!" When everyone looked at the spot where Luffy was standing, they saw that he had vanished and was now standing by the door with Helmeppo. "I need you to show me where Zoro's swords are," Luffy said as he walked through the doors of the Marine base, Helmeppo slung over his shoulders as if he didn't have a care in the world. "They are in my room," Helmeppo said. "It's the door on your left." As they stood in front of the door, Luffy kicked it open and tossed Helmeppo inside, then sent a wave of Conqueror's haki at him, knocking him out. Luffy took a look around the room and immediately noticed how girly it was. The walls were pink, the furniture was pink with flowers on it, and everything about it said it belonged to a girl. Luffy initially believed Helmeppo had misled him and taken him to the wrong room, but when he saw the 3 swords braced against the wall, he knew he was in the right place, so he grabbed the swords and looked out the window, where he saw something that made his eyes widen. A terrified Koby and Nami, who had a knife in her hand, stood in the courtyard where Zoro was being held captive, trying to free Zoro surrounded by Marines and Morgan himself. As the Marines prepared to fire on Zoro, Nami, and Koby, Luffy flung open the window and instantly transformed into lightning before teleporting to the courtyard. Luffy appeared in front of Koby, Nami, and Zoro with his usual lightning strike, putting Koby, Nami, and Zoro at ease for a moment while startling the Marines. "The kid with the straw hat, fire at him," Morgan yelled at his men. And Luffy immediately wrapped himself in armament haki and waited for the guns to fire. He didn't have to wait long because, seconds after Morgan gave the order, every Marine with a gun pulled the trigger. What happened next stunned everyone. The bullets that were fired at Luffy hit him, but did no damage. They simply squished to the ground as if they had hit a metal wall. "That won't work on me," Luffy said, his eyes cold as a killer as he stared at them. "Can you tell me who you are?" Zoro asked, his eyes the size of dinner plates, and Luffy turned him around and cut him free with one of Zoro's swords before speaking. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy," Luffy said as he handed the swords to Zoro, "and I'm going to be king of the pirates." Morgan gave his men new orders before Zoro could say anything to Luffy. "Use your swords if bullets don't work." As he said that, all the Marines drew their swords and charged Luffy, Zoro, and Koby. Before they could reach them, Zoro intercepted them, holding off each of their swords with all 3 of his. Luffy was taken aback by the fact that Zoro was wielding 3 swords. Zoro held 2 katanas in his hands and the 3rd katana he placed in his mouth. "Make one move and you die," Zoro said to the Marines, causing a few of them to cry, before turning his attention back to Luffy and saying, "Today I officially became a criminal because I fought against the Marines. So, I can assure you that I will become a pirate, but there is one thing I want you to know. I dedicate myself to achieving my ambition while I am with you," he said, turning to face him before speaking. "Which one is it?" Zoro smiled and spoke with a lot of determination when Luffy asked. "To become the greatest swordsman in the world and nothing less," he said, smiling at Luffy before responding. "The king of the pirates would have no less on his crew," Luffy said. "What are you waiting for, men? Go ahead and kill them," he yelled, and his men all backed away from Zoro, allowing him to stand before speaking in a terrified tone. "Sir, we're not going to be able to beat them," one Marine said. "They're monsters," said someone else. "If we face them, we will only die," yelled another Marine, Morgan trembling with rage. "Every Marine who is spouting weakness, pull out your gun and shoot yourself in the head. This is a direct order," Morgan yelled, and Luffy initially thought he was crazy for giving such an order because no one would be stupid enough to obey it. But Luffy was surprised when the Marines actually raised their guns to shoot themselves. "What a bunch of idiots," Luffy thought to himself as he watched the Marines raise their guns to shoot themselves. Luffy quickly fired a controlled blast of Conqueror's haki at the Marines, knocking them out and leaving them foaming at the mouth. Morgan quickly caught himself and swallowed his fear before speaking. "A leader who cares so little for the lives of his own men is nothing but scum," Luffy said in a tone that sent shivers up Morgan's spine. They were scumbags. In this world, power and titles are all that matters. That's something a knucklehead like you would never comprehend. Morgan yelled as he charged towards Luffy, but he abruptly came to a halt. Luffy's right arm had turned to lightning, and a bolt of lightning flew towards Morgan's chest. Zoro had expected the man to be electrocuted, but the bolt of lightning pierced his chest like butter, taking the shape of a sword made of lightning. Morgan collapsed to his knees before spitting a large amount of blood leaking from his mouth, eyes, and ears before falling to the ground, dead. Instead of trying to exact revenge on Luffy as he had expected, the Marine soldiers who were unconscious on the ground began to regain consciousness as he walked back towards them. And when they saw the body of their dead captain on the ground, they began cheering and thanking Luffy for freeing them from Morgan's reign. "It appears they were all afraid of Morgan before we showed up," Koby said, drawing Luffy's attention. However, just as he was about to respond, he heard something hit the ground next to him, and when he turned to see what it was, he saw his first mate passed out on the ground. Well, we'd better get him some food, Luffy said as he picked up Zoro and slung him over his shoulder before heading to Rika's bar, closely followed by Nami, who was grinning at what Luffy had done, grateful that he had saved her life for the second time. Later, oh my goodness, I'm stuffed. Having not eaten in 3 weeks, I was ready to munch down on my bootstrap, Zoro said as he sat at the table with an empty plate in front of him, eliciting laughter from Rika, Nami, and her mother. Zoro then turned to Luffy and asked, "So, how many others have you gathered for this crew beside me?" Luffy couldn't help but smile at his first antics. "Mates." Zoro looked at Luffy as if he was insane when he replied, "Just you and maybe Nami." "So you, the witch, and I constitute a pirate crew?" Zoro inquired. "Who are you referring to as a witch?" Nami shrieked with shark teeth, but Zoro ignored her. "Don't worry, we'll have more members soon," says Luffy. A group of Marines entered the bar just as Zoro was about to say something, and looked at Luffy, who didn't seem bothered by their presence. "Hey, you guys over there, we heard you're pirates. Is there any truth to this rumor?" A Marine who Luffy assumed was the highest-ranking officer on the base said. Before taking a bite of meat, Luffy replied, "Yes, we are. We appreciate everything you did to save our town from that dreadful tyrant who terrorized us for so long. But now that we know you're pirates, we can't stand by and watch you do your thing. As a result, you and your crew will need to leave town immediately, and we will not report you to headquarters out of respect for what you have done," said the Marine, prompting protests outside. Luffy then raised his hand, commanding everyone to be quiet before speaking. "That's fine, everyone. We were planning on leaving anyway," Luffy said before reaching into his coat and pulling out a transponder snail, which he placed on the table before dialing a number. The snail rang for about 10 seconds before someone picked up. "Hello," a man on the other end of the transponder snail said, and Luffy replied with a smile. "Does this belong to Vice Admiral Garp?" Luffy said, widening the eyes of every Marine and civilian to the size of dinner plates. "This is him," he says. "Who is this person?" Garp inquired, and Luffy replied with a smile. "Your grandson," Luffy said, causing everyone's jaws to drop, which he chuckled at. "Luffy. You brat, how are you doing? Have you started yet? Don't tell me your boat sank," Garp said, causing Luffy to roll his eyes and respond. "Anyway, I called because I knew you always wanted me to join the Marines," Luffy said with a smile that made Garp chuckle. "However, I found a replacement for you," Luffy said, his eyes widening as he looked at Koby. "Oh, and who is this replacement, exactly?" Garp inquired, his interest piqued. "There's a kid named Koby," Luffy said. "I think you'll like him. He's a little weak and a coward, but I think you'll like him." Garp sighed and replied after about 30 seconds of silence, "I'll take him. And just watch as he kicks your ass up and down the Grand Line when I'm done with him," Garp said, causing Luffy to chuckle. "He is in Shell's Town in the East Blue. By the way, Shell's Town is going to need a new Marine captain. I had to kick Morgan's ass. Let's just say he wore the wrong uniform," Luffy said. Everyone got confused except Nami, who understood the hidden meaning behind it. "Very well, Luffy," said a growl on the other end of the line. "Well, Gramps, I've got to go. I'm sure we'll run into each other soon, so until then," Luffy said, making Garm laugh. "Take care of yourself, brat," Garp said as he hung up the phone. Luffy stood up and walked over to Koby, placing the snail back in his coat. "You can fulfill your dream now," Luffy said, turning to Zoro and Nami and saying, "Get your things, we are leaving." Zoro grabbed his swords and stood up to leave. Nami didn't have anything to carry since they were safe back at the boat. Luffy then turned to the Marines and said, "Take care of Koby until my grandfather shows up, will ya?" As he, Nami, and Zoro began walking out the door. The Marines could only nod in agreement, and Zoro was dissatisfied with the boat. "Well, Captain, where do we go from here?" As he sat his swords down in the boat, Zoro inquired. "We need to find a treasure in Orange Town," Luffy said, Nami suddenly having blurry eyes. After an hour they left the town. Nami turned at Luffy with an angry look. "Why didn't you tell us that your grandfather is Garp, the hero of the Marine?" Nami demanded. Zoro just raised an eyebrow. "You didn't ask," Luffy simply said as if it was the most normal answer. "What do you mean we didn't ask? Did you expect us to just simply ask something like that?" Nami screamed with shark teeth. Luffy just laughed at her reaction before Zoro decided to ask something he wanted to know. "Oi, Luffy, what was that thing you did back at the Marine base?" Zoro asked, his right eye open while his left eye closed. "What I did at the Marine base and in that house was something called haki. It's basically weaponizing your soul into fighting spirit, intimidation, or presence. The presence part is called Kenbunchoku haki. I used that to stop all of the bullets in the execution yard. It lets you sense anything that is too far away to see or is unable to be seen, like it's behind something. When it's mastered, though you can use it to sense movements when they're about to be made or before they're made," Luffy explained. "Before you ask, yes, it can be trained with one more." Zoro grinned in excitement before getting a curious look in his eyes. "What about the other one that can be trained?" he asked his straw-hatted captain. The other trainable one is called Busashoku Haki. This one is like putting on invisible armor or putting visible armaments for offense. You can imbue this into weapons like your swords there. He nodded at Zoro's swords on his waist. By doing this, you can bypass devil fruit defenses and increase the strength of your attacks. Luffy explained. What about the other? Those two don't sound like what you've used before, Zoro said curiously. The third one is the rarest and the strongest if you can master it. It's called Heishoku Haki, and only 1 in a million are born with it. When it's used, you're using your willpower as a weapon. When I used it at the Marine base, I overpowered the wills of the Marines there, though it was a weak pulse. I had to use a weaker wave, which is really hard to concentrate on. He explained again. 1 in a million? Huh. Zoro mused to himself. Do you think I might have that? He asked Luffy in genuine curiosity. Luffy just shrugged in response. Now since we will eventually go to Grand Line, we need to work on your haki. Luffy gaining the attention of his crew. Nami shuddered at the thought while Zoro smirked, prepared to train, no matter how hard might be. How will we do that? Nami asked, slightly nervous of what Luffy had in store for them. Instead of answering, Luffy just grinned before he pointed a finger at her. Before she could ask what he was trying to do, she felt an attack coming, but before she could think where it was coming, she felt a sudden shock across her body. It was harmless. What was that? She screeched at him with sharp teeth. In order to train your observation haki, you need to start by trying to dodge attacks. My grandpa used a bat when it came to me, but since that would be overkill, I will use a harmless amount of voltage, he explained, before he pointed at Zoro and did the same. The same as Nami. He too was struck by the voltage. Nami protested that they should try other ways. This is the only way. First is observation and then we will start with armament haki, Luffy explained. That day Luffy enjoyed the whole day shocking his nakama. Nami was sure he was doing this on purpose and secretly enjoying this more than he should. But soon, their practice showed advance, by Nami finally dodging her first attack and third attack in case of Zoro. That's my nakama. Tomorrow we will start armament haki and then spend each day training both observation and armament, Luffy stated, grinning proudly at his nakama. Zoro smirked. He was looking forward to training his armament. While Nami was breathing heavily but still felt a tingle of pride that she was finally able to dodge one attack. After 1 week, they soon reached the Orange Town. It had been a week now since they started their training. Zoro had shown the most promise when it came to armament haki, training with Luffy, and meditating. Nami had shown talent for observation haki. She had reached being able to dodge 5 times. Once they reached the town, the trio noticed immediately the lack of people around them. It looked almost like a ghost town. Nami knew what could have caused this. I heard Buggy the Clown is here. Do you think he? Zoro asked, knowing what people could do to other people. If he did, then I will tear his body apart. Luffy growled with a dark tone which took both Zoro and Nami aback. They knew Luffy as a cheerful guy, but this tone sent shivers in both of their bodies, reminding them that Luffy was much stronger than them. They started walking through the town. Silence fell over them like a violent river, not being able to handle the silence. Luffy, this is how most pirates are. Not everyone is like you, Nami stated, knowing by now that Luffy was not a monster. I know, these people paint everyone else with bad color. This pirates know they're nothing compared to an actual pirate from Grand Line. Instead, they come here to make themselves feel stronger, Luffy said, his eyes covered in shadows by his hat. Zoro nodded in understanding. He had hunted down many pirates and had seen all kinds of things. Suddenly a huge explosion happened just in front of them, completely destroying several houses right in front of them. Nami's eyes widened at what just happened in front of them, not noticing that Luffy had pushed both her and Zoro a few feet away from him. I will crush him, Luffy growled, marching forward. Soon they reached a shop, with a dog standing in front of the store. Luffy noticed the small wounds around his little body. Hey doggy, why are you guarding this cool store? Luffy asked, expecting a bark back. I'm guarding my treasure, the dog told Luffy. Luffy was shocked he could understand him but rolled with it, determining it a mystery power. Why is it your treasure? Luffy asked in thought, but Bottle answered the question without knowing. That's Chowchu. He was told to guard this store by his master. But he died but he won't abandon it. Is his treasure and the most important thing for him, the chief said, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Nami asked the man where the others were. He told them that they were in a safe place. The memories are the only thing I have left, Chowchu told Luffy through the mystery power. I've tried to tell him. I've even offered for him to stay at my house, but he won't listen, he said and then sighed. You are right. He doesn't want to abandon his treasure. When we lose someone important, memories are the only thing we have left to keep them alive in our hearts, Luffy said. Nami smiled at Luffy, almost feeling tears in her eyes. Her own mother in her mind. She had seen that Luffy was someone to somehow respect. Unlike that monster, Luffy was a different man. Zoro nodded at Luffy's words, having his own memories of a certain dear friend. The chief nodded as well and opened his mouth to ask something, but suddenly a house exploded, and a big purple lion stepped through the rubble. Richie, eat fast, and today we will burn this old store. Moji said, and the lion that was named Richie made a happy sound. No, I won't let him, Chowchu said, and Luffy watched while he got into a defensive stance in front of the store and started barking loudly. Richie ignored the barking and continued towards the food store. Chowchu tried to attack but was hit aside by Richie, who was about to pounce on the store. I'll protect the store for you, Luffy said through the mystery power, and then let out a wave of Conqueror's haki, focusing it all on Richie, who was instantly unconscious. You bastard, what you do to Richie? Moji yelled, moving away from the unconscious Richie and pulling a whip out. Luffy grabbed his whip, his face serious, and all cheerful face was gone. This is his treasure, you knew that, and you kept stealing and now wanting to destroy it, Luffy growled. Before the man could utter a word, his eyes went white and spit out saliva. A fist had connected to his chest, but then a wind wave went through his body before coming out through his back. Moji felt all his inside screaming in pain, almost as if someone just punched his organs. This time he spit out blood before falling on his knees and his face on the dirt. Zoro spoke nothing of it, and neither did Nami, who actually supported what Luffy did. We are going to Buggy. It's time for a fight, Luffy stated. Zoro smirked, ready to fight. Later, the Buggy pirates could only be to blame for the noise and music emanating from the big pub. The pirates seemed to be still rejoicing over their seizure of Orange Town. Luffy was perplexed as to why they felt the need to rip the village apart piece by piece. While bounty hunting, Zoro had met his fair share of nasty pirates. Thus the Buggy pirates' actions didn't surprise him. Nami could only clench her teeth after seeing such indiscriminate damage every time Arlong lost his cool and raised a town on one of the Konomi Islands. Look at them, they're celebrating wrecking people's lives by partying. Nami grumbled as she turned to face Luffy. All of their wealth is now mine. When I'm done, they won't have a single berry left. You should leave a portion of it for the community to reconstruct thereafter, Luffy answered, his gaze fixed on the tavern's roof, where the celebration was taking place. Nami paused for a bit, thinking before nodding. Luffy was correct. These individuals would at the very least want some financial assistance in order to reconstruct their houses. In the not a scumbag pirate category, give Luffy another point. Sure, I'm not going to take it all. When you're done with them, I'll see you too. Nami turned to walk away with a nod. Huh, no, you must also fight. With his trademark smile, Luffy said. Nami's eyes widened before she shook her head gently. If you want to improve your haki, you'll need to practice. It'll be best to begin with weak opponents like this rather than trying to earn experience versus Grand Line pirates. Boo, but Nami stumbled over her words, trying to think of reasons why this was a poor idea. She wasn't quite ready for frontline combat yet. Luffy had just recently begun teaching her haki. She had to concentrate quite hard simply to achieve the tiniest of results from her observation. But I'm not a strong fighter. Just a few days ago, I was a thief. She spoke a jumble of words. Relax. I'm not going to let you be injured. Luffy put his hand on her shoulder and grinned. I'll keep my word. If it seems that you are in over your head, I will intervene. Besides, you're a natural with the crew. I doubt most of these men have even a fraction of your expertise. I'm all right, she says. Nami grumbled, but she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride when Luffy praised her abilities. As she gathered her team and prepared herself, a faint grin appeared on her face. Shishishi, let's attract their attention, says Luffy laughed before lifting his palm and unleashing a bolt of lightning, which was immediately followed by a deafening boom. The roof's edge burst, scattering debris over the rooftop. For a brief while, the Buggy pirates were in a state of perplexed fear until their captain walked out of a tent and shouted at them to calm down. Blue hair, an orange captain's hat and coat, a red and white striped shirt, light green slacks, and sharp clown shoes characterized the guy. The huge bright red nose on his face was his most distinguishing characteristic. Who the heck are these flamboyant scumbags? Staring down at the group on the street, the captain screamed fiercely. Who told you those colors were meant to go together? Nami frowned at the man's garb, which clashed so badly. These flashy nobodies show up and wreck my get-together. Then they make fun of my attire in front of my face. I'm so enraged that I can't even talk. As he tightened his fists, the clown's expression was filled with rage. How about I go down there and give these idiots a lesson? Captain, a tall, dark-haired guy inquired. He didn't have a shirt on and was dressed in white jeans and sneakers. However, he wore a huge, long white and blue checkered scarf over his neck. Hey, you knucklehead, bring your obnoxious red nose down here so I may squish it. Before Buggy could speak to his subordinate, Luffy screamed out. Everyone in Buggy's team was immediately wide-eyed, and perspiration started to trickle down their cheeks. For a little minute, Buggy shook, his jaw clenched so tightly that you could practically hear his teeth grinding. It's time to fire the Buggy ball. Fire! Buggy screamed a rictus of wrath from his face. On the edge of the rooftop, a cannon was wheeled over and directed towards Luffy. It went off with a tremendous bang a split second later. Luffy, please get out of the way. Nami screamed for help as she dived for safety. She knew he could throw a cannonball, but this looked like a much larger and dangerous cannon. while Zoro gazed in bewilderment at his leader. Was it because Luffy was a storm person that he planned to take the shot? Cannonball. Luffy chuckled as he plucked the red metal ball from the air with his palm. Do you believe this insignificant object will do anything? For training, my grandfather hurled boulders bigger than this at me. He also tossed them much quicker. Here's your chance to get it back. Luffy grinned and launched the scarlet cannonball back at the Buggy pirates with a hard pitch. The explosion was considerably louder than the one they had heard earlier when they met Chaochu and Boodle. The explosion caused the whole bar to collapse, leaving a mass of splintered wood and stone in its wake. You stupid, Luffy. Nami screamed as she encircled his neck with her hands and began shaking him back and forth in an effort to choke him. What if the treasure map was up there? Shishishi, Nami, please accept my apologies. The feminine hands wrapping around Luffy's neck made no difference to him. Nami shook him even harder in response to his laughing. You know, I guess I'm going to trust you until you prove me wrong every time you claim you can achieve anything that seems impossible. As he watched the smoke begin to disperse from the ruins, Zoro grinned. Nami, you'll take the stage first. I don't believe I annihilated them all with my own cannonball, Luffy said as he deftly wriggled out from her clutches. Are you certain I have to fight? Nami gasped and smirked wickedly as an idea occurred to her. She walked up to the storm man with a perceptible swing to her hips. She bowed at the waist once she was squarely in front of him. Even though it showed off her form wonderfully, she knew her white and blue top was conservative. But she was also aware that the neckline was low enough to provide a tempting glimpse of her attractive, full breasts, in her opinion. More than one fool had been stolen of his money because of a nice glimpse of her wonderful cleavage. You know, if you just let me go steal them, I may be able to convince you to purchase some nice meat. Knowing Luffy's weakness for his favorite sort of cuisine, she exhaled teasingly. Without practice, you won't grow any stronger. Without practice, your observation will not improve. Nami pouted as Luffy said with a raised eyebrow. Before she caught the short glimpse he'd taken at her cleavage, she'd feel like she'd won at least a tiny triumph if she could find out what was causing the small bit of drool on the side of his lips. Her or the promise of meat. Look at these flamboyant punks, behaving as if they don't fear us. Buggy was using his disembodied hands to prop up two of his charred crew members. His hands were free-floating and his arms were folded in front of him. He's got a devil fruit, Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening. What in the world are you doing, you scumbags? Luffy screamed violently at the top of his lungs. How did you manage to employ your nakama as shields in that manner? Both elder pirates turned their backs on the adolescent with the straw hat. Captain Buggy. This is the most humiliating experience our crew has ever had. The black-haired guy was using another crewmate, a fairly big one, as a shield in front of him. The remainder of the crew, who weren't knocked down, yelled in unison as they all drew different weapons, including clubs, swords, knives, and even a few firearms. The pirates dressed as clowns hoisted their guns in the air and roared war yells. The Buggy pirates enraged Luffy. He was tempted to just kill them all with a single bolt of lightning, or perhaps use pressure point on them, but he knew Nami would benefit from the experience. His navigator needed to understand that she could be as powerful as she desired. Luffy was certain that she could defeat these scumbags, and he promised to keep an eye on her battle even if she faltered. Don't worry, Nami, if you can't handle it, I'll step in. I'm not going to let them damage you. Luffy chuckled. Consider what you'll get after we're done. The majority of their wealth will be yours. Shishishi. Nami's eyes glowed, and Luffy swears they resembled Buri symbols for a brief period. What do you mean, you dazzling thief? You stole our treasure. With his eyes popping out of his skull, Buggy shouted. The pirates surged forward with a yell, and Nami strengthened her senses as much as she could. She sprang forward and swung her staff at the nearest pirate, feeling the unmistakable expansion of her awareness that comes with her observation activation. Nami's staff crashed into the man's ankle, knocking him out. The subsequent loud crunch suggested that it was most likely shattered. She lashed the guy across the face with a turn to avoid another pirate trying to knife her from behind, sending blood flying and causing him to lose teeth. This isn't as difficult as I had anticipated, Nami thought to herself as she plunged her stick directly into the crotch of another pirate. Before losing consciousness, the guy collapsed with a loud squeal. Nami took 2 steps back as a club slammed into the ground where she'd been standing when she became aware of someone coming from her blind zone. Her staff slammed into the back of the man's skull, knocking him unconscious and laying him down next to his crewmate. These men are nothing in comparison to Luffy's abilities. As she smashed a pirate's blade out of his hand with her staff before flipping the end upwards and smacking him in the jaw, she reflected. A short flaw in her newly gained observation allowed a pirate to approach her, and she staggered backwards to escape being gutted by the knife. Her staff caught the guy in the ribs with a twist of her body. The pirate wheezed loudly as the wind was knocked out of his lungs after the harsh thwack. The pirate was blinded by darkness as Nami smacked him in the head as hard as she could. Nami instantly turned after hearing multiple guns cocked behind her. With their guns pointed on her figure, 4 pirates scowled at her. Nami realized she'd become smug and had let her observation wane with a scowl. Die. As they all rushed to shoot the orange jet, one of the pirates roared. For a brief instant, 4 bursts of dazzling light cast dots over Nami's eyesight. All 4 pirates were on the ground with red eyes, almost like blood. She grinned as she turned to face Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat and his hand spread towards the downed pirates. Thank you, Luffy. Nami grinned as she returned her attention to the remaining pirates and rushed them. The first swung his club horizontally, only for Nami to turn around and smack him across the temple in the opposite direction of his swing. The last 2 attempted to assault her with their own clubs, yelling war cries. Nami took a couple steps back before springing to the side and slamming her staff into the first pirate's knee. The guy collapsed on the ground, wailing in agony as his leg was severed at an awkward angle. The last pirate became enraged and swung his club at Nami's head. Nami avoided the makeshift missile with a huff and closed in on the pirate. A powerful strike to the man's stomach knocked him unconscious and caused him to puke all over the floor. Yuck. Nami frowned as she sprang away from the vomit. You're a scumbag. I'll make you pay for causing damage to my team. A roar erupted behind Nami. She turned to look, her eyes widening in dread as she saw the dark-haired guy charging towards her with his sword drawn and ready to murder. She attempted to move, but she knew she wouldn't be able to do it quickly enough. In her head, she closed her eyes and apologized to her sister for failing to rescue Kobayashi from Arlong. Nami opened her eyes and smiled in relief as she heard the sound of metal colliding with metal. Zoro stood in front of her, nonchalantly gripping the pirate's sword with one of his own. Boy, what sort of swordsman strikes from the rear? Do you think you're above the law? Zoro interrogated the long-haired pirate before slashing him in the back with his sword. Nami moved away from the oncoming brawl as the 2 pirates stared each other down. Nami, it was fantastic. I told you you'd be able to accomplish it. Luffy guffawed as he put his arms around her waist from behind and celebrated by spinning her around. Nami threw out a startled gasp before comprehending what had happened and quietly chuckling. Thank you, Luffy, says Nami. She sighed and grinned as she leaned back onto his chest. The battle with the pirates hadn't lasted long, but she wasn't accustomed to facing big numbers of people on her alone. Luffy didn't seem to mind being used as a resting post, merely holding Nami and watching Zoro battle. Nami didn't want to admit it out loud. Feeling Luffy's defiant abs on her hands, his strength, she quite liked the feeling. Iror no Zoro, exclaims the pirate. As he examined the green-haired guy, the black-haired man shouted. They all eventually observed that this stranger was, indeed, riding a unicycle. My name is Kabaji, and I'm the Buggy Pirate's chief of staff. As another swordsman, I eagerly anticipate severing your skull. Kabaji leapt forward on his unicycle, sprinting towards Zoro. Old man's flame, says the acrobat. The startling blast of fire shocked Zoro back in surprise. Kabaji's foot lashed out as a result of the diversion, the sharp toe of his shoe slamming into Zoro's ribcage. What was it, anyway? Kicking and tricks. Do you think you have any honor as a swordsman? Zoro had swiftly regained his footing, gazing at the guy the whole time. Honor, that is not something I need. All I need is to win. Acrobat technique, a murder case in the steam of a hot spring. Kabaji chuckled as he spun and hopped about on his unicycle, stirring up a cloud of dust in the process. This person irritates me to no end, Zoro hissed, attempting to perceive his opponent with his newly acquired observation. Zoro deflected a blade that emerged from the fog with his left sword. Another kick followed, but Zoro had nearly seen it coming. With a short step back, the kick was completely missed. As he spotted Kabaji through the tiny veil of dust, Zoro's eyes darkened. You weak coward, you bring dishonor to swordsmen worldwide. Facing all 3 of my swords is more honorable than dealing with garbage like you, so I'm going to stop this now. Kabaji heard Zoro's strike before he could respond. Onigiri, Kabaji's left shoulder, left side, and right arm all exploded in blood. Before he ever struck the ground, Zoro was behind the fallen guy, who was already down. Kabaji, as he witnessed his chief of staff fall in combat, Buggy screamed in terror. Shishishi, Zoro, good battle. Luffy expressed his gratitude to his swordsman. That was a waste of my time. What a kook. With a snort, Zoro added his 2 cents. Buggy's hat cast a shadow on his face. You have no right to do this to my team. I'm going to murder you all. You hideous red nose, we're pirates. As he moved away from Nami and began going towards Buggy, Luffy responded. You scumbag, don't bring up my nose. Buggy was enraged. What exactly is your objective? What brought you here? We've come to recover your wealth as well as the chart you took. Nami smirked and demanded. Big nose, hand them over. Luffy issued an order to the elder pirate, threatening him with violence if he didn't obey. Joy-ha-ha-ha. You no-name novices aren't welcome on the Grand Line. What do you intend to do while you're there? Sightseeing. Make no attempt to make me laugh. Buggy screamed loudly, causing Luffy to come to a halt. I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy declared. You flamboyant knucklehead. You, who is going to be the Pirate King? Then I'm going to be God. I am the one who will amass all of the world's wealth. Buggy shrieked, his eyes bulging and his teeth mimicking those of a shark. Shishishi, as if I'd pay attention to a lecture from someone with an ugly red nose like you. Let's get this over with as soon as possible. As he took his battle position, Luffy laughed. You scumbag, Buggy yelled, a knife clutched between each of his fingers and pointed at Luffy with both hands. Bara bara cannon, exclaims Buggy. The clown screamed and thrust his hands forward, attempting to impale the obnoxious punk. The punk, though, wasn't where he'd been a split second before. Buggy was sent to the ground after a hard strike to the side of his face. You're not that bright, are you? By declaring their strike, who gives their opponent time to react? As Buggy tried to get back on his feet, Luffy questioned. I mean, if you weren't in a fierce war, I could understand. Or if you just outclassed your opponent to the point where it didn't matter. But it's not the perfect moment to do it right now. I'm going to murder you, Buggy hissed as he turned around to attack Luffy from behind with his still flying hands. Luffy grinned as he effortlessly escaped Buggy's floating hand sneak assaults with barely little movement. Buggy came out in a flop sweat as he saw Luffy dodge in a technique he was accustomed to from his time on board the Oro Jackson. How can a pirate with no name like you know what haki is? I got that from my grandfather. Straw Hat, I'm still going to murder you. Buggy screamed with considerably more assurance than he felt. Luffy's sandal-clad foot smashed into Buggy's chest, sending the clown down the street in another burst of light. I have my doubts. Luffy spoke casually, as if he were talking about the weather rather than a life-or-death battle. This is really rather disappointing, so I'm going to call it a day. Luffy's hand was engulfed with barely visible white air. Nami looked confused at what she was seeing. It looked like air around his arm suddenly became visible, concentrated around his arm, making it visible. Air fist. He smashed his hand on Buggy's chest. A sudden air came out from behind his back, like a strike of air going through him. Buggy faded away like a speck on the horizon, as Luffy triumphantly raised his fist. That was a bit of a letdown. As he and Nami moved up to Luffy, Zoro made a remark. Shishishi. Nami smirked and jokingly bumped Luffy with her shoulder as she walked by. So, I'm going to start snatching up practically all of the wealth they have. I'm sure they'll have the Grand Line map, as well as the riches. Nami grinned as she began walking closer to the tent that had been put up behind the bar. It looked strange, and Nami assumed it was Buggy's hideaway for the stuff he'd scavenged. Well, it seems that the former mayor got the remainder of the town people as you requested. Zoro gave a friendly gesture to the oncoming crowd. When Luffy peered over, he saw Boodle and Chaochu's figures guiding the gathering towards them. Do you think they'll offer us food in exchange for Buggy? Luffy inquired, his stomach grumbling in accord with the statement. Nami was correct. You can't stop eating. With a shake of his head, Zoro groaned. While he wouldn't really deny a good drink right now. It had been a few days since they left Orange Town. Luffy trained them every day without mercy. According to him, they were still very far to fight against big enemies like a Yonko and others. It was better to be safe than sorry. At this point, Nami wasn't complaining anymore. She didn't try to say that she was tired. Not that trick even worked, to begin with. Nami checked the weather and smiled at seeing it was a sunny day. She and Zoro had just finished their training for today. Well, more like she finished. Zoro was still training with Luffy, mostly for his armament haki. Nami hadn't said out loud, but she had seen the progress she was making. She knew she was still far away from Luffy's level, but better this than nothing. Looking behind her, she saw Luffy dodging Zoro's attacks with a blindfold around his eyes and just laughing every time he heard Zoro growling. Nami giggled at the image and thought back at what Luffy told her the night after he defeated Buggy. Nami kept staring at the night sky, the full moon clear, illuminating the darkness around them. Nami knew she was close, almost there, she told herself. Soon her family could be free. And perhaps after that, she could. What are you doing still awake, Nami? She suddenly heard a voice. Turning behind, she saw Luffy with a plate full of meat in his right hand. Just thinking. Luffy, she spoke with a low tone. From the look her captain gave her, she knew he didn't really believe her. What about you? You can't sleep? She asked, trying to change the conversation from her to him. She leaned against the balcony's railing. I was hungry, so my stomach woke me up, he said with a grin before taking a bite. Nami rolled her eyes. Sometimes Luffy could act like a child. Silence took over them. Nami prepared to go back to her bed, but Luffy looked into her eyes. I know you're not telling me something. You know you're my nakama, as one. I will walk through hell just to help you, in whatever you might need. Luffy spoke with determination, his voice sincere, speaking no lies. Nami swallowed a breath. She felt guilt in her chest. She didn't know why, but she felt horrible. She bit her lips, wanting to tell Luffy, to tell him everything, but I appreciate it. Luffy, perhaps I will tell you. Very soon, she finally spoke. Luffy accepted the answer and grinned and nodded his head. Now, Nami felt she was being unfair to her nakama and captain. She knew Luffy was strong. Luffy defeated the likes of Buggy as if he was a kid. And looking at them now, seeing Luffy dodging the attacks of Zoro as if Zoro was someone who was using a sword for the first time in his life, She silently swore to tell Luffy soon. He was not like the other pirates. He was a kind one, someone she could trust and call captain, and maybe something more. Soon Zoro and Luffy stopped training. Zoro was sweating bullets while Luffy was just relaxing without his shirt on. Nami again found herself distracted by his muscles. They looked quite nice. She felt her hands wanting to go there and touch his chest. It made her feel something she hadn't felt before, like a burning fire on her stomach. An island. I see an island. Maybe there's a meat store there. Set course for that island. The interruption served to cease Nami's growing naughty thoughts. The boat scraped against wet sand, and the budding Straw Hat crew stepped onto terra firma. Luffy grinned and examined the surroundings as Nami consulted her maps to find info on the island. And Zoro stretched. Someone's watching us, Luffy suddenly stated. This put both Nami and Zoro on guard. Zoro put his hand on the pommel of his sword. They got their answer when pirate flags tied to sticks rose up all across the bushes at the top of the cliff face, and projectiles suddenly erupted against the sand at Luffy's feet. Out of nowhere, a man appeared at an outcropping halfway down the cliff. A green bandana slightly tamed his bushy black hair. He wore brown overalls, yellowish boots, and had a bag slung over one shoulder. His most prominent feature was his thin, 3-inch nose. "Halt!" he yelled out in a vaguely overdramatic fashion. "If you're planning on taking over this island, forget about it. I'm the captain of the pirate crew that rules the village. Men and children adore me as Captain Usopp. Leave right now, or my 80 million men will crush you all." This was all said in a tone that practically screamed liar. Please, he's obviously lying. If you're going to lie, make it believable. Usopp gave a jerk, as if honestly surprised that she'd seen through it, before resuming his extravagant tone, shouting, 80 million might be an exaggeration, but my men are more than a match for you. Nami gave a little grin, asking, "You mean all 3 of them?" At her words, 3 kids with oddly shaped heads popped out of the bushes and started running away, screaming all the while. Usopp was now thoroughly deflated, but he seemed to muster some kind of desperate courage. He pulled out a slingshot and a pachinko before lining up with Luffy, who had his hat shading his eyes. "All right, I lied about all that. But you still can't come here. As you saw, my skills with the slingshot are greater than that of a pistol. I can't allow you to pass. My honor won't allow it. That's why people call me Usopp, the Proud." As if to contradict his words, Usopp's entire body was trembling with fear. His aim remained steady, however. Luffy grinned. He liked this guy. It was time to test his character. "Risk your life," Luffy said, drawing confusion from his crew and Usopp. "With that shot, you will risk your life," Luffy repeated, looking up to stare at Usopp. "This isn't a kid's game." With those words, Luffy brought his haki to the surface, not actively using it, just shaping it into a kind of vibe that wouldn't be agreeable with the faint of heart. Zoro was unaffected, being pretty tolerant of Luffy's haki, though Nami seemed a tad sweaty. Usopp, at the other extreme, went into near convulsions of fear. Luffy's eyes never wavered from his stare. Zoro added fuel to the fire. "With the man before you is a true pirate, don't toy with us." Slowly, Usopp sank to his knees, slingshot forgotten. "I should have known," he said. "The words of a true pirate are much more intimidating than my own." He hung his head. He was still conscious, which told Luffy a whole lot right there, such as the fact that despite the man's obvious fear of conflict, he had an iron will that he might not even be aware of. Luffy grinned. He and Zoro exchanged glances before bursting out laughing, eliciting a small smile from Nami and a look of confusion from Usopp. When Luffy was in control again, he yelled up at Usopp, "Oi, isn't your dad Usopp? I used to know him. Let's talk over food." The words were such a surprise that Usopp fell from her perch to collide with the ground. However, he picked himself up without difficulty, looked the crew up and down as if trying to decide something before he started grinning and laughing as some switch had flipped on his personality. In a much more jovial mood, he led the 3 of them up the trail to a small village, where he proceeded to treat them at a restaurant. Along the way, Luffy noted the glares of mixed annoyance and weary tolerance thrown Usopp's way. It was obvious even to him that Usopp's lying was a big thorn in everyone's side, but they were so used to it that they'd grown comfortable in the habit. Still, one day they might snap. Luffy noted this out of the corner of his eye, more concerned with the heavenly smell of cooked meat under his nose as he enjoyed the meal Usopp had bought for them. "So, you knew my dad?" Usopp asked, waiting until the odd pirate crew had started with their meal. Luffy nodded vigorously, simultaneously consuming meat and apples at a rate that would make a lesser man sick. "Yeah, he was on Shanks' crew when they were based at my village," Luffy said, taking a break in his feasting. "Your dad was a pretty cool guy. He was the best marksman ever. He once shot the wings off a fly while I watched. He was also always talking about his son, saying how he wished he could be with him." Luffy grinned wildly. "I heard so much about you growing up, Usopp. My ears practically fell off." Usopp grinned insanely as if Luffy had just given him the best news of his life. "My father talked about me, you say? Bragged, even?" Luffy nodded, returning to his food for a while. Usopp seemed to be on an endorphin high for a little. Soon they talked about what they were doing and where they were going next, with Luffy stating that they would soon go to the Grand Line. Usopp, who'd been totally lost up to this point, suddenly looked like he was having a stroke. Everyone at the table looked at him in concern before he managed to stutter out, "TT the G Grand LL Line." At that, Luffy, Nami, and Zoro all sighed, forgetting that the crew's destination was the object of much fear. Luffy patted Usopp on the back, slightly clearing the man's lungs after they'd contracted in proxy fear. "Cheer up, we're strong. Besides, I'm the one who's going to find One Piece and become the Pirate King. I need to go to the Grand Line to do that." The logic was groundless and straightforward, but it seemed to hit home. Usopp's gaze turned inward before he started to talk as if to himself. "My dream is to be a brave warrior of the sea, like my father before me. He's in the Grand Line. If I could make it there." His expression was oddly somber before he closed his eyes and smiled as if suddenly thinking of a joke. "It's too bad I'm too big a coward to leave this village. I like you guys, but with all respect, you're sailing to your deaths. Still, is there any way I can help you with? I want to be able to say I at least tried to help." Luffy grinned before shaking his head. It was up to Usopp to realize that his heart had already decided. Focusing on the present, Luffy addressed the immediate problem for the crew. "Now that you mention it, is there a place we can find a ship? We can't keep going around in two small boats, or at least that's what Nami says. I don't see why, but she's the smart one, so." He failed to notice how Nami flushed slightly at the compliment. Usopp looked as if his first instinct was to lie and say there was no such place. But then his mouth closed as he started to consider it. He'd promised, hadn't he? Besides, this man had the kind of aura that made Usopp want to earn his trust, not abuse it. Debating internally, he finally decided to take the right-hand path. "Well, I'm friends with the Aja-sama that lives in the mansion up the hill. She's been depressed since her parents died, and I've been amusing her with my lies. Maybe if I put in a good word, she'd consider having a ship commissioned for you. Is that okay with you guys?" Luffy grinned, looking to see identical smiles on his Nakama's face. "Let's give it a shot. But first, we finish eating." With that, Luffy seemed to inhale all the food on the table in the blink of an eye, making Usopp's eyes widen and Nami and Zoro start muttering about finishing off our food for us again or some such stuff. Luffy paid them no mind. The chief tenet that he lived his life by was when you're hungry, eat, regardless of the food was his or not. The king needed strength to rule his subjects, after all. Still casting looks towards Luffy, Usopp led them out of the restaurant. He was just about to lead them up towards the manor when Onion, Pepper, and Carrot jumped out from behind some nearby barrels, carrying wooden daggers and yelling for the Usopp pirates. They began their charge straight at the trio of pirates, not even noticing their astounded captain. "Nothing permanent," Luffy nonchalantly commanded, before waiting until the last second to give Carrot, who'd aimed for him, a bash on the head that drove him into the dirt. In the same moment, Zoro had chopped Pepper with the back of his blade, and Nami had given Onion a kick in the kinmata. The three children dropped like rocks. Usopp looked appalled at the damage to his crew. "Boy, why'd you do that? They're just kids." Luffy shrugged and merely said, "They got in the way." With that, he arranged the three more comfortables on the side of the road to avoid foot traffic and allow them to be unconscious peacefully. Usopp glowered for a second before sighing in defeat and continuing with the journey up the hill. As they neared the estate, Usopp maneuvered them away from the foreboding bodyguards, leading them towards an unassuming hedge that was actually as sturdy a wall as the steel grate at the main entrance. With a knowing smirk, Usopp grabbed a square section of the hedge, revealing it to be a secret door. Holding a finger to his lips, Usopp snuck in through the hole, leaving the crew to follow in behind him. Luffy took one look and went, "Wow, this girl's living it up. This place is huge." Quick as lightning, Luffy's mouth was covered by Usopp's hand. As they ch-ch-ch-ch-ch, the marksman hissed before letting Luffy go. The pirate captain pouted but kept his silence. Usopp, with stealth worthy of Nami's operations, made his way to a tree near the south wall, where he proceeded to climb up and knock on the nearby window. A fair woman with fair hair and pale skin answered the door, a joyful expression on her face. "Usopp-kun, they're here. What story are you going to tell me today?" Usopp grinned, blushing faintly, and said, "Well, there was the time I was 5 when I fought off a giant goldfish, but I have something to ask you first, Kaya." At her confused expression, Usopp indicated Luffy and the gang at the base of the tree. "These guys are pirates that came to bask in the glory of Captain Usopp's presence, but they're in need of a ship. Being the proud and merciful captain that I am, I decided to help them. I was wondering if you might not mind lending them a ship." Kaya paused before regarding the crew. She noted Zoro's calm stance, Nami's confident air, and the sparkle in Luffy's eyes. A grin spread across her features. Kaya was a good judge of character. She opened her mouth to voice her approval but was interrupted by the harsh cry of halt. Everyone turned to look at an approaching man. He wore a fine tuxedo, oddly striped shoes, and wore slightly loose glasses over his sharp eyes, his dark hair immaculately combed. He possessed an intimidating air and made Usopp visibly start to panic. The man stopped a few yards away from the motley crew, looking up at them and saying, "You have no business here. Please leave before I am forced to call the bodyguards." He fixed his glasses with an odd motion of his wrist, not using his fingers at all. Luffy felt something off about the man. Call it King's intuition, but Luffy suspected that this man was more than he appeared. Kaya spoke up with, "Please, Kura don't mind them. They're friends of Usopp-kun, and they wanted to ask me before she was cut off. Please, Kaya Aja-sama, don't defend them. They're obviously ruffians, and they don't belong." The crew's eyes narrowed at the insult, and Luffy started to ominously crack his knuckles. Kura ignored them. "Is that Usopp-kun up there?" the caretaker asked, making Usopp jump. "I've heard quite a lot about you around the village. They say that you lie and make everyone's life difficult. I guess that's what one should expect since you're the son of the low-class pirate." A contemptuous sneer materialized on Kura face. Usopp's fear melted into anger in the space of a second. "What did you say?" Usopp asked with as much malice as he could muster as he used a hook in his bag to descend to the ground. Kura glared at Usopp as if he were something dirty he'd gotten on his shoes. "Your father abandoned your mother and yourself so that he could spend his life pirating. He's a low-class thief and nothing more." Usopp began to see red. "Kura, stop this," Kaya yelled, seeing Usopp angry. Kura continued on with, "And it shows. You spend your days lying to the village and worming yourself into our Aja-sama's life. What is it a low life like you wants from our Aja-sama? Is it money? How much do you want?" The sound of flesh smacking flesh filled the air. Usopp was so angry he'd socked Kura right across the face, an expression of undeniable rage on his face. The caretaker clutched his cheek from his position on the ground and cried, "You see that? I upset him, and he immediately turned violent. Such a dangerous person shouldn't be near the Aja-sama." "Shut up," Usopp yelled back at him with such force that even Luffy was stunned. "You're calling my dad a low life. He's anything but. My father sails the seas as a true warrior of the sea. I'm proud to be related to him, for I'm the son of a pirate." A baby flicker of haki, too small to be felt, burst forth from Usopp as he said this, making Luffy pause in his advance to join Usopp in hitting the caretaker. Wow, he used haki just by proclaiming his pride in something. This guy really isn't just a coward. Unexpectedly, Zoro wasn't forced to hold Luffy back. Instead, Luffy gave a grin. Usopp had just become the object of Luffy's whims, and that was a place no sane person wanted to be. Luffy yelled, "Usopp." The man turned from his glare at Kura to regard Luffy with curiosity. "Don't just say it, prove it." Luffy chuckled encouragingly. "We need a marksman. Join our crew and be a true warrior of the sea like your dad." Usopp's eyes widened in surprise. While Zoro and Nami just grinned a little at their captain's antics, he'd snagged a pirate hunter and a pirate thief so far, so a pirate heir was par for the course. Before the long-nosed man could even process the offer, Kura stood up. He dusted himself off and said, "How you low-lives decide to gather together does not concern this household. All of you, leave now." Usopp glared at him one last time before turning to leave the way he'd come, Luffy and the crew following behind him. On any other day, Luffy would have socked the man all the way to Fuchsia Village, but today he had a man to convince that being on the Straw Hat crew was the coolest thing in the world. "No," Usopp said, crossing his arms with finality. Come on, why not? Being a pirate's fun. We get to go adventuring, do whatever we want, and see the world. What more could you want? I'll even make it a point to go looking for your dad. Please come with us." It was shortly after the group had left the mansion, and Luffy had kept up a non-stop barrage of wheedling, which had so far been unsuccessful. Usopp was obstinate when it came to leaving his home. As he'd repeatedly said, "What would the Usopp pirate crew or Kaya or the villagers do without my lies to excite them?" Of course, the people in question would have told Usopp in a heartbeat to follow his dream, but Usopp didn't take that into consideration. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't care. "I don't care about that. You are going to be part of my crew." Usopp threw up his hands in exasperation before an interested expression came on his face. "Ooh, what's that?" Everyone turned to look at. Nothing. When they turned back around, a small dust cloud in the distance was the only thing to mark that Usopp had ever been with them. Zoro sighed. "I'll give that guy one thing. He can run like hell." Nami nodded in agreement, impressed that someone could run that fast. Luffy sighed. "Damn, and just when I was wearing him down. Now, we need to find him so I can keep working on him." As the three walked down the path, they came upon the slowly awakening Usopp pirate crew. Luffy grinned at the lucky coincidence before making his way over. In a matter of minutes, Luffy had reached the coast. Usopp was indeed there, staring off at the waves. "I know you're there," the man remarked as Luffy walked up. Luffy sat down next to Usopp, not saying anything yet. He could sense that Usopp was wrestling over something. The breeze was comforting as the two sat there at the border of the sky, earth, and sea, while one of them dealt with an internal crisis on an unprecedented scale. "When I was a boy," Usopp eventually said, getting Luffy's attention, "I used to go running through the village like I still do today, screaming that pirates were coming. I did it because I hoped if I said it enough times, it would come true. I wished that I would see my dad's ship on the horizon and know that I wasn't alone in this world. But he never came. Usopp sighed heavily, staring at his hands. It never even occurred to me to go looking for him myself. I was too cowardly. So, I just stayed here and kept lying to everyone, including myself. It's all I know how to do. But you guys, Usopp shook his head with an unrecognizable emotion. Wonder, disapproval, something else. You guys are so vibrant. Not an hour ago, I didn't know you existed, and yet you've done more exciting things in the time I've known you than I've had my whole life. Usopp chuckled to himself. I want to go with you, I truly do. But, how can I? I've got onion and pepper and carrot. There's also Kaya. I can't just pack up and leave. Luffy touched his straw hat and brought it down to shade his eyes. He spoke up suddenly. You know what a pirate is? It's not some tough guy that goes around stealing from people, or pissing off the Marines, or even sailing through the Grand Line. A true pirate is a man who throws away his old life, all his friends and family and his home, for the sake of his dream. Luffy turned to face Usopp with a serious glint in his eyes. To become the Pirate King, to become the greatest swordsman, a pirate hunter became a pirate. To get 100 million bully and draw a map of the world, a thief that hated pirates traveled with 2 of them. Is your dream strong enough for you to leave Kaya and your friends behind? Usopp shuddered as the weight of the question fell on his shoulders. Fortunately for him, he didn't have to answer right then and there because of the arrival of 2 very suspicious people at the bottom of the cliff. Usopp turned to look at them. One of them wore a cowboy hat, heart-shaped sunglasses, and had some odd goatee. His wardrobe looked like it had come out of the closet of some demented disco dancer, and he was toying with an odd steel ring in his hand. The other man was none other than Kuro, the caretaker. Luffy was curious as to why the high and mighty guy was meeting at such a strange place with such a strange guy and joined Usopp in quietly listening to their conversation from their lofty perch. Kuro turned to regard the odd man. Django, I thought I ordered you to remain inconspicuous. I find you lying in the middle of the road asleep with 3 kids. Don't tell me that you still have that problem. Kuro fixed his glasses again. Acting in a completely different manner than he had at Kaya's home, he was darker, more commanding, and much scarier. The man spread his arms out in a calming gesture. Calm yourself, Captain. I was just showing off to some kids. Anyway, what is this about? Your plan to insinuate yourself in the Anja-sama's life and steal her fortune has played out beautifully for the past 3 years. My men are in place and raring to go. What possible reason do we have for this meeting, Captain Kuro? Unbeknownst to the man, he had just provided a gold mine of information to the 2 young men above them. See Captain Kuro, as in Kuro of the Thousand Plans. He was one of the most notorious pirates in East Blue in his time. His planning abilities were unmatched, but the Marines executed him years ago. To think Kuro was secretly him all this time. Usopp shivered next to Luffy, who was regarding Kuro with confusion. This guy used to be a pirate. Why is he hanging around here on land? If there was one thing Luffy knew, it was that no true pirate could resist the call of the sea. Either this Kuro guy was weak-willed, Luffy concluded, or he was really just that greedy for Kaya's money. The newly revealed Captain Kuro sighed in annoyance. Django, how many times must I tell you? We cannot simply kill the girl. It would be best if you hypnotized her into riding a will, leaving everything to her caretaker Kuro, namely me. I just wanted to make sure that chaotic rabble that is your crew was capable with a little subtlety. Kuro fixed his glasses yet again and regarded Django with a glare. Django's grin was a smidge more false than it had been before. It's all prepared, Captain Kuro. The men know that they just have to ravage the village and leave the accident to me. We just need your signal tomorrow at dawn. It's up to us to deal with them. Luffy talked to Usopp, only to see Usopp's voice becoming more distant. Looking back, Luffy observed Usopp disappearing over the cliffs at the bottom of the slope. Luffy could practically hear the liar's thoughts with his observation since the liar's ideas were so loud. I have to issue a warning to the villagers. I have to issue a warning to Kaya. Usopp yelled in his head as he rushed towards the settlement as quickly as he could. Usopp, now is not the time to be concerned. Luffy growled as he pursued the fleeing adolescent. Luffy only learned how quickly Usopp could go when he was motivated a fraction of a second later. As he hurried down the trail, he bumped across Nami and Zoro, who were both perplexed as to why Usopp had just sprinted by them seconds before. Luffy came to a halt and spent several minutes explaining the problem. Should we attempt to track down Usopp or go after this butler? With a contemplative expression on his face, Zoro inquired. On this island, we're outsiders. No one here would believe us when we say there are no false butlers. With a shake of her head, Nami expressed her dissatisfaction with the situation. Usopp is on his way back, Luffy said as he turned his head to the source of the weakening voice. Usopp was staggering along the trail, holding a gushing gash near his shoulder when the 3 arrived. No one believed me, he said, as he sat on a chair inside his little abode. Usopp mourned. While Luffy and Zoro sat about listening to Usopp's efforts to warn the villagers and Kaya about Kuro, Nami was cleaning his wound with the first aid kit Usopp had. Of course not. You say things like this all the time, and I've heard the boy who cried wolf tale before. Why did you expect them to trust you now, even if you're telling the truth? With a sneer, Zoro queried the long-nosed adolescent. If that's the case, I'll have to halt the invasion on my own. With the proper preparedness, no pirate will be able to reach the settlement. Usopp lit a fire in his eyes. No, we'll assist you. Usopp was taken aback by Luffy's smile, which made him look at him with surprise. Really? Are you serious about assisting me in defending the village? Usopp inquired. Isn't it true that we're friends? With his head twisted, Luffy inquired. So, what are your abilities? Usopp interrogated the three. I electrocute, choke, and engulf. Luffy said this while forming little black clouds on his hand. I slice. As he half unsheathed Wado Ikamanji, Zoro said. I steal. Nami smiled. I hide. You, two, are battling. All three pirates screamed at the liar. Later, a crew saw a pirate crew on a ship sailing towards them. It meant they were the crew of Kuro. Who are they? Someone asked, noticing the strange crew. Who cares? We are going to be rich, prepare to rob. And I heard that this village has a gorgeous woman, one cheered, followed by everyone else. This caused Usopp to clench his teeth, ready to tear the bastards apart. Nami felt her anger rising. These were animals, but before they could do anything, a huge wave of pressure suddenly spread. Luffy, Nami thought. Turning around, she saw Luffy had raised his hand, electricity engulfing his hand. Black clouds spread around the sky, bolts of lightning hitting the surface of the water near the ship, scaring the pirates. You're no pirates. You're trash, Luffy stated before Nami's eyes widened at what happened next. The following second, a dragon head made of white lightning slowly descended from the clouds, looking down right at the pirate ship. Raikiri. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly slammed right at the ship, causing a massive explosion of lightning, illuminating the whole area. Nami opened her eyes after the light went away. Instead of the ship, now stood black smoke, with parts of a ship floating on the water. More than 80% of the pirates were floating some distance away in the water. Their bodies weren't moving. Among the lucky ones, Django and two odd men that had hopped out of the water and seemed pretty pissed. Zoro yelled out from the top of the cliff, Luffy, were you planning to leave some for me, you selfish idiot? Nami and Usopp were silent beside him, their jaws practically disconnected in their shock. Nami had gotten a brief taste of Luffy's true power when he faced Buggy, but this was something else. He can do it. He can really do it, she thought, her heart filling with hope for the first time since forever. Usopp, on the other hand, had never seen anything like this. Maybe he'd hit his head yesterday morning, and this was all a crazy dream. Sure, that would be more believable than the godlike strength this one man seemingly possessed. A man casting enormous lightning, destroying ships, yup. I am dreaming. Django was now officially scared for his life, while the newly arrived Siam and Butchie were in a rage to find that someone had harmed the ship. As the two prepared to turn this kid into casserole, an angry voice abruptly broke the air. What the hell is going on here? Everyone turned in unison to stare at the new arrival, former captain of the Black Hat crew, Kuro of the Thousand Plans. The man carried a gym bag over one shoulder, and his face was livid. Kuro was enraged. The idiots that he once called his crew had been late. And when he arrived to see what the holdup was, he found the ship destroyed, over half his crew unconscious in the water, and the brats still alive. Kuro saw this as his crew decided to have some fun in the sun instead of doing their job and was consequently ready to kill. He wasn't even going to bother asking for an explanation. He was going to kill the crew ahead of schedule and drag Django bodily to hypnotize the Ajasama afterwards. With practiced movements that hadn't deteriorated in the intervening 3 years, Kuro opened the gym bag and expertly withdrew and donned his infamous cat's claws. Thickly padded gloves with a thin katana at each finger. As Kuro prepared himself, Luffy's crazy stamina made itself known, as the youth was suddenly ready for another round. He quickly issued orders to his crew. It wasn't fair for him to hog all the fun. Zoro, you got the two weird guys behind me. Usopp and Nami handle the weirder guy. The caretaker's mine. Usopp might not have officially joined the crew, but Luffy's tone brooked no argument. Still not entirely sure that this wasn't a vastly complicated hallucination, Usopp pulled out his slingshot. The beauty of fighting like a coward was you didn't have to move. Nami grimly assembled her staff, thinking of the treasures she'd acquire from the pirates after this mess to motivate her. Zoro, meanwhile, looked like a kid at Yuletide. He assumed his classic stance, with a blade in each hand and between his teeth. Kuro narrowed his eyes but paid no heed. The kids could play around, but he was going to get his crew for this. Kuro, moving too fast to be seen, suddenly rushed forward, intent on making his crew pay for their ineptitude. Luffy's eyebrows raised in surprise before he threw a punch. The impossible happened. Kuro was hit when using the stealth foot. As if it were a signal, Zoro and Nami rushed forward to deal with their assigned enemies as Usopp lined up his sights. The still furious ship guards rushed forward to deal with the sword guy charging them, not even bothering with the slip of a girl that passed by them. Django, now so frightened that his hair had started to turn white at the roots, grimly took out his chakram. He'd deal with the girl before running away. Zoro charged forward, his swords practically a part of his body as he held them. His oath to Kaya, his normal motivation, was suddenly fighting for top spot with his awe over Luffy's display of power. The young man had decimated almost an entire crew with one move. Siam and Butchie took the offensive. Nico Yanagi Dekishin. They cried before rapidly slashing with their clawed gloves. Zoro expertly stopped the assault cold with his sword. The two pulled away before Zoro could pull off a move. The two seemed to be discussing a new battle plan, but Zoro ignored them. Silently, he got into the stance of one of his strongest Santoryu techniques. Feel the power of the stance, channel the power of the blades to their fullest. The world slowed as Zoro focused on the move harder than he ever had, almost feeling it as a comfortable presence beside his soul. Suddenly, Zoro realized that he was feeling something within his soul. It felt alive, wild, the essence of the primal joy Zoro felt when he really let loose. Is this Haki? Zoro didn't question how he had discovered the force or how he knew what it was, he just added it to the stance. Zoro gently seized the feeling, as if it were an animal, and focused on nothing else except the stance, the move to come, the blades in his grip. He felt the feeling cover his entire body, making him feel jittery, but he remained still as a statue. The partners had finished their plan and rushed forward to deliver a combo attack that would end this man's life like it was nothing. Tiger hunting prey, Zoro intoned, the words further refining his focus on the attack he would deliver. As the two came into range, their hands pulled back to deliver crippling slashes. Zoro moved, his blades coming down in a graceful, beautiful, yet deadly movement. In the space of a second, Zoro was behind his opponents, his swords all pointing forward. The veteran pirates seemed frozen for an instant before their chests erupted, blood gushing out in a morbid yet artistic spray. Zoro looked at his hands after pulling his sword back to their scabbards. I'm not tired. I'm getting stronger, Zoro murmured. Nami kept on fighting against the man. He swung at her, but she beautifully dodged as if it was nothing. She couldn't help but have a feeling whenever the man tried to attack, but she could see his attacks. Stay still, girlie. He growled, trying to attack again. Usopp prepared his slingshot, ready to fire when Nami dodged before swinging her staff right at the side of his head. The sound of bone cracking was heard. The man was bleeding severely from his head, his face filled with rage and anger. Once I'm done with you, I will kill your precious crew, he yelled, rushing at Nami, whose eyes didn't see him but instead the monster who destroyed her life and her village. Never, she yelled, hitting his jaw, breaking it. The man fell on the ground, but Nami struck again and again, finally stopping as the man had stopped moving, his face red with blood. Dead. Luffy saw Kuro moving towards him. Someone else might have thought that he was fast, but to Luffy, who had practiced against the likes of Garp, Shanks and Mihawk, this speed was nothing. Kuro moved, ready to slice him up. Luffy just closed his eyes. Kuro showed right in front of him, his claws just mere inches away from Luffy's throat before he stopped. Kuro couldn't feel anything. He wanted to move, yet he felt as if the time itself had stopped. His vision became blurry before he coughed blood. Looking at his stomach, he saw a fist covered in dark air. Dark air. Luffy stopped his attack as Kuro fell on his knees, before coughing blood again, laying on the ground. The man started making choking noises. His eyes turned from brown to red, but not just his eye color, his whole eye had turned red like blood. You should be careful to not choke in your plans, Luffy said, as Kuro kept trying to breathe as his body slowly stopped moving. It was over. It was a few, rare quiet days of relaxation among the crew. Usopp had finally bowed to the inevitable. The three found his lies and boisterous attitude to be a great source of entertainment, though his constant requests to become captain got a trifle annoying. Kaya, though sad, was willing to let them go, and Usopp had sworn to return one day. Finally, on the day of their departure, the crew was given their treat. A caravel. Nami cried in joy as the ship was revealed to them. It was a good ship. The sails were new, the hull was sturdy, and the figurehead gave off just the same clueless, innocent vibe their captain did. Mary proudly declared, "This ship may be of an old design, but it will carry you far. I call it the Going Merry." Kaya kissed Usopp before he left, much to the surprise of everyone. The marksman almost fainted. After that they had one last goodbye before the man climbed onto the ship, going to join his new crew, his new life, his new destiny. As they pulled away from the island and Luffy sat perched on the figurehead, the captain had only one thing to say. "We are coming, Grand Line." Nami, the amount of tears she shed was abysmally minimal, and in the beginning she felt thoroughly alienated and disgusted by herself and guilty for her apparent lack of grief. Yes, there had been big, fat round tears in her eyes the moment the bullet's impact had thrown her mother's body backwards, like a broken marionette whose strings had all snapped at the same time. And that was it, really, for the longest time. Nami's tears stopped the moment that cold and clam hand had grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Compared to the coldness of the shock, the sheer terror of seeing, of knowing beyond a doubt that Bellemere was, that she couldn't possibly be, Arlong's hand was positively, disgustingly warm and alive. To this day, Nami remembers and marvels at the feeling of absolute clarity that poured into her mind that day while she was being carried away to where the fishmen had chosen to set up base. The memory of days that followed Bellemere's death wasn't always as clear as the memory of the feeling of clarity she had experienced then. And in the years to follow, when she'd grown and matured and begun to question and analyze herself, she would often wonder, had her mind been truly that much sharper, or had the world only suddenly become a lot more blurred? Of course, it didn't matter in retrospect, even if it was an interesting conundrum to contemplate, as they pierced her skin with the needle dipped in Hatchin's ink over and over again, for hours to no end. There were no tears, as they laughed and joked about the foolhardy human Arlong had put into place on the day of their arrival. Whenever Nami was within earshot, there were no tears. As Arlong himself tore up the small sketch of her mother's grinning face, there were no tears. As she argued and haggled for the village's worth, for every single house and life it contained and that she wanted to protect, to finalize their deal and pin that monster down if only verbally, there were no tears. As the villagers turned their back on her as one so unexpectedly, there were no tears. As the grave was dug on a cliff overlooking the vast oceans, there were no tears. As the casket holding her mother's lifeless form was entrusted to the island's life-giving soil, there were no tears. As Genzo spoke a few words over the grave, loud enough that it carried to the bushes where Nami crouched, hidden from everyone's sight, and simply remembered the woman that had given her the greatest gifts of all, twice, there were no tears. Not even when the crudely made cross was placed upon the grave as a marker were there any tears. No tears at all. But when the sun set on the day of Bellemere's funeral, when the shadows invaded the house that had been the only home she'd ever known, the best and richest home she could have had, it now seemed to her, that was when the tears finally did come. And gods, did they come. Every piece of furniture held echoes of her mother, had her mother's love written all over it. Her mother's ghost was lingering by the stove, stirring the memory of tangerine sauce. Her shadow was gently tugging on the old, faded curtains as she waited for Nijiko's blue hair to separate from the dark sky and long shadows to come home finally. Her voice echoed in Nami's ears, like an intake of breath that would, could, should be followed by a mouth, a tongue forming a word, forming her name. Nami. That was when the tears were there, suddenly, and broke through her lashes, through stubbornly pressed closed eyelids, very much like the force of nature they were. A tidal wave of emotion, of agony, of desperation, of denial, of anger, so much that she felt she was drowning in them. Her mother couldn't be dead. Her mother had no right to be dead. Her mother didn't deserve to be dead. How in the name of all that was holy could her mother truly be dead? How could she when she needed her, would always need her like air to breathe and food to eat and water to drink and sun and wind and earth and all those things that essentially spelt life but that you never think about because they're always there, readily accessible and in abundance? Was it stupid of her to hope that the steps she heard outside of the house were her mother's? Was it delusional to pray and beg to every deity that the door slowly swinging open and allowing the cool evening air access to the house was being opened the woman she knew, logically knew, to be dead and buried on a cliff with a view? Was it selfish of her to wish that the arms embracing her, rocking her back and forth in an attempt to soothe, were not her sister's but hers? Even as they cried and sobbed together, as tears painfully crawled down both of their faces, Nami couldn't stop herself from wishing, from hoping, from praying, dreaming, begging and bargaining with every deity that would listen to make it not real, to take it back. She'd do anything, give anything, sacrifice anything, anything, just please, please, I beg you, give us back our mother. What should I do? Please help us, mother. Name opened her eyes. Almost screaming, her eyes immediately looked around, fearing she was back in that cursed room, only to see she was in the new ship, going merry, she reminded herself. She sighed in relief as cold sweat rolled down her forehead, still trying to catch her breath. She was with her crew. She wasn't alone with that monster. Suddenly the memories of her mother rushed in. She felt her eyes welling, tears falling on her lap, his laughter ringing in her ears like a bell. She-ha-ha-ha. Her fingernails almost tore the mattress of her bed. Her teeth clenching, remembering his cursed laughter, laughing at the body of her mother, a hole between her eyes. She suddenly remembered the promise Luffy had given her. You're my nakama. I would go through hell for you. Her arms relaxed at his voice. Nami knew her captain wasn't lying to her. He spoke sincerely to her. The way he smiled at her, a smile slowly erupted on her face. Using her right hand, she wiped away the tears from her eyes and cheek. You're my nakama. Nami didn't know how, but she found herself standing right in front of Luffy's door. It was the middle of the night. The sea was as calm as ever, now that Nami thought about it. She couldn't remember the sea being calm for so long. There should have been at least a storm by now. She wondered if they were just lucky or Luffy's storm fruit had anything to do with it. Raising her hand, she prepared to knock on his door. Taking a deep breath, she knocked 3 times before stopping. The door opened, revealing Luffy with his shirt on but not covering his chest. Nami knew Luffy had quickly just worn a shirt before opening the door. "Nami, what is it?" Luffy asked, concerned before noticing her red eyes from crying. He was about to ask what was wrong. "Luffy, can I come in?" I need to tell you something," Nami requested, with a slight tone, almost as if she didn't want the rest of the ship to hear despite being in the middle of the night. Luffy quickly nodded, opening the door wider, stepping aside as Nami walked inside. Surprisingly, she saw his clothes were well organized in a chair and not just around the floor. Luffy seemed to understand what she was thinking. "Makino, she made sure always to tell me that I should always clean my room, and whatnot," Luffy stated with a melancholy smile on his face before gesturing for Nami to sit either in his bed or chair. Nami sat at the edge of the bed. It was a king-sized bed, her legs outside of the bed's frame. Luffy sat at the chair near the bed. But Nami gestured for him to sit in the bed. Luffy said nothing but sat at the end of the bed across her. Turning her eyes at him, she felt her courage returning, her heart beating like a hammer on her chest. "Luffy, you said you would always help your nakama," she said, her voice insecure. "Of course, Nami," Luffy said in a heartbeat, with no second thoughts. "Do you consider me as your nakama?" "Always, Nami," Luffy spoke, putting his hand on her shoulder, ensuring her. "Luffy, I need you to kill someone for me." "Who?" "Arlong, the Saw." She spoke the name with venom, her hands clenching against the mattress of his bed. "What did he do to you?" Luffy asked with a dangerous tone, the same tone he used against the likes of Morgan and Buggy. Nami found herself shedding tears. She started telling him but didn't stop until she told him everything. Arlong killing her mother, forcing her to draw maps for him, and the deal to buy the village with 100 million berry. Luffy held her close as she sobbed against his chest, her hands holding his shirt. "He will die, Nami. Slowly. He will pay for everything. You have my word," Luffy promised, holding her close. The state of anger in Luffy caused violent winds to suddenly erupt around the sea, but not close enough to damage the ship. She cried for a minute before silence fell over them. Luffy held her close. The silence went on for 10 minutes before Nami pulled away. "Thank you, Luffy. You have no idea how much that means to me," Nami thanked him. Luffy noticed the mark on her shoulder, his hand touching her skin around the tattoo. "He marked me with his tattoo," Nami said. Luffy's eyes narrowed. "I will tear his whole arm apart for this," Luffy promised. This caused a dark smile on Nami's face, quite liking the thought of him being torn apart to shreds, to become nothing. She stopped her thoughts. Her eyes were fixated on his eyes. The closeness made her feel good. His breath close to her face. The man in front of her had saved her 3 times, had trained her, done nothing but good things. Her cheeks went red. Luffy got concerned that Nami was perhaps sick. "Nami, are you sick?" He was stopped by Nami's lips crushing against his mouth. Luffy's eyes widened, but the feeling of her sweet lips felt like nothing ever before. Immediately made him wanting more. He kissed her back. A moan escaped Nami's lips as she swung her arms behind his neck, wanting more. Luffy kissed back hungry before he immediately remembered. Pulling away, Nami left out a sigh of disappointment. "I'm sorry, Nami," Luffy apologized quickly, moving slightly away. "Why are you apologizing? You're not my girlfriend. Makino and even Grandpa always told me that I should never kiss a girl that is not my girlfriend," Luffy explained. Makino, Grandpa, and the doctor of the town had given him and his brothers a small talk when it came to women. Well, mostly the doctor, since his grandpa seemed not to like to explain that kind of stuff that much, and Makino would turn bright red. Nami smiled at his words before leaning closer to his face. Luffy couldn't help his eyes from going to her cleavage. The way her face was leaning close to his face made her cleavage quite open to him. "If that's the case, then I would be happy to be your girlfriend." "Luffy, do you want to be my boyfriend?" Nami asked, her lips almost touching his. Luffy found himself surprised by her words. He had never thought a woman as beautiful as Nami would want him. "I like you, Nami," he whispered. "I licky you too, oh Luffy." Soon the sleep came over them, Luffy holding her close. Nami couldn't remember the last time she had felt so safe, so loved. "My captain, I will do my best to ensure that you become the king of the pirates. Tomorrow." Nami continued to steer her course while Zoro had went to the upper deck to swing his weight-covered practice blade. Right now, Luffy was actually taking care of one of the more important duties of being the ship's captain and designing the flag. "Finished," Luffy declared loudly while holding up the black painted cloth. "What do you think?" "That you badly need lessons," was what they were all thinking. They could see what he had tried to create. They really could. If they squinted and tilted their heads a little, they could just make out a grinning skull wearing what was supposed to be Luffy's hat. Luffy, how can I say this?" said Nami, who was trying to think of a nice way to let him know that his flag was not that good. "Your flag looks like crap," Zoro said, saving Nami the trouble. Luffy's brow furrowed in confusion. He looked down on it and eyed it with what would pass for him as critically. "Really? What's wrong with it? Do you think it should look angry?" "Nah, it's fine. You're just crap at drawing," replied Zoro. "For a second, I thought you just didn't like the design," Luffy stated, sighing in relief. "Lucky for you. The great and powerful Usopp just so happened to be a world-famous artist. Ryugat, I don't believe you. So have taken the task of designing our Jolly Roger on myself. Witness the awe-inspiring symbol of this mighty crew." He unfurled another large black cloth. Wow, they had to admit that it was a really nice flag. Now, this showed real promise. From the flag, it was clear that Usopp had a steady hand and genuine artistic talent, as well as a serious case of narcissism. "Not your symbol, idiot." Nami built it out along with a rap to the back of the liar's head. Usopp quickly drawn another flag with Luffy's design. With Luffy's powers, the flag was ready, and so were the sails. Bam! Luffy and Nami jolted up at the sound of something heavy hitting the deck, then jumping a mile as they came face to face with the business end of a cannon. "Look what I found in the captain's quarters." "Gank. Usopp, next time you want us to look at the ship cannon, don't point it at us." Usopp rubbed his head and looked at his seething shipmates. "Aw, don't be like that. This thing not even loaded, see." Kaboom! The smell of gunpowder, deafening noise and falling onto the floor when the cannon wheeled backwards from the blast told him otherwise. The cannonball skimmed above the ocean, hitting a small spit of land and blowing it to pieces. "Oh, my head." He once again was rubbing the back of his skull gently. Nami turned to Luffy after hitting Usopp. "What member do we need now?" Nami asked, looking at Luffy. "We need a cook," grumbled Zoro while seated in the corner, feeling too cool to sit at the table like a normal person. "Yeah, someone who can tell at a glance what we can and can't eat out on the ocean and how to prepare it safely. A cook is almost if not just as important as a navigator on long voyages." Luffy agreed with Zoro's and Nami's reasoning. Luffy promised her last night that they would deal with Arlong after they got another crew member. Nami was fine with that. She still had a month left to pay. "Later, come out and face me," a deep masculine voice yelled from outside on the deck. Luffy was on his feet in an instant, rushing out the door to see a guy with a canchan taking up his left cheek, waving a thick saber about and wrecking whatever he could see. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are tearing up my ship?" Luffy asked angrily. The man sneered. His glare was visible even past his kick-ass sunglasses. "It doesn't matter who I am. There's no point in telling someone who I'm gonna kill." He charged at Luffy with his blade held over his head to cleave the boy in half. It was all too easy for him to simply sidestep the sword as it swung down, then bring his fist up casually to deliver a tremendous gut punch to his attacker, making the swordsman cough out a small amount of blood before falling limp on Luffy's arm. "I didn't ask who you are, cause I really don't care. But I won't stand guys like you just jumping onto Mary and trying to wreck it." He tossed the attacker towards the cabin wall, making a loud thud when he hit the timber, followed by sliding down and sitting in a manner similar to the crew's own swordsman. "Johnny!" Zoro exclaimed at the sight as he stepped out of the cabin. The downed man, despite seconds before being tossed around like a rag doll, was back on his feet in an instant at the sound of the familiar voice, surprise and relief on his face. "Zoro, my brother." Zoro has a brother. The captain of the ship was quite surprised. In the same way, Usopp was quite a liar, or Nami was quite a thief. "Relax, Luffy. It's just a thing that swordsmen have with each other," Zoro explained before turning back to his old friend. He looked around a little first, then asked something that was nagging at him. "Hey, where is Yasaku? Usually, you guys are harder to separate than white from rice." Johnny started tearing up, which naturally meant that every hole on his face was starting to run like a freaking river. "Brother, it's horrible. Johnny is ... Is what? Dying." A new man was sprawled out across the deck as he dropped dead there. He wore a long coat, ugly checkered shorts and a black t-shirt that was quite clearly covered in fresh bloodstains, as was the symbol-less forehead protector that he wore on his shaved bald head. "This came upon him all at once," said Johnny. "One minute he was fine, then bam, he collapses. His teeth start falling out like they were held in with old gum. His wounds reopened, and he can barely move. He was too sick to be moved, so I shored on that little spit of land over there. That is until you decided to shoot a cannon at us." Usopp felt guilty and looked down in shame. "Sorry, you're completely forgiven," Johnny said straightly. "Well, that was easy," Nami commented dryly. "What was the point in being mad if you forgave that quickly? What's the point in getting angry? My brother is going to die anyway." He brought his arm up to his eyes and rubbed them. My brother and I have been traveling the East Blue for years, picking off the small-time bounties and ending a few reigns of terror before they even really start. Sure, we're not one of the greats, but we've managed to make a name for ourselves." He snorted and bit back his tears. "But that's all over now. My brother and all we accomplished together are gonna die right here." "You idiot." The men turned to see Nami march up to Yasuke's downed form, poking and prodding him and lifting his lips to check his mouth like a horse. "Nami," Zoro exclaimed, "show some respect for the almost dead," added Usopp. "Usopp," she snapped at him, "go into the galley with Zoro and juice about a dozen limes, then bring it back here." The two just looked at her in confusion. "Go." The second time got the required response. The two raced back up the stairs and into the ship's kitchen, returning about a minute later with a tankard of lime juice which Nami instructed to make the sick man drink. "Looks like you're lucky that we shot at you. Otherwise, you never would have come aboard, and your friend would have succumbed to scurvy," smirked the navigator, trying not to laugh at the fact that if her newest nakama hadn't almost killed them, one of them would be dead for sure. "Scurvy, that sounds familiar," Johnny said, rubbing his chin, trying to remember where he'd heard that before. Nami nodded. "It should. Scurvy used to be about as common as a sunburn for sailors. You get it if you don't get enough fruits and vegetables in your diet, which used to cause problems since they didn't have proper techniques to preserve them for longer voyages. Nowadays, only people going on short trips or the brain-dead travel without any fruit or veg." "Ooh, would you believe we were doing the first one?" "No, I would not." "Nuts." Johnny was impressed. "Wow, so you are a doctor." Nami looked at him like he was stupid. "This isn't doctoring. Practically anyone who ever goes sailing has to know this. Weren't you ever taught that?" Suddenly there was a rustle beneath them. They didn't have time to react before the dying man at their feet jumped up and embraced his friend in a manly hug. "I quote, am completely healed," cheered Yasaku, waving his arm about merrily while giving everyone a big, goofy, and completely intact smile, causing the Straw Hats to wonder if he had eaten some sort of healing devil fruit, before collapsing back to the floor unconscious with blood pouring out of his mouth. Nami turned to her shipmates. "What did we learn today?" "Always prepare for long voyages," said Usopp. "Don't you think that you'll be healed immediately after being cured?" guessed Zoro. "That to not understatement the sea," Luffy said. "Good enough." Eventually, the talk came back to cooking, with Luffy stating that they needed someone who also would want to be in the sea for a long time and be a pirate. "Can't be just anyone either," said Zoro while lazing against the mast. "If he's coming aboard this ship, then they can't just cook. They have to be able to defend themselves at least." Johnny, who was busy tending to the still ill Yasaku, perked up at the description. "Brother, I know of such a chef." Zoro and the rest turned to him. "You do?" Johnny nodded. "Yeah, but getting him to join might be a real pain." Luffy just grinned in response. "So he'll fit right in then. Just tell us where to go." Later, after 2 days, the new people in the ship soon found out that Captain Luffy was a slave driver. At 7 a.m., the whole crew was awake, first eating breakfast before Luffy started training them as if there was no tomorrow, with Usopp being tired within an hour after they started. Right now, the crew was just resting before a ship soon came into view. It wasn't exactly a fish. It was a fairly large ship with a big fish head for the figurehead and a large fishtail for the rudder. It had 2 masts that had their masts furled up, and from what the crew could see, several anchors since the boat barely rocked against the waves. They could tell that the ship obviously wasn't built for speed since it was almost completely round and about as dynamic as a brick. "I ain't kidding," Johnny huffed. "This is Barati, the Barati, as in the famous ocean-going 5-star restaurant. I hear that this place has the best and most exotic food outside of the Grand Line, and you don't even need to book a table since not everyone can get to it," exclaimed the giddy Nami, who, after so long of eating only the basics, was ready for some civilized cuisine. Suddenly a deafening roar came out of nowhere, rocking the ship. "MMIATT." The storm boy moaned loudly, visions of foods the likes of which he'd never tasted filling his vision. Zoro sighed and grasped the back of his captain's shirt. "We better hurry inside before he freaks out everyone in the restaurant." "Yeah, right, brother. I remember your face when I told you he often comes here," Yasaku snidely remarked, coughing a little as he still wasn't 100%. Zoro grinned in a manner usually reserved for men who twirl their facial hair between their fingers, sending a chill up everyone but the hungry captain's spine. Of course, that did nothing to match the absolute terror they felt when a massive thunderclap echoed through the air, and the ocean just next to Mary exploded, causing the small ship to rock harshly. Usopp landed on his behinds while Zoro unintentionally let go of Luffy in surprise as Luffy grabbed Nami not to fall. "Pirate scum, surrender or die," a male voice shouted out past the water spout the explosion made. It was a marine vessel, all right. The but ugly zebra stripe pattern it had in the word Marines in big, bold letters painted across the sail left no one wondering that. Wait, I don't recognize your Jolly Roger," the voice said again, coming from the impeccably dressed man aboard. He was a fairly tall man, Not all that surprising since short Marines don't garner much in the way of intimidation and reasonably well built, showing he could probably hold his own in a fight if he wasn't afraid of getting his purple and black pinstripe suit ruined. His non-girly pink hair was combed back and parted either side of his rather average and forgettable face. On his fists, however, were a pair of unusual knuckle dusters. Instead of the smooth design that flowed with every bump of a finger joint, 4 screw heads were over each of them. Well, if you don't just look like a bunch of kids playing pretend of your daddy's boat. The man taunted. I'm Lieutenant Iron Fist Fullbody of the Marines. And who might you brats be? Are you really pirates or just pretending? We're the Straw Hat Pirates. We just made our Roger 2 days ago, Luffy stated, standing in front of his crew. Oh, who's the captain? Fullbody asked, scanning the crew. I'm the captain, Luffy stated. He noticed Usopp from the corner of his eyes, slightly moving forward and ready to raise his hand and perhaps say something. But Luffy sent a wave of Conqueror's haki at him, which caused Usopp to almost fall flat on his face. Shaking in fear, Luffy knew it was all fun and games within the crew, but Usopp needed to realize that it was another thing entirely when in front of strangers, especially Marines or other pirate crews. The Marine focused on Zoro briefly before stopping on Johnny and Yasaku. You two are those low-rank bounty hunters, Jamie and Kasaku or something, right? Jamie narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. That's Johnny and Yasaku. Oh, like it's important, Fullbody smirked. From the look of it, you two were kidnapped by these no-name rookies. That's kinda sad because I don't think even the weakest of crews would waste their time recruiting a couple of idiots who've never claimed a bounty past a few million. Yeah, Johnny said with his hand to his ear. Brother, I think this 2-bit Marine just insulted us, he said in a mocking tone. Yasaku took a drag on his cigarette and nodded, bringing his hand up to take the cigarette and discreetly cough up some blood. Yeah, we can't let some color-blind idiot tarnish our good name. Without a second thought, they drew their swords and charged at Fullbody, jumping over Mary's side and directly at the Marine boat. Get ready, you Marine peacock. Without flinching, Fullbody brought his metal-knuckled right fist to block against Johnny's swords, smashing through the blade like plaster and ramming his fist right between the bounty hunter's eyes. His unguarded fist corkscrewed, both deflecting Yasuka's sword away from him and catching him in the solar plexus. The two were dropped like weights. The Marine then picked up the two and, with minimal effort, flung them back onto Luffy's ship face first. A Marine's rank reflects his power like a bounty reflects a pirate. You two couldn't make it past Ensign or break a million buri like you are. Know your limits, he sneered. Fullbody. A female moan came from inside the Marine ship cabin just before a door opened, and a pair of thin, hairless arms reached out to grasp his. Come on, quit picking on those kids. You know the Barrady doesn't hold tables if we're late. He looked into the cabin and smiled. Fine. He turned back to the Straw Hats. Today's my day off, and this ship isn't made for capturing scum like you, so I'll leave for now. But if I see you again out there, you'll be mine. With that, the ship began to sail away. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp stared after the ship while Nami knelt down beside Yasaku to check the damage. Back on the ship, Fullbody, leaving the cabin he was in and covered in lipstick marks, turned to an ensign keeping an eye on the pirate ship they were leaving. Let's nip this in the bud. Okay. Aye, sir, the Marine said and lit the cannon, sending the round shell at them with a loud boom. Fullbody watched almost in slow motion as the ball went rocketing at the crew. Glad he stopped something that hadn't even started. He was so gonna enjoy this ... or at least that's what he thought until the cannon stopped just before hitting the ship. Luffy. They're gonna fire on us. He then followed his first instinct to jump so the explosion would carry him to safety. Of course, the cannon hadn't even been fired yet, so instead, he just crashed face first beside Johnny. Boom. Just as the cannonball was fired, Luffy jumped onto the bulwark before grabbing the ball in his hands. The bounty hunters and Usopp's jaws were hanging at their knees. Nami just smirked. She found herself quite liking when Luffy showed his strength. And Zoro was more annoyed than anything that he hadn't had the chance to see if he could split it in two before it exploded. Fullbody, on the other hand, was angry. Luffy grinned as he threw the cannonball around his hands as if it was a mere toy. Do you want this back? He asked innocently. It collided with the Marine that had shot the cannon and sent him crashing into the captain's cabin hard enough to make the wood crack. Back on going. Merry Usopp had lifted his jaw back up and was staring after the Marine vessel. He made a mental note never to be surprised by whatever his captain does. Soon the pirate crew walked inside the restaurant. It looked quite good. Luffy couldn't wait until they ate food. They soon chose a table. Luffy and Nami sat close to each other, his arm around her waist. Usopp looked shocked. He hadn't thought the two were together. Zoro just raised an eyebrow before shrugging his shoulders. Who cares? A blonde suddenly came over to their table, eyeing Nami with hearts on his eyes. Nami immediately knew she could play this kind of person like a fiddle. The sea has brought such a beautiful woman as you into our restaurant. "What can I serve you, my lady?" The blonde spoke slightly, bowing at Nami, who started acting as if she was impressed. Luffy just rolled his eyes. "Oh, thank you for the compliment. I like everything on the menu, but they're quite expensive," Nami said, playing the innocent girl masterfully. Zoro murmured which under his breath. Sanji had hearts on his eyes, almost drooling from his mouth. "No need to pay. For such a beautiful lady such as you. There's no price for you. We are grateful to have you here," Sanji stated, walking away, ready to prepare the dishes. Luffy smiled, kissing Nami on the cheek, who quite liked it. The crew suddenly noticed the captain with his date, acting all smugly, sitting across from a beautiful woman and would soon be eating the most delicious food in all the sea. The admiring hushed whispers made it all the sweeter he of the other patrons. This was how it should be. The waiter was at their table in just a few scant minutes. He poured their wine while balancing their food in his other hand and on his head. Fullbody picked up his glass and sniffed it, catching the eye of his date. He took a delicate sip of the wine and swirled it in his mouth gently before swallowing. "Ah, a delicate bouquet from North Mikuo. I'd know that rare taste anywhere. A wine that is dry, full-bodied and slightly acidic such as this could only be Ichiratsu Bogashi. Right, waiter." He lapped up the sounds of amazement at his wine-tasting skills. "Completely wrong, sir." Fullbody coughed and glared at the waiter. "North Mikuo doesn't make red wine. And I don't know what you think full-bodied or dry meant either, but this wine certainly isn't either." The chef smiled without dropping his cigarette. "And I'm the assistant chef Sanji, not a waiter." Sanji was certainly dressed like a waiter. He was tall, thin and dressed in a black double-breasted jacket suit, a blue striped shirt and black tie. He had bright blonde hair combed to cover his left eye, with strange whirlpool eyebrows. He put down the soup he balanced in front of the giggling woman and livid marine. The admiration had turned into mocking laughter. This idiot had made him a laughing stock. He'd paid extra to have that bit set up so he could impress his date. How dare this punk do that to him? He took something from his pocket and discreetly dropped it in his food. A gag toy he'd confiscated from one of his men when he thought to play a trick on his commanding officer. "Hey, what's the big idea?" he crowed just as Sanji had turned to leave. "There a problem, sir?" The lieutenant snorted. "You're damn right there is. Do you mind telling me what a fly is doing in my soup?" Sanji looked down at the offending bowl, seeing a small mayfly floating in the creamy broth. It looks like the backstroke to me." The tittering and whispers turned into full-blown guffaws as the marine was completely made to look like an idiot. "Now, if you'll excuse me, crash." The offending bowl, along with the hardwood table it was sitting on, were broken into pieces when a metal-covered fist came crashing down on it, sending crystal and cutlery everywhere. People stopped their dining and mocking suddenly while chefs ran into the restaurant from the kitchen to see what the commotion was about. "Who the hell do you think you are dealing with?" Fullbody snarled, standing up and glaring at the assistant chef. "I'm Iron Fist Fullbody of the Marines, not some run-of-the-mill nobody you think you can mess with." The charming humor drained from Sanji's face. He kneeled down at the broken table and looked at the two broken and empty bowls, their former contents spilt and inedible. "If you'd just taken out that rubber fly you put in, you could have eaten the soup," Sanji said flatly, making the whispering at the drama goes up that much more. "I'm a customer, you crap waiter," Fullbody retorted. "That mean I paid you to treat me like royalty, not a court jester." The chefs watching all paled considerably. "Sanji don't." Sanji stood up to his full height. He was about an inch or so taller than the marine and glared him down with his single visible eye. "That right. And I suppose you think money gives you the right to act like a messer, right?" The end result was a pink-haired and purple-suited man now sporting a red face being held by his jaw up in the air by an angry chef. "The first and only rule of the Barady," he said with no slight edge. "Don't waste food." Fullbody could help but gulp out in fear. This really wasn't his day. He continued to think that when he found himself flying through the air to land on the floor, whacking the back of his head onto the back of a table. "Sanji, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Patty Cooker was the patty cooker of the boat, in charge of grilling, braising, frying and baking burger patties as well as steaks and chops. Patty, the sailor man, grabbed Sanji by the wrist, being careful not to touch the hands, and glared at him. "You idiot. The #1 rule of this establishment is that the customer is king. They're the lifeblood of the business. So why, pray tell, why is his lifeblood leaking out of him?" Sanji pulled his arm out of the cook's grip and shrugged. He wasted food. The larger cook gripped the side of his head. "AGH, what the blast is it with you and food? You're gonna get us closed one day, you idiot." "Yeah, like today." Fullbody moaned and got up. "I'm going to make sure that this madhouse is shut down, and this lousy waiter is put away for a long time. Not if I send you away first," the cook said calmly, earning a horrified look from Fullbody and a gasp from almost everyone else. Luffy watched in interest. He was quite impressed by the blonde. Zoro caught up with what Luffy was thinking and prayed that he wouldn't choose the pervert. The other chefs rushed the blonde, grabbing at him every which way to stop their comrade from making a bigger mistake than he'd already made. "Chef Zeph, a little help." said one of the cooks restraining Sanji. Zeph's reaction was immediate. His peg lashed out at the teen, catching him where the neck meets the shoulder and sending him to the floor. Are you trying to make us go under, you eggplant? Well, at least you know how to discipline the customer. Not that that's going to make me reconsider shutting you down, chuckled Full Buddy while pulling himself up, only to be sent back to the floor by the angry Zeph. Are you insane? Do you know who I am? Groaned the Marine, trying once more to pick himself up. Zeph was the owner and head chef of the Barady. In his youth, he had a tall and imposing figure, but years had worn away at the tall side a little, leaving him with only the imposing part. The head chef snorted. Yeah, you're the lousy asshole that thinks he can shut me down. Feel free to try. I'll leave a place as the dishwasher boy open for you when you get laughed out of the Marines. Full Buddy stared at the elder man with wide eyes. This was the place that had everyone singing praises. Were these guys even really cooks? Just as he was thinking about the implausibility of the situation, the entrance flung open and a Marine ran in. Lieutenant Full Buddy, he's escaped, the Marine declared. That Krieg pirate we caught a few days ago busted out of the holding cell and beat the whole crew half-T. The Marine's chest exploded in a shower of blood when a bullet passed through, causing the man to fall to his knees in the floor, gasping for life. How did he escape? We haven't fed him, so how? The Marine yelled as the Marine died slowly. This caused Zeph to kick the captain far away from his restaurant. The door swung open. Everyone turned to see the new arrival. He was thin, almost unhealthily so, and there were bags under his eyes. He wore a jacket with a serpent design on the back over a dark green shirt and pants, all of them dirty and tattered. He looked like he'd been through hell and emerged out the other end. In one hand, he held a pistol. Silence reigned over the restaurant. The man walked over to an empty table and sat down in a chair, his feet on the table. He spoke, his voice a dry rasp. I don't care what it is, just get me something to eat. An uneasy murmuring broke out among the establishment patrons, anxious about the aura of danger around the man. The Straw Hats didn't care much but noticed he was starving. Welcome, mere bastard, the man said, with nothing but cheesy compliance in his voice. Do you have any money to pay for your meal? The burly cook asked, that freaky-ass smile still on his face. The starving man aimed at the cook's head. Do you take steel? He asked, obviously used to intimidation tactics. The cook's smile turned into a sneer within nanoseconds. With no forewarning, the man swept the chair out from under the pirate. As the starving man fell to the ground, the cook whirled the chair above his head and brought it down quite heavily on the man's back. Luffy didn't like what he saw, but he was quite curious about what Sanji would do. Nami had seen worse. Zoro didn't particularly care, and Usopp was terrified of the man's obvious strength, hence the lack of intervention on their part. Zeph muttered under his breath, Patty, you continue to disappoint me, before returning to the kitchen. Sanji disappeared, and the crew was left to eat their meal, though with much less of an appetite. Luffy exited the restaurant, looking to check up on the man. To his mild surprise, Sanji was already there, laying a plate of food in front of the pirate. The man seemed shocked at the display of kindness, while Sanji merely leaned against the railing and lit a cigarette. Oi, eat it. You must be hungry. The man was starting to tear up as the aroma of the food hit his nostrils, but he turned away. This is worse than being kicked out. I won't accept pity. My pride as a man and as a pirate won't let me. Take it away. Sanji merely repeated his command. The pirate crumbled, and he started to eat like a starving dog. As he ate, his tears broke free, flowing freely down his face. Delicious, delicious, it's too delicious. I've never had anything this good, he admits through his full mouth, trying to hide his tears. Sanji merely grins. Luffy sits on the railing beside Sanji. You're a pretty nice guy, to feed him even though he couldn't pay. You're pretty strong too. Why don't you join my crew? Sanji looks up incredulously at Luffy, who merely waits for a reply. He had made his request. He would wait for an answer and then nag until the answer was yes if it was a no. Not a chance. That beauty of yours is amazing, but death itself couldn't drag me from this restaurant. That old fart needs me, whether he'll admit it or not. Besides, I have no interest in being a pirate. Sanji blew the smoke cloud in Luffy's face. The starving man, now complete, turns to face Luffy. You're a pirate, aren't you? Luffy nods his head. Where are you headed? The Grand Line. Sanji raised an eyebrow, but the man seemed to almost choke in shock. Take that back. You don't want to go there. You can't imagine the horrors in that wretched ocean. No, I'm going to become the Pirate King, and I will never stop until I achieve my dream. Navy HQ. Garp was very busy. He was sweating, struggling, on the brink of defeat, breathing heavily. He narrowed his eyes at his enemy. His enemy had grown stronger. You will not defeat me, Garp declared loudly at his enemy, before eating his 809th donut. Eating in delight was quite delicious, but he was trying to break the world record of eating the number of donuts eaten within an hour. The record was held by a pirate of Big Mom's crew. Garp had forgotten his name but didn't bother to try and remember. As he prepared to eat another one, the door swung open, almost falling on the floor. Inside walked his oldest friend, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who, unlike Garp, looked furious. "What now?" Garp asked, bored, knowing he must stop fighting with his eternal enemy and fight another day. "Another good rookie," Sengoku stated, slamming a bunch of wanted posters on the desk. This had Garp's attention, wondering if Luffy had already started making name, despite being a bit too soon for that. "Who?" Garp asked curiously. "Porcas de Ace," Sengoku simply stated. On the outside, Garp didn't have much of a reaction, but inside he was grinning like a madman. What's so special about him? What did he do to piss off the Marine? Garp asked with an uncaring tone, picking on his nose. "Not the Marine, the world government," Sengoku stated with a grave tone. Garp stopped whatever he was doing after hearing his statement. "World government? Did they find out?" "No, that can't be it. If it were, the Marine would waste no time to put Gal Diaz on the wanted poster." "What has he done?" Garp asked with more interest. Sengoku turned to his old friend and told him what had happened. By the end, Garp looked shocked, but not for the reasons that Sengoku thought. "That's my grandson," Garp thought as he looked at his new wanted poster. "Wanted, dead or alive. Porcas de Ace, 956,480,000 berry." Days after days passed, and the crew was still staying in Berry. Luffy was still trying to convince Sanji to join their crew, but the blonde just wouldn't budge, his mind as hard as a rock. Despite standing in one place, they weren't exactly doing nothing. Luffy was still training his crew in haki, ensuring they would be ready for the Grand Line. While standing here, Luffy noticed that the restaurant owner wasn't exactly just an old man. He wondered just how strong he truly was. Right now, the crew was busy eating their breakfast. Well, they were trying to eat. If it wasn't for Luffy eating everything, except for Nami's food, that was the only food he didn't try to eat. One client of the restaurant looked outside the window, only to gasp before screaming like a little girl. "That's Don Krieg's pirate ship." Luffy curiously looked outside to see the ship of the so-called Admiral of the Pirates of East Blue or whatever he was called. Luffy didn't bother remembering it. Looking at the flag, "That's a very stupid flag," Luffy commented. Nami giggled at her lover while Zoro was itching for a good fight. The clients run away from Berady as fast as possible, not wanting to meet their demise from a fearful pirate as Don Krieg. The cooks soon started blaming Patty for Don Krieg's arrival since, in their minds, he wouldn't have come here if he had served his men when he was here. "We are in so much trouble, Luffy, shouldn't we sail away?" Usopp asked, his voice trembling. Luffy didn't pay him attention. He was more focused on the coming ship, wondering if this could be his chance to convince Sanji to join the crew. Nami wanted to see how strong the Admiral Pirate of East Blue, Don Krieg, was compared to Luffy. "Do you believe Jin returned to pay his debt?" The captain, wearing a straw hat, inquired. "I have my doubts." Sanji drew a pull from his cigarette and smiled. "However, something's not right." They were all watching as the ship emerged from the early mist in clear view. Well, what was left of the ship? That ship has sunk. What kind of storm did they find themselves in? The gigantic galleon was, as Sanji predicted, a complete catastrophe. The sails were ripped and shredded. The screaming saber-toothed cat figurehead was half gone. About halfway up, the main mast was damaged. The wood seemed to be barely holding together. The ship looked to have barely survived a massive storm. The front door of the restaurant crashed open, showing a massive man. Soon they saw the big man was actually supported by none other than Jin, who was desperately trying to hold him standing. Who the Straw Hat crew knew was Don Krieg looked different than they expected. He had gray hair and bushy sideburns and bandages wrapped over his head. Please help me. I need food." The man identified as Don Krieg spoke, his voice weak and trembling. "Please, I need food and water. If it's money you want, I have enough." "What the heck is going on?" Patty asked before his eyes found the so-called Admiral of Pirates. "Is this half-dead-looking person really Don Krieg?" he said, but more like taunting the pirate. Krieg tried to take another before his legs couldn't hold his weight anymore, and he collapsed to the floor. "Don Krieg," Jin screamed. "Please, get some food and drink for him. He can't last that much longer." He searched a sea of faces for someone to sympathize with. There was none to be discovered since Zeph wasn't here, and Sanji and the Straw Hats were off to the side. No one moved to help him, and he had a look of incredulity on his face. "Ha ha ha." Patty erupted in laughter. "To think the dangerous Don Krieg really is collapsing in the floor like an egg. This time, we're paying consumers. We've got cash. There's enough of it. You have no right to reject us, darn it." Jin screamed angrily. Patty didn't pay him attention. Instead, he turned at the rest of the cooks. "Someone call the Marines. They'll never get another opportunity like this," Patty said before turning at Jin, who was glaring at him. "Don't give him even a glass of water." The cooks seemed to agree with what Patty was saying. Don was a dangerous pirate. They couldn't take the chance, not mentioning Don Krieg was known to be a piece of shit pirate. "I'm not going to hurt anyone." Krieg begged, barely saying his words. If you give me food, I swear I'll go away peacefully. Please, help me. He was on his knees, begging. Captain, you should not do something like this. You're a great pirate. You shouldn't drop your head in front of others, Jin said with tears in his eyes. Krieg ignored his men and instead begged more. Even the leftovers would do as long as it was food. Most of the crew was shocked to see a pirate like Don Krieg on his knees begging, except Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Nami knew the man was lying because she used this trick sometimes to get what she wanted. While humiliating, it worked most of the time. Are you trying to make us cry? You will get no food here, Patty said with a chuckle. Before Patty could say anything else, his face was kicked, sending him crashing against the wall by none other than Sanji, who was holding a plate with food and a bottle of wine. Jin, hand this over to him. Krieg began scarfing down his dinner with moans of relief as the two gaped in amazement. Sanji, one cook shouted in terror. Doesn't Sanji understand who he was helping? He started explaining how Don Krieg had attacked peaceful ports and how he would use marine flags to fool the villages not to attack him on sight, how he had betrayed and killed people behind their backs. Someone like him should starve to death. That's what a monster like him deserves, he shouted, and soon everything he said was proven right. Sanji was suddenly sent flying across the room by Don Krieg, who was grinning from ear to ear, an empty plate in his left hand before he threw it away. Zoro looked unamused but not shocked. Nami clenched her teeth. This pirate was no different than that monster. Usopp was trembling like a leaf. On the other hand, Luffy just stood, his arms crossed in front of his chest, his eyes covered by his straw hat. Everyone was surprised and scared by the sudden change of events. But Jin felt betrayed more than anything. Captain Krieg, exclaims Jin. You promised you wouldn't hurt anyone. That guy gave me food, he saved us. Don Krieg's huge hand grabbed his shoulder and crushed it. Jin screamed in agony from the pain. I have never tasted such delicious dish, Don Krieg said, smirking at the rest of the cooks who took steps back, away from him. It seems the snake finally bares his venomous teeth, Sanji said, not harmed by the pitiful attack of Krieg. Good ship you have here, Don said, looking around before setting his eyes on the cooks. Is mine now, he stated with a growing smirk. My ship is almost destroyed, Krieg spoke with a smirk, almost hungry tone. I'm in need of a new one. This ship is perfect, but don't worry, you all can go peacefully, Don Krieg said with a growing smirk on his face. On my ship, I still have 100 men who are all hungry. You'll make enough food to feed them all. He ordered the cooks, who didn't even move an inch to complete his orders. What are you waiting for? Do it now. Some have already died from hunger. Feed 100 guys who will only attack us after we have done so. You've got to be joking, right? We won't. It seems that you were under the assumption that it was a request. Krieg responded solemnly, making many chefs uncomfortable at his tone. I issued an order, and no one has broken it. I'm really sorry, Sanji. I had no idea this was going to happen, Jin said with clear regret. To this, Sanji said nothing but headed towards the kitchen, ignoring everyone until Patty shouted at him. Sanji, you fool, this is all your fault. If you had just done nothing, we wouldn't be in this mess. Now what do you think you're doing? What am I going to do? Isn't it obvious? I'm heading to the kitchen to prepare the food. I've got 100 men to feed. With a raised eyebrow, Sanji answered. Wise men, Don grinned in satisfaction, while the other cooks were shocked by Sanji's words. Like hell you will, they all said before pointing their guns at him, warning him. Tell us, Sanji, are you some kind of secret Krieg agent? One asked, looking at Sanji, who didn't look fazed by their guns. Then go ahead and shoot, Sanji said flatly, not fazed in the least. The chefs screamed and jerked their firearms back. Do you think I'm not aware that they're scum? The blonde made a sneering remark. As a cook, is my sworn duty to feed hungry people, save those bullets for his men if they decide to attack, he said before smoking his cigarette. I provide food for hungry people. What happens to them after that is irrelevant to me. I'll murder them personally if they decide to bite the hand that fed them. Patty struck Sanji in the back of the head with his massive hands, ignoring what Sanji was saying. This is getting out of hand, Nami commented at her crew. Usopp wondered why they were still here. To begin with, Zoro was just looking bored, waiting for permission to cut them down like dogs. Hold this fool down, Patty ordered at the others. I have seen you giving food to people I turned away. But back then I didn't say anything since I couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. But this time, you're completely incorrect. I'm going to defend this place by myself. He pulled the cover off his package, showing a big, shrimp-shaped hand cannon. Fortunately, we just have to deal with Krieg. He won't be able to defeat all of us. He raised the gun and aimed it. This is Barady, a prideful place. Every day, pirates arrive with the intent of causing havoc. We're more than capable of dealing with people like you, the cook stated, aiming his gun at the pirate captain, who narrowed his eyes. Don Krieg, we still haven't served the dessert. How about some now? Meatball of doom. Patty screamed and launched a cannonball at Krieg. The ball collided with the hulking pirate, engulfing him in a massive explosion. Don, as his captain was thrown through the doors and out of the restaurant, Jin shouted, thinking his captain was dead. Shit, I blasted the door. Zeph will have my head, Patty said nervously. It's all right, Patty, Karn said, reassuring him. It was to protect this place. Chef Zeph will understand. What about his men? They're still in the ship, Sanji asked from where he was standing on the floor. Patty turned to him. How about we smear butter on the ship and light it on fire, he suggested, with many approving of his idea. That dessert was very heavy, not even a one-star restaurant. Krieg stepped back into the room, unscathed. His body was covered in golden armor from neck to torso. You dirty pirate, rush him, Patty screamed, and all of the chefs rushed the enormous guy, wielding massive tableware-styled weapons. Do you have any idea with who you are dealing with? Krieg yelled as he drew 2 handguns from his armor and 10 more from different sections of his body. He quickly started fire, but the bullets didn't reach any of them. Instead, between Don and the cook stood one Monkey D. Luffy. One thing many noticed was his body wasn't wounded. Instead, the places where the bullet should have penetrated were dark clouds making tiny sparks around Luffy. Who are you? Don demanded. Who was he to do this? This Warren. On the other hand, Sanji murmured under his breath, the Arashi Arashi know my fruit, with a slight shiver, knowing this fruit was no joke. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I believe you're not welcome here anymore, Luffy stated with a serious look. Zoro at the side smirked, his hand on the pommel of his swords. Nami was impressed that Luffy saved the cooks from the bullets, before grabbing her staff, preparing to fight for her captain. Usopp looked insecure before swallowing a huge breath. This was his chance to show he was not a coward. Johnny and Yasaku followed what Zoro did, ready to protect Big Bro Luffy. You tiny worms believe you're going to be able to defeat me. I'm the most powerful man to ever exist. My armor is made of gold. Nothing can penetrate it. No one has ever been able to defeat me. I'm the strongest, he claimed in front of everyone. You done? That query was met with dead silence as Krieg glared at Luffy, wrath actually flowing from him as a vein visible on his forehead pulsed. You really think you're the strongest? Your name is neither Whitebeard, nor Kaido or Dragon or Shanks, so you're nothing, Luffy said with a serious look. What was that brat? Don shouted in anger. Did I say anything that wasn't clear? I have known people who could defeat you in their sleep, Luffy said as he thought of his grandpa, Mihawk, Shanks, and many others. Krieg was about to attack when a huge bag dropped in front of him. What is this? Owner Zeph. The chefs screamed in disbelief. 100 men's food, Zeph answered sluggishly. Get it to your men as soon as possible. Did they say Zeph? Krieg seemed to be sweating profusely. Sir, you couldn't possibly feed them that. They're going to go after the ship once they've recovered. The chef screamed. Oh, they'll do it, won't they? Krieg's expression clouded, but Zeph's smile remained. That is if they still have any fighting spirit. Grand Line dropouts, isn't that correct? Not even Don Krieg make it. The chefs were ecstatic. The Grand Line vanquished the strongest of the East Blue. Jin had a horrified look on his face, remembering that cursed place. You're Zeph Redleg. Krieg looked at Zeph as if he couldn't believe he was speaking to him. Captain and the amazing chef. So you're still alive, right? And you have nothing to do with my existence. As you can see, I'm currently working as a full-time chef. Zeph responded with not a single hint of fear in his eyes. A full-time cook. That's a clever way of putting things. It would be more accurate to remark that there is nothing more you can do right now. Krieg let out a hushed chuckle. To hear about Red Leg Zeph is to hear of a warrior who could kick so hard that the blood of his adversaries would stain his shoes. A man who could destroy rocks with just his legs and leave impressions on steel. In a battle, the guy who would never use his hands. You've devolved into a ridiculous nobody. Are you a full-time cook? Huh. You'll never be able to put your red shoes back on. You've become a chef because it's the only thing you know how to do. He smiled. According to what I've heard, you perished in a shipwreck. You appear to have made it out alive, although at the sacrifice of one of your precious legs. You can't fight now that it's gone. Sanji had a look of utter rage on his face as if he wanted to rip Krieg apart himself. It doesn't matter whether I can fight or not as long as I have these hands. I'm still a decent chef. Zeph responded indifferently. Are you going to get to the point, or are you going to babble on and on? The Grand Line. You not only navigated those seas, but you did it safely. You must have maintained a journal of your journey. Give it to me. Krieg was adamant. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes turned to stars, wanting to know about this old man who apparently had been in Grand Line. You have been in Grand Line? Luffy asked eagerly. Yes, kid, Zeph confirmed the news. And you're correct. I did keep a journal. It is still in my possession today, but I'm not going to pass it up to the likes of you. My staff and I are really proud of that logbook. It's much too precious to entrust to a weakling like you. Weakling, Krieg screamed angrily. I have never been defeated. I can crush mountains with my bare hands. How dare you call me a weakling? He boasted his achievements. It's pointless to explain it to someone as stupid as you are, Zeph responded, not showing the slightest hint of fear. In that case, I will rip it off your dead corpse. Grand Line might have defeated me, but I'm still the most powerful man in the world. Don Krieg. It was merely a matter of lack of knowledge on my part. It was the only defect I had. That's why I'm going to take your logbook. I'll rebuild my squad and tackle the Grand Line once I have it. I'll track down One Piece and rise to the throne of the Pirate King. Even Koby has more chances becoming the Pirate King than you do. Not mentioning there can be only one Pirate King. That's me, Luffy stated right in front of Don, who was red in the face from anger. The other cooks backed away in fear, while Sanji and Zeph stood their grounds. Are you planning on fighting, Luffy? Zoro asked, pulling out his most powerful sword. Is that your team? 2 punks and a young lady. Are you trying to mark me laugh? Krieg sneered. You forgot him, Luffy said, pointing at Sanji, who was roaring in denial. Don't make fun of me, you scumbag. Krieg finally lost his cool. On that nightmarish sea, my whole 5,000-man crew was wiped out, all because we lacked the necessary information. It wouldn't make a difference even if you had 50,000 soldiers. If you aren't powerful enough, the Grand Line will put you to death. This is how the term Pirate's Graveyard came about, Luffy stated. As Krieg's face went crimson with wrath, everyone in the room remained silent. Only 100 people out of 5,000 made it back. I'm surprised that those 100 has not yet abandoned you, Luffy spoke. You little worm, I will kill you. Once I skin you, I will rape that little boy. To everyone else, everything that happened next was only a blur. Only Zeph was able to kind of follow Luffy's move. Don himself didn't understand what had happened before he coughed blood from his mouth, his body not moving. The feelings of his limbs disappeared, as if they weren't there anymore. His eyes started bleeding, but despite the blood, he felt no pain, he felt nothing. The others saw what a moment ago was his chest. But instead, there was a hole almost the size of a hand, blood leaking like rain as the boards went red with blood. Captain, Jin exclaimed in horror. Don wanted to ask why he was screaming before everything slowly went dark. The last thing he saw was the boards coming towards him. His body fell on the floor, Luffy standing just 1 meter from where the dead pirate stood. Almost everyone paled at the speed demonstrated by Luffy, whose right hand was red with blood. Nami smiled at her captain. While it wasn't the first time she got threats like that, she was happy that her captain protected her dignity from garbage like Don. Zoro, on the other hand, looked annoyed that he wasn't the one to defeat Don Krieg. Usopp had gone as pale as snow. He gulped and made a mental note to never piss off Luffy. Sanji looked shocked, but not from the power, but more the captain protected the dignity of his crew. A smile crept on his face. It seemed Luffy wasn't someone to leave his nakama behind. Luffy approached the bag of food and took it. He turned around and went back to Jin, who was still lying on the floor, white face, dropping the heavy bag in front of the shocked guy. Feed your crew. This is your one and only opportunity, Luffy remarked while looking Jin in the eyes. You killed my captain, Jin suddenly yelled. Standing up, Zoro prepared to cut him down, but Luffy raised his hand. Jin clenched the staff in his hands, ready to attack Luffy, who looked at him with a cold look, almost freezing him. I will give you one chance. Grab the food and save your crewmates. But attack me, and I will make sure that you and your crew will go where your captain is. The whole atmosphere seemed to be freezing, their breath suddenly visible, some feeling cold as if winter was upon them. Jin looked at the food before looking at Luffy again. Cold sweat rolling down his forehead, almost freezing on his face. The others won't be happy, he stated. Despite Don perhaps not being the best captain, he still was their captain. Were they supposed to just turn a blind eye? If they're so eager to die, then I will sink them, Luffy promised. Jin calculated his options before taking the bag and sprinting towards the galley. What now, Captain? Usopp asked, looking where Jin left just a second ago. It's now a battle between pirate crews, Luffy expressed authoritatively. Usopp, be ready for a fight. These people aren't going anywhere if they attack us. Usopp nodded and left to fetch his guns from the Going Merry. Luffy then turned to face Zeph and addressed the former pirate. I'm sorry for the trouble, but maybe your staff of chefs should back away. If they decide to attack, then this could get ugly. You don't have to apologize, kid. On this ship, everyone did what they felt was the right thing to do. Several chefs started screaming that they were in this trouble because Sanji decided to help them. One of them turned and even started accusing Sanji for wanting to take Zeph's place as the main chef of Barady. Sanji was getting annoyed with him, ready to kick his face. Enough, you fools, the chefs flinched back, wide-eyed at Zeph as he shouted. Do any of you have any idea what it's like to be hungry? Really hungry? Do any of you know what it's like to be so hungry that you're begging to die? They were all stunned and perplexed as they gazed at him. You idiots have no idea how terrible and horrible it is to be stranded at sea without food or drink. The only difference between you and Sanji is that he understands what he's doing. With shocked expressions, the chefs turned to an unconcerned Sanji. It's pointless to weep over spilt milk. There's a door there if any of you wish to leave. Waving at the blown-out front doors, Zeph sneered. I'm going to remain right here. If I left without a battle, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Patty said, I live and work in this restaurant as well. There's no place for me to go. Karn smiled and nodded. None of you idiots will fight any longer. Zeph was firm in his convictions, and the power with which he spoke prevented any of his chefs from disagreeing with him. This is a battle between two pirate crews. Kid like him who never turn their backs on their crewmates. The likes of them are the one who can sail through the Grand Line. Owner Zeph the chef said in amazement after their master, listening to the assurance and fire in his words. Soon Usopp returned with his guns, ready to fight for his crew. Since we have time to find out if they will attack or not, I'd want to hear more from the elderly guy about the Grand Line. With an amused snort, Luffy chuckled as Zeph sat down with the Straw Hats. So, old guy, how was the Grand Line when you sailed it? With a big smile on his face, he inquired. It's been a long time since I've recounted any pirate tales. Before starting to tell about his stint as captain of the Cook Pirates, Zeph laughed. Tashishi, it sounds like a great spot to visit. It's a must for us to visit. By the conclusion of Zeph's story, Luffy was giggling uncontrollably. It seems sailing with you, Luffy, has been the right decision. Our roads will lead to the same place. You as Pirate King and me as the best swordsman of the world, Zoro stated. You're the kind of person that rushes to his doom. Sanji shifted his weight and exhaled the cigarette smoke. True, Zoro was quick to respond. But leave out the word idiot. He focused his attention on the blonde cook. I've had no connection to life since I resolved to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Only I have the authority to declare myself an idiot. You're absolutely correct. Luffy smiled broadly and slammed his hand on the table. Nami chirped with a charming grin. Yep, I must say the same as a guy who will be a great sea fighter. Usopp drew his arms around his chest. Zoro looked at the gunman, puzzled. Shut up, says the gunman. The swordsman grinned as the gunman snapped. Zeph had a smile on his face for the first time in a long time. He was grinning widely and gazing about at the small group of people. That sounds like my old fantasy, as well as this stupid little eggplants. Zeph laughed. You, too, Sanji, have a dream? Luffy's eyes were sparkling like stars. Are you familiar with the All Blue? As he glanced across to Luffy, Sanji groaned and let out a stream of smoke. Nope. With a shake of his head, Luffy expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation. However, I'd want to learn more about it right now. Sanji grumbled before proceeding to tell the Straw Hats about his dream with a grin on his face. Krieg's galleon. Outside, the Krieg pirates' remaining members were cheerfully devouring food, relishing the sense of power returning to their bodies. Where's the captain? One asked, looking at Jin, who felt as if a whole whale was resting on his shoulder right now. With a deep breath, Jin opened his mouth and prepared to tell them what happened with their the captain is. Barity. Sanji has just completed telling the Straw Hats about his desire to locate the All Blue. They were all enthralled by the thought of a sea that was home to every fish on the planet. Luffy was thinking of all kinds of different meat he could eat there, so much that he started drooling. Nami just giggled at her lover, knowing what he was thinking. Zoro gave Sanji a nod of acknowledgement. That was quite a dream, even for a cook. How are you going to find the All Blue while you're here? Luffy wondered aloud whether the Barady had gone on a search for it or something. He won't, which is why I keep urging him to get out of here and go find it. The blonde was greeted with a snarl from Zeph. You filthy geezer, shut up, Sanji responded with a grunt. You already know why I'm not going. I didn't slice off my own limbs simply to prevent you from living your life and pursuing your ambitions. Zeph screamed at the blonde, and Sanji cringed at the elderly man's frank words. He has a valid argument. Luffy smiled and nodded. If finding All Blue is both of your dreams, why do you keep staying here and battling with the old man? Sanji clenched his teeth before telling them everything. Fine. Sanji clenched his teeth and smashed his cigarette into the ashtray on the table. The Straw Hats soon learned of Sanji's past with Zeph and how the two had almost died of starvation on a god-forsaken pillar of stone in the midst of the sea. To live, Zeph had given Sanji all of their food and eaten his own leg. Sanji was depressed at the end, and Zeph was stern. I agree with the old man. You can't do anything by standing here. By not going out there and fulfilling both of your dreams, you are only pissing on what the old man did for you, Luffy stated. Sanji tried to say something before Zoro stepped in. Dreams left to you by someone else should be pursued until the end of the world. Nothing, not even the danger of death, should stand in your path. Sanji attempted again, but Luffy interrupted him. Sanji, join my crew. If need be, we'll sail to the furthest reaches of the oceans. With his fist raised in front of him, Luffy said, join us in pursuing your ambition. As he extended his hand to the blonde cook, he offered. Before starting at Zeph, Sanji examined the extended hand. Do it for both of us, son. Zeph gave a kind nod to the young guy who had grown to resemble his own son. Sanji's eyes widened as he heard Zeph's remarks and saw his surrogate father's passionate expression. Sanji made his choice by returning his gaze to Luffy and his still outstretched hand. Well, I'll be damned. It seems I'm joining Captain. Sanji sighed and smiled as he grasped Luffy's hand in his, and the two shook hands. Yeah, Luffy lifted both hands in the air as he cheered. New Nakama. The crew was listening to Zeph's stories when Luffy suddenly stood up from his chair. looking serious. The crew except Sanji understood the enemy was close. They're on their way, Nami exclaimed. Walking outside, they were met with Krieg pirates holding guns and swords. We are going to take revenge for our captain. We are going to kill all of you, one shouted, immediately getting yaw from all his crewmates. The Straw Hat crew didn't look intimidated by their poor try of threat. Luffy stepped forward. Zoro, cut them down, Luffy ordered without batting an eye. Zoro just smirked before jumping down right in front of the pirates, who looked at Zoro as if he was mad for attacking them alone. Do you have some kind of death wish or something, boy? The pirate asked as the whole party began creeping forward. Zoro just smirked, unsheathing only 2 of his swords. A part of the crew rushed towards Zoro with knives, pistols, and sword. Kill him, they roared. Zoro just put 2 of his sword in front before making his move. 2-sword style, he roared, slicing them up left and right. One by one fell from Zoro's blade, and not once Zoro used his third and best sword to attack. The crew left gasped, seeing each one of their crew who attacked Zoro being cut from the swordsmen. Not only that, but Zoro didn't have a single injury in his body. Be careful, he's the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. One shouted amongst the Krieg crew, which resulted fear to spread even more amongst the crew left alive. Nami, Zoro, and Sanji are in charge of the attack. Without their captain, they have already lost. The 3 nodded in response to Luffy's words. Luffy was eager to see how far Nami had grown since her last battle. He was also curious to see what Sanji might do. Sanji just snorted as they tried to overwhelm him. They figured if they couldn't win 1 vs 1, they will try to win with numbers. That always worked against stronger enemies thus far. Sanji started by kicking the first fool on the jaw, breaking it. The cook didn't stop as he proceeded to kick 5 more pirates who tried to attack him. One who was shaking in fear tried to aim. Firing the bullet, Sanji dodged smoothly before kicking his gun away first and then axe kick his head. Luffy had to admit that Sanji knew how to fight. By the end, 30 unconscious and some dead pirates were lying behind Sanji, who just lightened up a cigarette. Nami smirked seeing the pirates rushing towards her, the staff in her hands. She smiled seductively before sending them a wink, much to Luffy's amusement. The pirates stopped dead on track by the beautiful navigator, who then used her staff to hit them around. One by one fell on the ground. One tried attacking from behind with a sword. Nami's observation warned her before anything could happen. She dodged to her left before using her staff to crack his skull. The men fell dead on the water. Nami quite like it, being able to defend herself. Another group of pirates aimed at her with guns from a safe distance. Luffy wondered if he would have to intervene, but Nami, much to the surprise of everyone, jumped in the air right as the bullets flew at the other direction. Nami hit one in the head before striking each one that dared to shoot at her. Nami was searching for her next enemy when something emerged from the ocean. Turning around, she was met with the most ridiculous custom in the world. The new person. At first, Nami wondered what she was looking at, only to realize that was just a man who needed to dress better. Behold me, I'm Pearl the Iron Wall, he shouted proudly of himself. Luffy tilted his head at the side in confusion. Was there some kind of rule in Krieg pirates that only if you're a cocky person you can join the crew? He possessed massive iron plates on both his front and back, giving him a spherical appearance. They were all over him, from the crotch to collar. Smaller iron plates were affixed to his feet, knees, elbows, wrists, and even his skull, each with a brilliant-looking pearl in the center. You might have defeated my crewmates, but unlike them, I'm invisible. That's right, now that Don Krieg is dead. I'm in charge of Krieg pirates. I will be the one to become the Pirate King, he proclaimed loudly. Nami just rolled her eyes. This was some kind of clown. Even Buggy was more menacing. You Pirate King, PFF. I have seen many pirates dressing up like weird people, but you take the center stage. Nami said, bored of this, but in the same time she wondered how much worth were the pearls around his armor. You, a little girl like you, please look at my handsome face. You will end up jumping like all the girls. I've won every battle without a single scratch. That little stick of yours won't be able to penetrate my iron shield. I have never lost not even a single drop of blood. I'm invisible, he proclaimed proudly with a smirk not leaving his face. Nami just rolled her eyes again before rushing at him. She aimed towards an unprotected area of his body, but the man moved his plate to dodge her attack, trying to strike. Nami saw it coming before whirling around. She had to admit that he was faster than she anticipated, creating a distance between her and him. A smirk grew on his face, thinking that he had Nami on the ropes, rushing forward. He kept trying to hit Nami, but she kept dodging due to her observation haki. Nami moved to her right. The man immediately tried to strike her face with his left arm. Nami smirked before dodging his strike and delivering a full blow on his elbow, breaking it in the process. The bones stick out, blood pouring out, much to the horror of the man, who fell on his knees from the pain. Blood, my blood, please help me somebody. I quote am bleeding, he shouted in fear, desperately trying to use his other arm. But his arm was completely immobile, and the weight of his armor was only making things worse to his broken bone. The man tried to put his arms together, but Nami just rushed forward. The man saw her coming, striking with his good arm, desperately hoping to smash her head with his armor. Nami just dodged to her left before breaking his other arm. Before the man could scream, Nami smashed her staff right at his forehead. Cracking his skull, the man fell dead on the floor. Luffy smiled at Nami, happy that he didn't need to do anything for her to win. The navigator was proud of herself. She was finally able to stand up against men like him. Now that the party seems to be over, she started observing the pearls around his armor. Sanji smoked from his cigarette when Jin slowly came out from inside the ship. Luffy raised an eyebrow at Zoro, wanting to know what was up. He was tightened with ropes inside the deck, and it seems he tried to stop them. Zoro spoke. Everyone nodded and could see Jin was heavily injured, his face full of blood. "What will you do now, Jin?" Sanji asked, stepping forward, wondering if the man had anywhere to go. "I will return back to my hometown. My mother is still there. I will become what she always wanted me to be, a farmer," Jin replied with a cheeky grin before turning to look at Luffy with a severe look. "I underestimated you, Luffy. Your crew is strong, especially you. And I'm not talking just you, your whole crew is capable. If anyone can become the Pirate King, it will be you," Jin stated, smiling. Luffy returned the smile. "It's finished." Zoro drew all 3 of his blades and sheathed them. Sanji grimaced as he took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Usopp had been able to kill at least 9 pirates using his slingshot and guns. Sanji decided to go back to the restaurant. He needed to discuss a few things with Zeph. Nami walked up to Luffy, who smiled before kissing her sweet lips. Nami happily returned the kiss, her arms behind his neck to deepen the kiss. They shortly parted away. Nami could feel her heart racing with desire, but this wasn't the place for that. Maybe later. "You did very well, Nami. I'm impressed," Luffy complimented. "Thank you. But now that we have defeated the pirates, now the best part comes," Nami said, her eyes suddenly sparking like a star. Luffy tilted his head at the side in confusion. "We can finally claim every bit of treasure I have left," Nami exclaimed suddenly with berry eyes, looking at the enemy ship with lust. Luffy laughed before nodding his head. "Very well, Nami, you know these things." After giving her the green light, Nami didn't waste time to look around the Krieg ship, soon followed by the others since they needed to help with heavy chests. Luffy made his way to the idiot that Nami killed. He could tell the pearls around his body were valuable. Turning his hand into lightning, he removed each pearl plate from his body. Usopp soon came out from the ship carrying an open chest filled with gold coins, jewelry, and many other things. Nami came out with her own chest carrying in her arms. Soon the whole ship was empty of every bit of treasure. Luffy grabbed a handful of gold coins from a chest before turning at Jin, who was eating inside the restaurant. Sanji had apparently prepared something for him since he had tried to stop the pirates from attacking. This team, the chefs, weren't opposed to it. Walking up to him, he put the coins in front of him. Jin stopped eating and looked up at Luffy in confusion. "Take these. Your homeland might need it," Luffy said with a tone that clearly didn't take no for an answer. Jin swallowed his head. A smile formed on his face. Eventually tears formed on the corner of his eyes. He stood up before bowing his head toward Luffy. "Thank you for this. You have brought a big smile in my face," Jin said, smiling and crying at the same time. Luffy smiled back and did the same for Barady since a part of their restaurant was destroyed during the attack. Surprisingly, Nami didn't try to stop Luffy. Instead, she gave him an encouraging smile. Zoro smiled as well. He knew his captain was different from the others, but Luffy was much more different. Sanji said nothing, but one could see a small smile on his face. Luffy suddenly smirked and jerked his head around so rapidly that everyone feared he'd suffer whiplash. "What's the matter, Luffy?" Nami was perplexed since she had never seen her captain act like this before. Usopp wondered if there was any enemy around them but couldn't see anyone. "He's here," Luffy claimed. He focused his sight on the little sailboat approaching the Barady. While the ship sailing towards Barady was nothing to be scared of, but the person sailing on it was someone that put Zeph on high alert. Luffy kept his cool, but he prepared to fight if he needed to fight. Zoro's eyes widened in shock before a smirk formed on his face, knowing the day had come sooner than he had expected. The ship looked like a coffin. Candles appeared to blaze with green fire around the edges, and the mast resembled an intricate cross. Zoro's concentration was on the guy sitting on the solitary seat aboard the coffin-like boat, his legs crossed. It was a legend, a swordsman known around the 4 seas, with black hair and striking golden eyes. He had a short beard, mustache, and sideburns that were all well clipped to seem pointed. He was dressed in an open, long black coat with no shirt. It was crimson on the inside, with red sleeves and a floral design on his collar. His bright purple slacks were tucked into buckled boots. He wore a plumed hat with a big brim, a necklace with a pendant in the form of a huge cross draped around his neck. And what about on his back? A long, black sword hung from his back, its grip a smaller, more ornate replica of the cross that served as his ship's mast. How the hell did he get here in such a small boat? One cook asked, shouted, "Idiot." Zoro took a deep breath and gently exhaled. Right now, it was the least important question that could be posed. What is he doing here? Zeph asked, his breath stuck on his throat. His eyes glanced at the pirate crew, mostly at the captain. He could tell, no one else could, but Zeph could see the captain was on guard, especially his muscles that looked tense. He wondered if any of them would survive this day. It solely depended on the coming swordsman, the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro flashed a sly smile. Dracul Mihawk. Dracul glanced at the destroyed Krieg ship. A frown formed on his face before noticing the familiar face of one monkey, especially his straw hat. It has been a while, Luffy-kun, Mihawk said with a smirk. Now, Luffy grinned. Indeed it has. Hawkeye-sensei. All of the cooks had made their way outside and are now standing behind Zoro and Zeph, who were observing Hawkeye's conversation with Luffy. Luffy's right-hand man, Zoro, was looking at Hawkeye with a gleeful expression. There he is, achieving our dream is closer than ever before, Zoro thought excitedly as he placed his hands on his swords. Zoro remembered his captain calling him a sensei. That confused Zoro since his captain hadn't mentioned anything of being trained by Hawkeye. Why are you here? Luffy asked. He knew they were kind of friends. But still, Mihawk was equal to Shanks, to a Yonko, and that's saying a whole lot. The Krieg pirates interrupted my nap. I came here to finish them off, but it seems they were dumb enough to challenge you of all people, Mihawk stated, the smirk not leaving his face, causing everyone who wasn't Luffy to gasp at the thought of being chased by the strongest swordsman in the world just because you interrupted his nap. How is Shanks? Luffy asked, wondering what his redhead sensei was doing, assuming he was drunk somewhere or sleeping, or both. Last time I checked, he was drunk. How far have you gone? Mihawk asked, getting a bit excited to fight Luffy again. While the Storm Boy was nowhere near his level, it was still much better than fighting Shanks. They would always end in a tie. Can't wait to show you. Does Shanks know? Luffy asked since Mihawk had been in the East Blue a couple of times after Shanks had left. No, as far as he is aware. 11 years ago was the first and last time we met, Mihawk replied, only now noticing the swordsman behind Luffy. Zoro walked out from behind Luffy and moved to stand beside Luffy with his green bandana tied around his head. Luffy turned and looked at him to see what he was planning. But with one look, Luffy already knew what Zoro was planning. As Zoro was about to jump off of the restaurant and head towards Mihawk, Luffy grabbed him by the back of his shirt collar and tossed Zoro behind him. Zoro, being surprised by Luffy's action, jumped up to his feet and yelled at him. What are you doing, Captain? He asked, getting irritated. His dream was closer than ever before. Luffy didn't even glance at him. He kept his eyes solely on the Warlord. Nami and Sanji could feel the tension rising. They knew something would happen soon. What do you think you're doing fighting Mihawk? Are you that eager to die? Luffy said, pissing Zoro off. What is that supposed to mean? Zoro asked angrily. Are you saying I can't beat him? He yelled out. Luffy, who still had his back towards him, spoke in an emotionless tone. That is exactly what I am saying, Luffy said, surprising the chefs there. You have no idea just how big the ocean is and just how small a fish you are in that ocean. Not even I can beat him. Yet, Luffy stated, still not looking at his swordsman. Are you sure you want to do this? I promised I would not go in the way of your dream, Luffy asked. Zoro looked at him for a while before nodding. I'm sure, he said before he leapt off of the restaurant and landed on a large piece of the ship that broke off. Luffy sighed and looked towards Mihawk before he spoke. I want him back alive, Mihawk-sensei, Luffy said with a sigh. Mihawk looked at Zoro for a while before he turned and looked towards Luffy and spoke with a light chuckle. I'll try, he said, causing Luffy to close his fist. His skin turned black from haki. Zoro walked in front of the Warlord. Dracul Mihawk, I have sailed. I have trained for years, with a single motivation, one day to fight and defeat you, Zoro stated right in front of Mihawk, who didn't look impressed. The opposite, he looked bored, as if Zoro was a small ant claiming that he would slain a dragon. Luffy-kun was right. You have no idea just how big this world is and just how little a fish you are in this world, Mihawk said. Zoro clenched his teeth in anger. If you're half the swordsman that you claim that you are, you should be able to see the difference between us. What is making you fight me? It is stupidity or arrogance. Neither, Zoro replied, clutching Wado Ikamanji between his teeth and his other two unnamed swords in his hands. My desire to be the strongest swordsman, and a vow that I made to a dear friend that passed away. To be honest, I didn't expect to face you so soon. This is not lucky for you, he said before removing his necklace, and then grabbing a small knife. The knife was very small, one would use it to cut small pieces of meat. And what exactly do you intend to do with it? Zoro's eyes furrowed as he saw Mihawk's lack of concern. I'm not the type of brute who would use a cannon to kill an ant, even if you're the best swordman in East Blue. This is still the East Blue, the weakest of the seas. Mihawk had a firm grasp on the teeny tiny knife. But please accept my apologies. Unfortunately, I don't have any blades that are smaller than this. Zoro rushed towards Mihawk. As Luffy expected, Zoro didn't stand a chance. At first, Mihawk was only playing with him before getting a bit more serious, resulting in Zoro getting a wound. Luffy still tried to keep his cool, but was failing by the second as his hand were causing lightning. Nami's eyes welled up with tears as she saw her nakama being stabbed. Sanji was clenching the cigarette between his teeth, despite not liking the idiot. He knew Zoro's journey shouldn't stop here, in East Blue. Do you want me to stab your heart? Why don't you give up? Mihawk questioned the younger swordsman. His knife was buried in his chest, but Zoro refused to back down. Who knows? Zoro said, panting, more blood dropping from his chin. I know that I made a vow. If we're to back down, then I refuse to be a swordsman. I won't go in the afterlife with regrets. When I see her again, I want to smile instead of dropping my head in shame. My words means more than my life, Zoro claimed. That is called defeat, Mihawk answered by locking his eyes with Zoro's. That's why I can't take a step back, even if it meant your death, Mihawk asked, still keeping his eye contact with the other swordsman. It'd be better if I died, Zoro said sternly. If I just run away like a dog with my tails between my legs, that would be humiliating. I would never be able to look at myself in a mirror again. That's a true swordsman. Mihawk noticed this as he took a step back and slipped his knife out of Zoro's chest, swinging it to remove all of the blood. As he sheathed the kagatana, he finished the cross on his necklace. Swordsman, tell me your name. Renoa. Zoro. Zoro positioned his swords at right angles to one another. Like a three-pointed star, they all pointed in opposite directions. I'll keep that in mind. As he reached behind his shoulder and yanked Yoro, generally considered as the greatest blade in the world, off his back, Mihawk exclaimed. Because your power is seldom seen in this world. And to show my appreciation for your swordsmanship and commitment, I'll finish you with this sword. This is it, Zoro pondered carefully. Thank you very much. He thought of his first meeting with Kuina, his first meeting with his captain and the greedy witch, a smile on his face at the memory. This is it, Kuina, our dream fulfilled or I will die. Both attacked. Mihawk was taken by surprise from the added haki in Zoro's last attack. Nothing happened for a second. Before two of Zoro's swords broke like glass before a wound showed in his chest, Zoro spit out blood, dropping the worthless blades in the water. Gripping his treasured sword from his teeth, he turned at Mihawk. I lost. I'm sorry, Kuina. Zoro spread out his arms right in front of Mihawk, gripping his valuable sword on his hand. What is this? Mihawk questioned, confused. The wound in the back. It's the humiliation of a swordsman, Zoro stated, smiling as blood poured out of his mouth. Excellent, Mihawk shouted, a broad smile on his face. He cut Zoro from his left collarbone to his right hip bone, slicing him open. Don't rush to death, young swordsman. Sinking in the sea, he gripped his treasured sword on his hand, not wanting to let go. Zoro, they yelled as they jumped into the water to save Zoro. Luffy turned to lightning, showing up right in front of Mihawk. But this time his arms were black with armament haki. Mihawk smirked, knowing where this was going. It had been a year after all. Luffy, Zoro yelled out, getting everyone's attention, especially Luffy and Mihawk. Luffy looked over to Zoro to see him laying on his back with one hand holding the only sword he had left in the air. Luffy, can you hear me? Zoro asked in a shaky voice. Shut up, you moron. Don't talk. Nami shouted at him, still crying. Yeah, I hear you, Luffy said. Zoro took a breath before he began to speak again. Sorry for worrying you, Zoro said, causing Luffy to smile. If I don't become the greatest swordsman in the world, you'd be in a dilemma now, right? He said before he coughed up some blood, causing the bounty hunter duo to yell at him to stop and save his energy, which Zoro ignored and continued to speak instead. I will never lose again, Zoro yelled out with tears streaming down his face. Until I defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman, I'll never be defeated anymore. As Zoro said that, Mihawk and Luffy's face split into a wide grin after hearing what Zoro said. Do you have a problem with that, Pirate King? Zoro yelled. Luffy chuckled to himself before he replied. Not a single problem, Luffy said. Luffy then turned to Mihawk and saw him standing there with his arms folded and his sword already strapped to his back. Luffy was about to speak to him, but Mihawk looks in his direction and spoke first. It is still too early for you to die. My name is Hawkeye Mihawk. You are strong, but there is still much for you to learn. No matter how many years it takes, I will hold this title as the greatest in the world and wait for you. Until that day you must hone your skills, then ... seek me out, Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye said, surprising everyone there, including Luffy. Knowing Zoro would live, Luffy turned to look at Mihawk. He looked back at Luffy, knowing what would happen. One swing, Luffy replied. His crewmates were confused, but Nami understood where this was going. Luffy, don't even think about it. He's strong, Nami shouted at her lover. She knew her captain was powerful, but Mihawk looked at on a completely different level. Don't worry, Nami, I won't get hurt, Luffy replied, trying to ease her worries. As he put his hands together, the electricity around his arms and hand became more apparent. Zoro, who was still awake, looked at his captain with interest. What happened next shocked everyone except Mihawk. Luffy started moving his left hand away from his right hand, creating a lighting sword on his right hand, which at first looked like lightning shaped like a sword. Still, the lightning started accumulating, before much to the surprise of everyone turned into a real sword. Completely physical, not like lightning anymore, handle, blade and all. Zoro could feel power itself coming from the sword. The pommel was green, the guard of the sword was red in color, the blade looked clean and beautiful. So you can finally use. Inazuma, smirking, he pulled out his sword. Luffy clenched his teeth. The sword took a lot from him, got him tired too quickly. Yes, let's see who is the better swordsman, Luffy stated, his arms black taking a stance, Mihawk doing the exact preparing, but not using armament haki. Everyone was waiting with bated breath. What would happen? Nami prayed Luffy would survive this. Both suddenly rushed at each other. Their sword made contact. The moment they made contact, electricity spread all around them, causing harsh winds to spread everywhere and white electricity to spread around. As the sea itself was moving around, waves after waves, creating a storm. Luffy was pushing back against Mihawk. But Hawkeye's sword wasn't moving, not even an inch. Luffy let out a cry, adding all his strength to the swing, causing boards of Going Merry and Bearity to start cracking. The chef started losing consciousness. Everyone fell in the floor. The only one left still standing was Zeph. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp had lost his consciousness. Nami could hardly keep herself from falling asleep. She couldn't understand why her captain was suddenly using Conqueror's haki. Mihawk turned his arms black, countering the newly added strength from Luffy. The pirate captain grinned in victory. This was the first time Mihawk used armament haki against him. Such power in a single swing of their swords. Zeph whispered as he stared at Luffy and Mihawk as they squared off in the middle of everyone. Sanji, who also had his eyes widen at the sheer power of the two men, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Are they even human? Sanji asked out loud. Zeph scoffed and folded his arms before he replied. That's what exists in the Grand Line. Nami was silently praying, seeing that Mihawk was winning. You have gotten stronger, Luffy, Mihawk complimented before adding strength, pushing Luffy's sword slightly away. Not strong enough, fully overpowering Luffy, sending him flying to the open sea. Luffy, everyone shouted. Worried, Nami was about to jump in the water, but Luffy turned into lightning, showing up right in front of his crew, breathing heavily. Zoro was shocked at his display of power. He had never seen Luffy like that, now understanding why Luffy was trying so hard to make sure they were strong. Compared to him, he was nothing. Zoro clenched his teeth. I won't shame you, Luffy. I will train 10 times harder from now on, he thought. Nami rushed at Luffy, seeing he was fine, kissing his lips much to the displeasure of Sanji, who bit down at his cigarette. Luffy looked well, except for a cut on his stomach, but nothing life-threatening. She wanted to shout at him for being so stupid but decided to do that when they were in private. You did well, Luffy-kun. I still remember your promise, Mihawk stated. Luffy grinned, knowing Mihawk still remembered it. So do I. Later, Luffy and his crew were in Going Merry, saying goodbye to the chefs. I entrust Sanji with you. Don't let him close to any woman, Zeph shouted, causing many to laugh. Sanji moved in front of the ship, looking at his old home with sadness, tears developing in his eyes before he kneeled in front of them. Father Zeph, thank you for all these years. You were always like a father to me. And I promise I will fulfill our dream for both of us. Next time we see each other, we will be talking about All Blue, Sanji shouted, tears streaming down his face. The chefs, even Patty, were crying, saying goodbye to him. I know you will, Zeph shouted as the ship sailed away, the sun illuminating the sea. Good luck, my son. Luffy. They had left Bearity, and Usopp had taken Sanji on a tour of the ship, including the kitchen, his bedroom, and everything else. Luffy and Nami were on the main deck. They were looking at the map together, and Johnny and Yosaku were looking at them with concern. Zoro was resting. Despite the fact that he had been trying to train, Nami had strictly forbidden him to train, and so had Luffy. Even though the captain of the Straw Hats Pirates didn't know much about medicine, he recognized that someone with a wound like his shouldn't really train. He walked up to her and wrapped his arm around her waist. Nami felt better with his arm around her and rested her head against Luffy's chest. They had just set their course for her village, Kakoyashi. After all this time, it was time for Arlong to receive his reward. The mere thought of him sent a shiver down her spine. But it was not out of fear. Instead, she was excited to see what would happen to him. He would suffer for every bit of suffering he had caused her village. Luffy, big bro, I was under the impression that we were going to Grand Line. When Yosaku inquired, his voice trembled as he realized where the ship was headed. As Luffy's voice remained firm and unmoving throughout, he stated, yes, we are. But first, we have a business in the Konomi Islands. Zoro had no idea what was going on, but if his captain was talking like that, he knew two things. First, no one could make him change his mind. Second, his captain had been pissed off by someone. Is not a safe place, big bro Luffy. Are you familiar with the name Arlong? Is his empire And not even Don Krieg had the courage to attack the Konomi Islands because of Arlong, not to mention Jinbei. The warlord Luffy narrowed his eyes as Joni explained what he was talking about. Their explanation continued, stating that Arlong had been freed as a result of Jinbei making a pact with the Marine. Jinbei was now a warlord, and Arlong was no longer a prisoner and impelled down. Luffy made a mental note to one day confront Jinbei about his decision to free Arlong and allow him to roam freely around the world. Jinbei should have been aware of Arlong's anti-human sentiments. So if the two ever crossed paths, Luffy would require a compelling explanation from him. After Johnny and Yosaku had finished explaining why they should not travel to the Konomi Islands, Luffy raised his left hand and demanded that they remain silent. The Konomi Islands are where Nami's home is, Luffy stated simply. The two swordsmen gasped and looked at Nami with pity, while she looked in the direction the ship was traveling, waiting for the sight of her home on the horizon to appear. Throughout the years, Arlong has terrorized her family and even murdered her mother. Anyone who gets in a fight with my crew will not get away with it. I've already stated that I'm going to kill him. And no one can make me change my mind. Luffy said this while looking at the two swordsmen, who both nodded in agreement as they realized what was going on. Considering how much Nami must have suffered, they would not even attempt to persuade him otherwise. Nami's face lit up with a smile like a fire, and her face brightened up like the sun before she grabbed Luffy's head and pushed it downwards towards the valley of her breasts. Luffy grinned as he enjoyed the smooth skin of her breasts, Nami resting her cheek on the brim of his hat, and Luffy grinned even wider. Thank you very much, Luffy, she said it softly, her heart pounding against her chest. Soon, her village would be free, and she would be able to free herself, her home, and her sister from slavery. You're my Nakama, Nami. I would go through hell for any of you, Luffy said again, and Nami pressed his face deeper into her chest. Then, with a smile on his face, he took Nami into his arms and carried her like a princess. Shitty captain, why is the world so cruel? A small river of tears flowed down the sides of the ship as Sanji cried out to the gods. Zoro rolled his eyes at the pervert, and Usopp felt sorry for him while simultaneously hoping that they would be prepared to fight someone like Arlong. During dinner, Luffy explained to Sanji the workout they did every day, and how, now that he was a Nakama, he would have to train as well. Sanji had no objections to this and agreed to participate. Night, an unexpected knock on the door interrupted Luffy's preparations for bed. Luffy smiled, realizing it was Nami on the other side. Nami had slept in his room a couple of times since the night they spent together, but they hadn't gotten any further than making out and touching each other's bodies, which was the extent of their intimacy. As soon as Luffy opened the door, Nami appeared in the doorway. He smiled at her, but noticed something different. Her eyes were almost completely black, looking at him with desire and lust. And Luffy noticed she was only wearing a bikini, with the button barely keeping her breasts hidden. She was almost completely naked. Luff, do you mind if I come in? Nami inquired, her voice hushed and seductive. Luffy seemed to enjoy her voice, stepping aside as Nami walked into the room before closing the door behind her. He turned around, but his attention was drawn to Nami. He couldn't stop himself from staring. Luffy couldn't keep his eyes away from her body. Nami giggles at his reaction before slowly approaching Luffy, almost like a hunter at the prey. Luffy, she said the name with lust before kissing her lover. Lemon skip. That night they did 2 more times before Nami fell asleep tired. But she noticed that Luffy could have gone a few more rounds. We might need to have another woman soon. Somewhere. Brew 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 brew. Stopped after someone responded to the transponder snail. Drake, is it done? Almost done, Lord Admiral. We are waiting for new orders. Good. Does he have doubts? No, Lord Admiral. Only one photo of the poneglyph and he agreed. Good. Make sure to keep the original and remember 4514. I'd want to talk with Genzo. Genzo confidently strode towards the Marine captain with a rugged face adorned with scars. Clad in a distinctive brown police uniform, the short sleeves and matching shorts were a testament to his practicality and adaptability. Every piece of his attire, save for the pinwheel on a pole affixed to his hat, had once belonged to the notorious pirate Arlong. As he approached the captain, his voice steady and respectful. That'd be me, Genzo declared, his gaze meeting the captain's. How may I assist you, Captain? With a mischievous twinkle in her eyes and a sly grin spreading across her face, Nezumi confidently posed a question. Excuse me, dear townfolk, but would you happen to know a young woman by the name of Nami? She lives here, right? The villagers couldn't help but exchange wary glances, their expressions a blend of skepticism and concern. With a stoic expression adorning his face, Nami is not here. She hasn't been seen here for a while. As the words escaped his lips, his face showed no emotions. Such a shame, Nezumi said. But I believe she has a sister, Nijiko, right? That's true, Genzo said. Then lead the way, Mr. Genzo, Nezumi said with a mischievous glint in his eyes as he observed Genzo's confident demeanor and the way he effortlessly turned on his heels, striding purposefully away from the bustling docks and towards the heart of the island. Nezumi followed closely. As they strolled at a leisurely pace, the sun cast its golden rays upon the quaint settlement of Kakoyashi, illuminating the vibrant colors of the houses and the intricate details of the narrow streets. Nezumi's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, his keen senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the residents' expressions, noting their surreptitious glances and guarded whispers hinting at hidden secrets. Their journey came to a pause as they arrived upon a seemingly unremarkable dwelling nestled amidst the picturesque landscape. Its weathered wooden walls bore the marks of time, while a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of a sizable grove of mikan trees, their luscious fruits hanging like bursts of sunshine against the emerald foliage. Genzo gently rapped his knuckles against the wooden door, the sound echoing through the air, only to be met with the presence of a young lady. A cascade of light blue hair and captivating dark blue eyes accompanied her radiant smile. As his gaze traveled down her slender frame, he couldn't help but notice the intricate tapestry of ink that adorned her right arm, its artistic patterns flowing gracefully. The tattoos meandered up her arm, playfully crossing over her shoulder and gracefully curving onto her breast, forming a delicate heart-shaped masterpiece. Complementing her vivid display of art, she was adorned in a pair of vibrant green slacks that accentuated her figure, paired with a simple yet elegant white tank top. Genzo, who are these people? Nijiko said, looking at the Marine captain with narrowed eyes. With an air of confidence, Captain Nezumi stepped closer to her, his voice resonating with a hint of mischief as he introduced himself. My name is Captain Nezumi. His piercing gaze traveled appreciatively up and down her figure, causing her to involuntarily recoil, an uncomfortable shiver coursing through her spine. Despite her obvious discomfort, his smile seemed to widen, revealing a mischievous glint in his eyes. I came here to have a conversation with your sister, Nami, he continued, his tone laced with disappointment. However, she seems to not be here, so you will do just fine. About what, Captain? With a growing grin, Nezumi remarked. You won't like what I'm about to say. We have proof that your sister is a thief. I don't understand what you are talking about. We haven't seen Nami for a very long time, Nijiko said. You are a bad liar, Nezumi said, grinning. But you are lucky. No one here will be injured. After all, your sister stole from pirates. The things they had were stolen things after all. You won't face any charges, but you understand that we as Marine are bounded by law to help people. Those things will be returned back to their rightful owners. You bastard. Nijiko clenched her teeth, her hands turning to fists, as the command to search the home echoed through the air. A courageous Marine stepped forward and advanced towards the door. As the Marine crossed the threshold, but before he could do anything, his world was turned upside down with a thunderous blow from Genzo. The impact was so powerful that it reverberated through the room. Instantly, pain surged through the Marine's body, his vision blurring as he clutched his now bleeding nose. As the Marine crumpled to the ground, his broken nose bled heavily. Genzo said angrily, The Arlong pirates have been enslaving the population for a long time, yet you come here and do nothing about it. You just attacked a Marine soldier. You are a criminal. Be careful what you say. You are lucky I'm feeling merciful today, the Marine captain said with a growing smirk before turning to face his soldiers. What are you waiting for? Search the house. People have been begging for Marine to help them for a decade. Yet you come here and try to ruin all the hope we have. Genzo exclaimed as he took a step forward. They were not but insignificant refuse, unworthy of his mercy. Meanwhile, the Marines swiftly locked their sights on their adversaries, their guns poised and primed. What's taking so long? We are not looking for a needle in a haystack. How hard can it be to find 100 million berries? Genzo shouted at his soldiers. How do you know how much money is missing? Nijiko's words trailed as her eyes widened, now understanding what was happening. The bastard, Genzo grumbled, knowing the Marine worked for Arlong. You work for Arlong. This is why you know to look for 100 million berries, you bastards. Nijiko shouted with fury, trying to fight, but Genzo held her back, knowing it wouldn't achieve anything. We found them, sir. Thank you for the money. Tell Nami to keep on working, Nezumi said with a wide grin as he and his soldiers walked away with the money, many of them already planning on how to use the money. Tomorrow, as Going Merry finally reached Nami's island, the crew was ready to take on Arlong and his crew, especially Sanji, who couldn't stop speaking nonsense. Luffy suddenly felt something as they approached. His eyes widened, knowing why he was having this feeling, and a grin spread on his face, wondering just what kind of power it had. As they made their way towards Nami's house, the sun cast a warm glow upon the navigator's face, reflecting the hope that awaited them. However, a gasp escaped the navigator's lips, her eyes morphing into pools of sheer horror as they landed upon the sight that unfolded before her. The once sturdy door of her beloved sanctuary lay shattered into countless pieces. Caught off guard by Nami's sudden distress, Luffy, with genuine concern etched across his countenance, inquired, "What's wrong, Nami?" Without a moment's hesitation, her heart pounding with an unstoppable force, Nami's nimble feet propelled her forward, her voice piercing through the air as she shouted Nijiko's name. "Nijiko, are you here?" Nami's voice echoed through the quiet corridors of the house, filled with a tinge of concern and worry. As she cautiously stepped over the threshold, the atmosphere seemed to change, heavy with sorrow. And there, Nami's eyes landed on Nijiko, crumpled on the cold ground, her delicate form trembling as tears cascaded down her distraught face, leaving a trail of despair on the worn wooden floor. Overwhelmed with a mixture of relief and anguish, Nami rushed forward, her footsteps quickening, closing the distance between them in an instant. "Nijiko, thank God you are all right," she exclaimed, her voice laced with immense gratitude and a touch of disbelief. The weight of worry that had been crushing her chest suddenly lifted as she enveloped her sister in a tight, comforting embrace. The sobs that racked Nijiko's body echoed in the room as she sought solace against Nami's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Nami, but I couldn't do anything to stop them," Nijiko cried out as more tears rolled down her face. Nami looked confused as she backed away a little from Nijiko. "Stop who? The Marines. They came here and took all the money, Nami. All the money you saved," Nijiko cried out, her voice cracking. Her words caused Nami to be a little surprised that her sister seemed to have known about what she had been doing. "Don't cry, Nijiko. We don't need the money anymore. My crew will take care of Arlong and his crew," Nami claimed with a bright smile as she pointed towards a group of strangers. Nijiko couldn't help but look at her sister in confusion before looking at the strangers. With one glance, she could tell they were pirates, especially the one with the straw hat. "Do not worry, Lady Nijiko. We will take care of Arlong. Just point us in the right direction," Luffy claimed with a wide grin. Nijiko opened and closed her mouth several times before looking at her sister as if to say, "You have some explaining to do." Soon, the Straw Hat crew, including the civilians, were marching towards Arlong's house, which stood out from the rest of the houses on the island. The civilians had grabbed pitchforks and other weapons despite Nami reassuring them they wouldn't fight and they just needed to watch. Genzo walked beside Nijiko while keeping an eye on Nami and the pirate crew. He was still wary of them, but if Nami said they were trustworthy, then for now, he decided to just watch and see what happened. As the Straw Hat stood before Arlong Park's entrance, Luffy stretched his arms before clearing his throat. It seems Arlong isn't really trying to hide himself. With a wide grin stretching across his face, Zoro eagerly exclaimed, "Well, let's get started. I can't wait to fight someone." As he deftly tied the vibrant green bandana around his head, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Meanwhile, Sanji stylishly retrieved his lighter from his pocket, skillfully igniting the end of his cigarette, bringing the smoldering stick to his lips. He drew a deep breath. He savored the intoxicating swirl of smoke that danced from within before gracefully exhaling, casting an enigmatic veil amidst the air. "I'm ready," Usopp said as he drew his revolvers, filled with explosive rounds, and he had an entire box with flame rounds. "I'll knock," Luffy declared with an air of detached determination, his voice devoid of emotion yet brimming with confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot. With a swift and forceful kick, he propelled his leg forward, a thunderous collision reverberating through the air, shattering the silence and the very foundation of the imposing gates before him. Like a tempest unleashed, the robust iron doors were wrenched from their hinges, their once formidable presence reduced to mere debris soaring through the air. The gates soared through the sky. Amidst the chaos, a chilling symphony of metal meeting flesh echoed through the day as 5 unfortunate fishmen, their bodies now limp and lifeless, lay strewn across the ground. "What the heck is going on?" A fishman, frightened by the abrupt onslaught, yelled. "They are dead." Another screamed as he saw his crewmates being shattered by the doors. As Luffy and his crew stepped into the park, he scanned the sea of fishmen with an air of nonchalance, their eyes filled with hostility. However, undeterred by their piercing glares, Luffy's gaze swiftly locked onto the figure seated upon a throne-like chair, Arlong. Luffy's eyes narrowed as he locked his gaze on the figure before him, a wry smile playing on his lips. The salty breeze swept through his raven-black hair as he confidently took a step forward, his fists slowly clenching and crackling with power. With a voice filled with curiosity and a hint of mischief, he broke the tension by questioning, "You must be Arlong." Arlong scowled at the audacity of the human standing before him, his hardened features contorted with disdain as he responded with a mix of irritation and curiosity. "Who the heck are you? Why would a dead fish need to know that?" Luffy questioned, his eyes narrowed as he materialized right beside Arlong. Luffy's clenched fist collided in a split second with Arlong's face, causing an eerie distortion to ripple across the fishman's features. With an explosive force, Arlong was propelled from his ostentatious chair, hurtling through the air like a helpless projectile, only to meet an abrupt and bone-jarring halt against the unyielding wall that encircled Arlong Park, leaving a resounding thud echoing throughout the once dreaded stronghold. "Boss, don't hold back," Luffy said to Arlong, who scoffed at him. With a huge smile, Arlong taunted him, "If I don't, you filth will die quickly." "Too bad for you. I'm not holding back either," Luffy muttered as he vanished and resurfaced with his leg slamming into Arlong's side, propelling the shark fishman through his own base, making him cough up saliva and a little of blood as he almost passed out. No compassion, Luffy said coldly as he proceeded through the numerous fallen walls to Arlong's location, pausing briefly to retrieve a big saw blade with 6 blades. This must be his, Luffy reasoned as he dragged the sword behind him. Luffy stumbled upon Arlong face down in the debris, attempting to regain his breath after passing through a few more shattered walls. Good, you're still awake. It'd be a pity if you lost this easy, Luffy replied, dropping the huge saw blade beside Arlong in a nonchalant tone. I guess this is yours. You'll need it if you're going all out, Luffy remarked, his hands in his pockets. You damn arrogant human, shouted Arlong as he snatched up his saw blade and swung it violently at Luffy. You have no idea about the invincible might of the fishman race. I'll kill you, Arlong screamed angrily as Luffy effortlessly evaded his attacks. Luffy grabbed the saw blade with a black palm after a few more seconds of flawless dodging. You know, Jinbei is a warlord. How can you be so weak? I thought you'd be a lot stronger than this, Luffy grumbled, snapping the saw blade in 2, leaving just 3 blades. You smashed the Kiribachi, cried Arlong, startled as his eyes shifted and he went insane. You human garbage. You think you can equal the power of a fishman? Arlong's nearly frenzied outburst was cut short as Luffy's fist punched him through Arlong Park's several stories, ending at the top floor. The strength of fishmen this, the strength of fishmen that, Luffy exclaimed as he soared from floor to floor up to the top. You're a loud son of a bitch, he said as he landed on the top level and paused to survey the 8-feet-high piles of paper, shelves, and bookshelves, as well as a desk in the corner. Luffy stepped up to the desk and grabbed up a pen, inspecting it with a keen eye and seeing bloodstains all over it. As he softly slid the pen between his fingers, he thought to himself, there's blood on this pen. So you've noticed. This is Nami's room. She's been sketching her sea charts here for 8 years. This room is her bliss, Arlong stated arrogantly from behind Luffy as he yanked out his damaged teeth and sprouted a new set in seconds. Then this must be Nami's blood. Luffy realized grimly as he stopped rolling the pen and carefully placed it on the desk. Her navigational aptitude is beyond any I've seen. And her sea charts are all spectacular, remarked Arlong, a wide smile on his face. Couldn't you come up with a better method to use her than I do? Luffy asked softly, his visage darkened. Use. Yes, use, Arlong said, his smug smile remaining on his face. Her abilities would be useless aboard your lousy ship, Arlong shouted, and I'm the only one who genuinely understands how to employ a lady like her. Luffy stayed still for a while before raising his head and glaring squarely at Arlong, startling him into submission. Luffy had never felt so enraged in his life. Not as a youngster, not when Kuro treated his crew like puppets, and not even when Buggy destroyed that village. This fury he was experiencing was unbearable, and it was all directed at Arlong. Luffy roared out, his voice filled with bestial rage that bordered on feral. What the hell do you think you're doing with her, you dirty, lying piece of shit? Luffy slammed the desk into the wall, stunning Arlong even more. What are you doing? Shouted Arlong. Luffy dashed about the room, destroying the contents with bursts of dirt and dust, knocking away shelves and piles of maps. My sea charts. My 8 years' worth of sea charts, Arlong exclaimed as he whirled on Luffy and swung the last of his blade at him, but Luffy ducked and forced Arlong to slice his own sea charts. No, Luffy had completed trashing the room after a minute and had come to a halt in the center of it while Arlong scowled at him. You blasted human, you think you've won. I'm going to murder you brutally, shouted Arlong, opening his mouth wide and whirling like a drill. Shark on tooth, exclaimed Arlong as he charged forward towards Luffy. This is Nami's jail, Luffy replied, his gaze fixed on the approaching Arlong. I'm going to raise this place till there's nothing left but debris, he yelled as he punched Arlong in the nose shattering before grabbing his body and slamming it against the floor. Again and again, the floor crumbled. Arlong fell below. Luffy created his sword back, sending a wave that looked like shape of a blade that cut through concrete like butter. Arlong screamed in pain as his leg was severed from his body, blood pouring out like rain, but Luffy just jumped to his level, raising up his fist, engulfed in haki. This is for my Nami, Luffy screamed out before slamming his fist on Arlong's back, causing him cough blood and smashing through the floor. Arlong was unconscious and wasn't moving. Luffy just scoffed before sending another wave cutting his left arm from shoulder down. But despite that, Arlong this time didn't scream. Luffy then jumped in the air. K's no Nami, Luffy screamed, sending waves everywhere. The building started falling apart. After a few seconds of stillness, Arlong Park was severed in two by Luffy's strike, which had annihilated everything in its path, with Arlong at the end, his body sliced neatly in half by Luffy's onslaught. The structure, which had been demolished both inside and out, started to tremble and rumble with insecurity, leading onlookers to scream in fear and dread. The building is about to collapse. Nami, we have to get out of here, Nejiko said as he grabbed Nami's arm and attempted to pull her away, but she remained still, her wide, astonished eyes refusing to leave the unstable structure. The structure collapsed, releasing a big cloud of dust and causing a vibration to move through the cement and split the ground. Luffy landed on the debris pile after letting himself fall from the sky and looking straight at Nami. My NAMI, said Luffy. You're a member of my crew. Nami remained speechless till tears of joy welled up in her eyes and ran down her cheeks. She agreed, her breath caught in her throat with intensity. Tell the rest of the island, Luffy said, drawing everyone's attention to him. This island is now under the protection of Monkey D. Arashiluffy, he said, eliciting joyous applause from the residents. Arlong is dead. His rule is finished, said one of the villagers. Nami dashed up to Luffy and snatched his lips in a passionate kiss. Her sister was taken aback for a second before beaming at her. A loud "not fair" was heard from Sanji, seeing the shitty captain making out with Nami. Now just hang on a second, yelled a voice from behind the peasants. The rat-faced marine caught everyone's attention. We're here to apprehend the pirates and Miss Nami for theft and piracy, he added with a smug grin, causing everyone's emotions to darken. Now ain't that just a mood killer, Luffy said lightheartedly after a time, coming down from the debris with his sword in his hand. A pirate opposing me? The marine questioned sarcastically and arrogantly. Yep, but I believe the term standing against implies that both people mentioned are at the same level of strength, so I'd say I'm completely annihilating you and forcing you to kneel before me, Luffy said with a demonic grin as he walked towards the marine squad in front of him, some of the soldiers stepping back in fear, sweat pouring down their bodies. Men, arrest this guy right now, Nezumi yelled. Funny enough, the rat-faced marine is a coward, exactly like his namesake. Luffy smirked as icy air and an intimidating aura poured out of him. The marines were frozen in place, their eyes wide with terror and breaths of terror coming from their throats. Luffy suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the marines, sword in hand, a tiny wind passing past the troops. Burrito. All of the troops in front of Nezumi slumped, blood pouring from open wounds caused by Luffy's quick cuts. Nezumi turned around with wide eyes and seemed to be on the verge of passing out. Why, you pirate scum, the higher-ups will find out about this, and you won't be able to live, you hear me? He said as he turned and ran towards his ship. Luffy grumbled as he sheathed his sword and started walking back to Arlong Park when he felt a sharp ache in his gut. He gasped, GKH. The hell, as blood began to gush from his wound after his struggle with Mihawk. Luffy, what happened? Nami exclaimed as she rushed up to him, drawing everyone's attention to him. Luffy said casually, nothing. Did you tear your stitches? Zoro inquired. I guess it's nothing to worry about, Luffy remarked before looking at his wound. Nami grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted, you need to have this treated. You're such a slob. Geez, Luffy, you need to stop making our girls nervous, Sanji smirked. You're such a bother, swirly brow, Zoro grumbled as he leaned against the debris. What the hell did you just say to me? Sanji said, threateningly, as he gazed at Zoro, sparks of rage flying between them. Those two will never get along, Usopp whispered to himself as he sighed in disappointment, a drop of perspiration sliding down his brow. Nami took a glance around the little pirate crew before smiling. Luffy merely grinned and chuckled his Shishishi laugh as he returned Nami's gaze. Later, you fool, did you think a wound this enormous would heal on its own? Why would you even think about fighting with this? Shouted the doctor, as Luffy remained mute as the doctor handed him cotton swabs and rubbed his wound with alcohol every now and again. Luffy remarked softly, to be honest, I forgot about it. How, and who even caused this? Said the doctor, his voice tinged with displeasure. As he felt someone enter the room, Luffy remarked, no one you need to worry about right now. Zoro's gruff voice yelled out with interest. Hey Luffy, I've been wondering. Luffy hummed inquisitively. Are we going to start training soon? Zoro said, his face disguised with excitement. Yes, we'll start as soon as we go, Luffy said quickly. Alright, just wanted to know, Zoro remarked after a brief pause as the doctor completed stitching Luffy's wounds. As soon as he saw Luffy sit up, the doctor remarked, alright child, you're fine to go, just don't rip him, alright. Where would Nami be right now? Luffy wondered as he rose up with the doctor's assistance. I guess she'd be on the cliff face not far from here, or at her home, the doctor remarked, waving his hand in the general area. Thank you, Luffy said as he exited the building without the doctor's assistance. Luffy noticed the whole hamlet celebrating with a massive bonfire nearby when he exited the building. Perfect way to celebrate, Luffy thought to himself as he walked away from where he sensed Nami's presence. Luffy stepped into a clearing that led from the jungle and found two individuals at what seemed to be a grave on the edge of a cliff a minute or so later. As Luffy approached the individuals, he discovered that they were Nichiko and Genzo, who were serious, with Nichiko on the verge of tears. In a courteous way, Genzo silently lifted out an alcohol bottle and gently dumped the contents on the ground. Nichiko turned and noticed him as if he had been felt. She turned her whole attention to him, blinking. What are you doing here? She inquired, puzzled. Luffy replied, catching a sight of the grave. Actually, I was just on my way to chat with Nami. Excuse me for asking, but whose grave is that? Luffy asked, his voice calm yet inquisitive. Genzo responded in a low tone after a little pause. It belongs to Bellemere, Nami and Nichiko's mother. Ah, I understand. Please accept my heartfelt sympathies, Luffy murmured, bowing his head. Thank you, Genzo replied, his gaze still fixed on the tomb. Listen, son, Genzo continued. I know Nami's going to leave with you, and I won't be able to stop her. So know this, Genzo added, his tone becoming more solemn. If any of you ever injure Nami, I'll kill you. We're not going to injure her, Luffy said emphatically. How do you know for sure? Genzo exclaimed as he whirled on his heel. Nijiko flinched at the loudness of his voice. Certainly, sir, Luffy said with a nod, glanced at Nijiko, who seemed to be concerned about something. What's up with Nijiko? He inquired. She startled a little when she heard the question. Well, I was wondering if I may come along with you as well, she said, her expression tense. Genzo was taken aback by Nijiko's suggestion. He exclaimed. Why? Luffy inquired, his brow quirked. With a shrug, Nijiko said, well, I think it's just my protectiveness for Nami, but I guess I'm just sort of curious what the rest of the world is like. How come she's so unconcerned about it? Luffy wondered aloud. Luffy said, well, what might you add to the crew? Nijiko hummed gently, her head tilted to the side. Well, I could keep Nami in check since I know how she can be, particularly when she comes into money, Nijiko said, little jokingly. The dark-haired captain's only answer was silence, which made her somewhat nervous. If you want me to be able to fight, I'll learn, and you won't have to worry about it, Nijiko pleaded. Luffy responded, fine, which made Nijiko's face light up. I'll let you join the crew, and I'll train you personally with Zoro, my first mate, Luffy remarked, eliciting a bright grin from the lavender-haired lady. She sprang and gave Luffy a massive embrace as she ran at him, shocking the guy for a short period. Thank you very much, Luffy, she said with delight. It's nothing, Luffy patted Nijiko on the back before seeing that Genzo remained stock-still, dejected and with a horrified look on his face. Is he going to be okay? Nijiko raised an eyebrow as she let go of Luffy and looked at Genzo. I believe so, he's probably simply taken aback. I think, Luffy muttered as he walked back out of the clearing and towards the settlement. I still want to acquire some meat and wine. All right, Captain, Nijiko remarked lightheartedly as she followed after him. Genzo, who was still shell-shocked by the ordeal, was left alone in the clearing while he attempted to process what had happened. Later, Luffy departed, choosing to investigate the area since the woodland gave him a strange vibe. He'd had this sensation since landing here, and Shanks had warned him that it may be due to his devil fruit. Upon arriving to the location where he had the peculiar feeling, he saw a massive hole in the ground. Luffy saw a chest at the bottom of the pit and pondered why no one had discovered it before. The chest seemed to be tiny, with a massive lock on it, which was shockingly made of gold. Luffy leapt down, grasping the chest, his hand on Haki, his hold on the golden lock. Before adding power and tearing it apart, the chest partly opened as he removed the lock. Luffy smiled as he saw what was inside. Knowing just who would desire this devil fruit, Luffy returned to his bed later that night, Nami waiting for him, and they were louder than they had ever been. After 3 days, over the course of 3 days, the whole hamlet partied until they passed out from weariness or inebriation. Only one person stood on the deck of the pirate ship, the Going Merry, while the rising sun welcomed numerous unconscious people with dazzling beams of the early morning sun. This figure was Luffy, who was dressed in PJ trousers and a simple black shirt, his hat dangling from his neck. Luffy gulped a sip from the wine cup, softly licking his lips as he sipped the bitter yet tasty beverage. Luffy cleared his throat quietly and turned around without speaking to anybody. Good morning, Zoro. Mornin', Luffy's first mate said gruffly as he strolled up to his skipper and leaned on the railing next to him. There was a brief pause in the stillness, which was broken by Luffy drinking his coffee. So, Luffy began, laying his cup on the railing and turning to Zoro, his left arm leaning on the railing as well. What do you need? He inquired curiously. In answer, Zoro said, when are we leaving? When everyone is up and attentive, Luffy said, prompting Zoro to give him a confused look. I'd want to have a fully functional crew, Luffy shrugged. Even though this stretch of water isn't quite as dangerous as the Grand Line, the crew must be careful. I suppose so, Zoro answered. Hey, Luffy acknowledged with a hum. Want to have a brief spar? Luffy raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you sure? Luffy inquired. With a nod, Zoro completely turned to face his leader. I know, I'm not in Mihawk's level, Zoro admitted, but I'd want to know where I stand in comparison to you. Luffy sighed after a brief examination of Zoro. As he took up his cup again, Luffy remarked, all right, if that's what you want. As he sipped his wine, he added, let me drink my wine first, then we can start. All right, now we can get started, Luffy remarked, placing his cup on the railing and summoning an Azuma with his palm. Luffy turned around to see Zoro already had his 3 swords drawn and his bandana knotted over his head, a broad grin on his face. Luffy remarked, whenever you're ready, Zoro. Zoro raced towards Luffy with incredible speed as soon as he completed his sentence. Oni, he charged straight ahead, slicing forward with his swords in a blur, all 3 meeting at one point. Santoryu, he said as he crossed his arms, his swords pointing at the sky. Ki. Because of Luffy, Zoro came to a halt in the midst of his strike. With his lightning sword and what seemed to be no effort, his captain was keeping all three of his swords at bay. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise as he saw his assault quickly and readily deflected. Luffy moved his blade, allowing Zoro to go by him before chopping him in the back of the neck with great power, almost knocking the green-haired swordsman out and causing him to collapse to the deck. Luffy merely remained in his place while Zoro panted and struggled to stand with tremendous difficulty. "Are you done yet?" Luffy said, his gaze falling on the barely awake Zoro, who was still fighting to rise. "Not yet," Zoro grumbled as he eventually got to his feet and turned to face Luffy, a determined expression on his face. "All right, come at me," Luffy shouted as he prepared his blade. Luffy said, turning his blades to the flat side. "Now do you want to finish this off?" "All good," Zoro remarked as he aligned his swords together to make a triangle before whirling them quickly. Luffy drew his swords up at a 45-degree angle and took a posture. As Zoro's swords blurred together, he murmured, "Nitoryu." Zoro continued to spin his blades, saying, "Santoryu Aogi, Sanzen Sekai." He yelled as he and Luffy collided for a fraction of a second before coming to a halt a little distance apart. "Suresu Sutamu." Luffy was standing and turning towards Zoro when he saw that he was on one knee and gasping for air. "Can you stand, Zoro?" Luffy said, puzzled. As he attempted to rise, Zoro muttered, "Yeah, I suppose you shattered some of my ribs," he grumbled, placing his hand on his chest and drawing it away as if it had been burned. That was the aim of that technique. It's mostly employed to incapacitate the adversary or shatter their weapons, Luffy stated as Zoro passed out. Later, as he blinked his eyes awake, Zoro grumbled, "Where am I?" He moaned as he sat up from his resting position. "Luffy's room," said a voice from the room's corner. When Zoro turned around, he found the local doctor seated at Luffy's desk, browsing through a medical book. "Why?" "Of course, so that I may cure you," the doctor said as he shifted in his office chair to face him. When Zoro looked down at his chest, he saw it was wrapped in numb. He said, "Why does my chest feel numb?" As he jumped up from his chair, the doctor replied, "Oh, those are the medicines I gave you," he stated as he walked to the door. "You're fortunate the worst injuries you sustained were some shattered bones." "Is Luffy outside?" Zoro said, his curiosity piqued. "I had to ask him a question," he continued, his fingers on the door handle. "He and the others are waiting for Nami to come on board so you can depart." "All right," Zoro grunted as he rose from his bed. "Here we go," he murmured as he snatched his sword off the nightstand and slung it over his right hip. The doctor left the ship, Luffy thanking for taking care of them and Zoro. Luffy, Usopp, and Nichiko were all standing on the rear of the ship, waiting for Nami to arrive to the pier with the rest of the village so they could say their goodbyes. "Remember to spread those flags throughout the island and put them up," Luffy said to the locals, referring to a heap of black fabric under Genzo's feet. "Of course, it's the least we can do after all you've done," Genzo responded respectfully. "Hey, it's Nami," said one of the locals, attracting the attention of the pirates. They saw that the orange-headed woman had her head down. "Is she okay?" Luffy said after a little pause. "Perhaps," Usopp said, his gaze drawn to Nami. Nami seemed to take a deep breath before yelling something that caught everyone off guard. "Set sail." Luffy blinked many times before smirking and turning to his still crew. "Didn't you hear her?" "Set the sails, we're outta here," Luffy yelled, his crew rushing around the ship in a frenzy of activity. As the Going Merry prepared to depart port, Genzo said, "Wait up, aren't you going to take her first?" Nami started sprinting through the mass of villagers, weaving among each of them, taking sharp turns, looping back and sliding by each and every one of the befuddled inhabitants, as if to add to the confusion. "What the heck is she doing?" Usopp said, his voice rough and inquisitive. "She's saying goodbye in her own special manner," Luffy remarked, leaning on the railing. "What are you doing, Nami? Stop. At the very least, say farewell." The villagers' combined screams included the previously mentioned as well as a collection of "what the hell." "Stop right there." Nami reached the end of the pier and jumped in a single strong bound, clearing the space between the ship and the dock and landing gracefully on the railing next to Luffy. "Welcome aboard," Luffy sarcastically exclaimed as his navigator stepped over the railing and pushed her blouse up above her belly button, producing a little flood of wallets and coin bags with money, notes, and coins to stream down about her feet. "I hope this doesn't turn into a habit," Luffy grumbled as he shook his head. "Don't worry, Luffy, I'll only do this to strangers," Nami teased, holding a bill between her middle and forefinger and kissing it lightly. "Take care of yourself," she urged, winking at the peasants, who all had furious, shark-toothed grins on their faces. "That brat, she got us again," they said, stunned. "Take care of yourselves. I quote I'll miss you," Nami said as she waved goodbye with a smile. Genzo yelled, "We'll miss you, you damn brat." With huge smiles on their faces, everyone at the pier was waving and saying goodbyes. "Hey, kid," said Genzo, drawing Luffy's attention. "Remember what I told you, okay?" he said. "I'll remember, old man." Luffy cried back, a little smile on his face as the ship continued to sail away from Nami's home island, the sounds of the people becoming fainter and fainter until they faded away completely. Later, everyone was in the kitchen. Nami was shining, her face like the sun, sitting close to Luffy. Nijiko knew what her sister had been up to. She glanced at Luffy and wondered what made Nami fall in love with him. As they were eating, Luffy suddenly turned serious, glancing at his crew. He coughed, gaining everyone's attention. All right, right now, we are making our way to Loguetown. And then we will go to Grand Line. That place is no joke. The Marines will be stronger, and so will the other pirate crews. That's why we will double our training, Luffy stated. Zoro smirked, liking the idea. And so did Sanji and Nami. Usopp paled while Nijiko wasn't sure what to expect. But before we start today, I need to show you something, Luffy stated before standing up, grabbing a small chest from a bag. Sanji had seen that bag, but his captain told him not to touch it. Putting the chest on the table, Nami was about to ask what was inside. When Luffy opened it, inside was what looked like fruit. Everyone immediately knew what this was. I found this devil fruit in the forest in the Konomi Islands, Luffy stated, much to Nijiko and Nami's surprise. They thought how was possible that they hadn't found it before. What will we do with it? Usopp asked, wondering if any of them would eat it or would they simply sell it. I'm sorry, but can someone explain which fruit is this? Nijiko suddenly asked, knowing from Nami what a devil fruit was. This is a devil fruit known as Tori Tori no Mai. Model, Teo Shin is a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Now, does anyone wants it? Luffy asked, looking at Zoro, who immediately shook his head in denial. I'm a swordsman. I don't need a devil fruit, Zoro simply stated, putting his hands behind his back and resting his head on the chair's back. Luffy nodded, understanding his reason, before looking at Sanji, who smoked a cigarette before shaking his head. No thanks, I have my eyes on another devil fruit, he stated. Many women around the world suddenly felt shivers of disgust in their spine. Usopp shook his head, much to their surprise. Nah, I'm a marksman. You said Shanks's crew has no one with devil fruits. That includes my father, he stated with pride. Luffy smiled before looking at Nijiko, who thought of it before shaking her head. I want to be an adventurer. I don't need a devil fruit, she stated before everyone's eyes turned to look at Nami. What abilities does this devil fruit gives? Not sure, but this devil fruit is based on the story of Ra, the guardian of the sun. Luffy started leaning the chest closer to Nami, who grabbed it in her arms. Nami looked at the fruit. The fruit was shaped like a pineapple. At the side were red wings with frames that looked like flames, a yellow flame on the top shaped like a bird head, and blue bottom. Before anyone could say anything else, Nami bites a big chunk. She knew it would taste horrible. As she swallowed quickly, the taste registered, almost making her vomit. She dropped the fruit on the floor as she stood up. The chair fell to the floor. After the taste disappeared, Nami looked at her arms and chest but felt nothing new. Did it work? Nami asked, looking at Luffy, who simply pointed at her legs. She looked down to see her legs looked like they were made of gold. Almost the whole crew yelled, especially Nami, who was shocked. Calm down. Nami, I will help you, Luffy stated. Nami calmed down and nodded, knowing her captain would help her. They walked to the ship's main deck. Luffy explained to the others what they would train today before turning to Nami. Now having golden arms and legs, Nami quite liked the feeling. It felt warm, but not to burn, but just simply very calming. Alright, Nami, today I will teach you how to turn your body back to normal. We won't try to turn you fully into your full extent since that can be quite dangerous to do here, her captain explained, pointing at the ship in the end. Nami nodded in understanding. That day, they found an abandoned island. Soon training. Luffy would check the rest of his crew every now and then to test them in haki and tell them what they should train before training Nami. Within a few days, Nami was finally able to turn her body back to normal. Very good. Nami, tomorrow, we will start training you on how to access a bit of your devil fruit's potential, Luffy stated, knowing to reach the maximum level fully would take years. After 2 weeks, they finally left the island, Nami only being able to turn her arms and legs into what looked like gold. Her skin was much harder to harm after turning. Nami was able to conquer small blasts of winds by moving her wings. Luffy stated that learning how to fly would be beneficial. Nami understood that not being able to swim, being able to fly could save her one day. She immediately started trying to teach herself how to fly, so far only slowing her fall but not actually flying. Navy headquarters of the East Blue. An emergency meeting has been called. Many officers have left whatever job they were doing to enter this meeting. Apparently, a new pirate crew had popped out and is already creating panic amongst the Marines of East Blue. Usually, a new pirate crew wouldn't be something they would care much about, but this one was different, much more different. So you're saying the Marines of East Blue can't handle these scum? One captain inquired of the green-haired guy in front of a board at the front of the room, who had a significantly receding hairline. They have been defeating big-name pirates left and right. And from our informer, the captain even fought the Warlord Mihawk and was able to stand his ground. That's concerning. One of the commanders nodded in agreement. They have appeared out of nowhere and already changing everything around the East Blue. We can't let them just walk around and destroy everything. Not only that, but apparently, the Straw Hat Pirates had also established that Kakuayasi village is part of their territory. One captain stated. They did what? One angry captain immediately shouted in anger. Who do they think they are? The Marines control all the seas, no exceptions, one with green hair declared, followed by nods. But two captains just rolled their eyes, knowing this wasn't the case, not even close. If that's the case, that means you never heard of the four emperors. One with purple hair, the others glared at him but decided to ignore him. What did that scum pirate do to Kakuayasi village? Another asked. Knowing a pirate with territory would mean bad news for both the Marines and the people living in said territory. He eliminated Arlong, the Saw, who apparently has had an established territory there for years. Not only that, but he had killed many innocent people there if they didn't pay him a monthly fee, the captain stated with a grave tone, knowing the upcoming storm. What do you mean? How come we didn't get intel on this earlier? One captain asked as many others started getting nervous at the thought of a pirate like Arlong getting away with something like this. Appears Captain Nezumi and his subordinates covered up for him in exchange for money. He stated, earning many shouts of anger. Many immediately started calling for his head, some even shouting for him to be burned alive in a pile in front of everyone to be a clear message to everyone. Off with his head. Everyone should see what happens to scum like him, one captain shouted angrily. We have already made that decision, but back on what we talked about. The new crew is strong and should not be underestimated, he said, followed by nods until one raised his hand. What should we do about their territory? Clearly, we can't allow it to be in the hands of pirates, he asked, many thinking the same. Right now, they're most likely sailing towards Loguetown. Once they arrive there, Captain Smoker will deal with all of them. He has already dealt with every pirate who wanted to go to the Grand Line. Once Straw Hats are imprisoned or killed, we can take back the territory in the name of justice, he finished with a shout at the end. Once the shouting died down, one started scratching his ass as he spoke. We shouldn't underestimate them. Don't forget all the pirate crews they defeated, one stated with a boring expression on his face. His face had a slash mark that went from the top of his forehead through his left eye all the way to his cheekbones. His eyes were different colors. The left eye was dark green, while the other was dark yellow. He wore an open emerald color shirt. He had long dark purple hair. In his chest was a word burned on his skin. See. Why is that Captain Shiny? One asked, looking at the man who was actually younger than everyone else here. Captain Ketsuki Shiny, 19 years old, 1.86 centimeters, long dark purple hair. Just look at the pirates he killed or defeated, and you will understand, he answered, bored, before throwing him the poster of Arlong. While he started scratching his back again, not caring. Exactly. Branu nodded and pointed to the bounty posters on the bulletin board. Buggy the Clown, with a 15 million berry bounty. The Buggy pirates were crushed by only 3 people and remained the only active crew. He then directed his finger to the next poster. Tear off 1,000 plans, a long dead guy with a 16 million berry bounty. He and the whole Black Cat pirates, including Django the Hypnotist and the Meowbin brothers, were wiped out to the last man. Branu shifted his weight to point to the next poster. Pirate Admiral Don Krieg, with a 17 million berry bounty. The whole Krieg crew, and Iron Shield Pearl, was also wiped out to the last man. Each of these bounties is more than $3 million more than the East Blue average. A female captain raised her hand. So were the Arlong pirates. They were all killed, but we didn't find 2 pirates from the crew. We think they must have escaped underwater during the fighting. We think that each member of this new crew warrants a bounty, given how rapidly these established pirate crews were wiped off and with such a tiny crew accomplishing so. The captain's may seem to be particularly high, but we have proof that he has a devil fruit. A devil fruit is uncommon in the East Blue, and a pirate who has one will always be subjected to an instant bounty of appropriate magnitude. This is the Straw Hat pirate crew and their bounties. As he turned the board to show 5 fresh bounty posters, the green-haired lieutenant commander said, "Can you stop that?" One female captain asked, looking at Captain Shiny. "Stop what? You know what?" She countered with disgust in her tone. "If I'm bothering you, then just don't pay attention to me," he said, bored, before deciding to leave the boring meeting. 1 week later, the day was slow, hot, and boring. For Sanji and Nijiko, it was hell on earth. The 2 poor, unfortunate souls had asked to start training more than before, at the same level as Zoro, and, well, it didn't go well. While Luffy tortured the ship's cook and ship's healer, as Nijiko had been officially assigned, with the best of intentions, the rest of the crew went about their own training. The screams of mercy and death threats from their 2 newest nakama provided amusing background noise. A nervous pelican found itself the object of Nami's ire as it waited dutifully for more payment. "Are you kidding me? They increased the prices again." Nami waved her arms about, generating annoyance in Haki almost unconsciously, which of course made the bird even more frightened. Reluctantly, Her thirst for knowledge triumphing over her avarice in a bloody victory, Nami withdrew another coin and dropped it in the pelican's pouch. The fee paid. The bird allowed the scary woman to take a newspaper before it took to the skies at a full aviation sprint. Usopp, who was making his mad scientist impression, looked up from his current work. I don't see why you're still so stingy, Nami. It's not like you need to save up to free your village anymore, and we have a lot of gold. That was true. From all the gold and treasure they had collected so far, the crew had almost 50 million berries to use for the ship, supplies, and different things. Nami glared at the marksman as if he had just thrown a bloody carcass at her. That's my point, Usopp. Now I get to keep every cent for myself. Usopp shook his head and returned to his latest concoction. Zoro was training insanely, as per usual, shirtless and drenched in sweat. The swordsman was lifting massive weights in each hand and swinging them like swords while holding a smaller weight with his teeth and maintaining perfect balance. In a parallel dimension, Zoro just did calisthenics and 2-arm swings. This Zoro, who had his eyes open to just how big the power gaps could be between him and someone from the Grand Line, trained as obsessively and psychotically as he had when he was training to fight Kuina. Zoro had attained a state of ultimate focus. Every twitch of his muscles was noted, compensated, and otherwise used to help the greater whole. The world had shrunk to himself and his weights, the outside world nothing more than a set of distractions that he paid no heed to. 5,512. 5,513. The man gasped to himself while his inner thoughts reflected on his comparative weakness. I couldn't even touch Mihawk. My haki was all but worthless against him. I have to keep getting stronger, faster, better so that I can have that match with Mihawk and win. With that mental rant, Zoro upped his training up a notch, starting to move through his various kata while balancing the half-metric ton weights. Sanji and Nijiko were huddled together near the aft. The two of them were honestly quivering in their boots. Where is he? Where is he? Where the hell is he? Nijiko muttered to herself, her eyes swiveling in their sockets like a madwoman. I don't know. We'd better make a break for it now. There has to be an island nearby or something. Sanji muttered back, seriously considering jumping ship. A second bout with starvation on a deserted island would be preferable to this freaking ship of psychotic, well-intentioned horrors. A living nightmare suddenly discovered them. Wow, you guys are already trying to run away. Let's continue. Without even looking up, Usopp leaned to the side as Sanji flew through the space he once occupied. Oi, Luffy, try to aim somewhere else. This is my super powerful deluxe Tabasco star. If anyone gets hit in the eyes with this, it would be a catastrophe. Luffy cocked his head to the side. Catastrophe. That sounded cool. Before Luffy could begin his usual destructive idiocy, however, Zoro finished his workout with a massive strike from all three weights. The slipstream and displaced air were enough to send the featherweight ball of evil spicy doom right out of Usopp's fingers and straight into his eyes. The marksman stood still for a second in a moment of orderly shock. Then the pain kicked in. An inferno that was as tall as some mountains flew up from Usopp's face. And the extravagant coward went through the standard procedure for such events, running around at supersonic speeds, screaming his ass off. My beautiful eyes are burning. Someone, please gouge them out or something. Throw me into the sea. Stick my head in the freezer. Do something, you crazy maniacs. Luffy was laughing. Sanji and Nijiko, while recovering slightly faster than they had the previous episode, were still too indisposed to help their nakama. Zoro calmly toweled himself off, knowing that an actual shower was an unattainable luxury, before throwing his sweaty towel with incredible accuracy straight into Usopp's face. It was unhygienic, sure, but the salty sweat immediately doused the burning. As Usopp debated whether to be grateful or disgusted, Nami looked up from her paper, which she had been reading for the entire time. Would you all just calm down? I'm trying to relax here. Nami shook her head before returning to the news. The world's going crazy. The government's grip keeps on slipping. There's a rebellion on St. Elba's right now. The revolutionaries are getting more active. The price on coal's going up. Luffy's got a wanted poster. What the heck? As numerous bits of paper dropped from the newspaper, the navigator shouted. Nami, you all right? Luffy inquired as he knelt beside her. A few seconds later, Zoro, Sanji, and Nijiko appeared, heading down Mary's back steps. Take a look at this. Nami screamed and pointed at the papers spread out on the deck. As she stared at them, the orangeette seemed to be a little blue in the face. Luffy gazed at the papers, puzzled, only for a huge grin to sweep over his face a split second later. Dead or alive? Luffy grabbed the bounty. The picture was perfect in everything. He couldn't wait to see his brother's reaction and even his grandpa. Nami smacked him in the head with her fist as a result of the laughing that ensued. How come you're so thrilled about it? Nami was adamant. This can only suggest headquarters is involved. Because of this, we may be swarmed by bounty hunters and marines. With crocodile tears streaming down her cheeks, the navigator sank back on her lounge chair. Heh, Zoro grinned when he saw his likeness on a bounty poster. How come the idiot's bounty is higher than mine? When Sanji saw the difference in quantities between his and Zoro's bounties, he grumbled. What's going on? Usopp inquired. Holy crap. When he saw his face on a bounty poster, he sobbed. Nijiko pouted that she had no bounty yet, but knowing she had just joined, it was to be expected. Wanted, dead or alive. Monkey D. Luffy, 70 million berry. Luffy burst out laughing. How much he wished to see his brother's reaction to this. Luffy's giant grin in the poster really didn't paint him as a big scary pirate but more like a boy full of joy. Wanted, dead or alive. Boranoa Zoro, 49 million berry. Zoro smirked as he read his own poster. Anyone who saw his bounty poster would immediately recognize him. He knew his three-sword technique would get famous by him. Wanted, dead or alive. Nami Bulgur Cat, 27 million berry. Nami let out a sigh as she examined her poster. She knew this was taken when they were in Barady. She looked good, but the expression on her face screamed danger. Wanted, dead or alive. Sanji, 36,666,000 berry. As he smoked a cigarette, Sanji nodded. He was still irritated that the Moss Head had a bigger bounty than him, but he'd put it aside for the time being. The poster showed him kicking Krieg pirates. Wanted, dead or alive. Usopp, 15 million berry. Usopp squealed with delight when he read his bounty poster. When Kaya, Pepper, Carrot, and Onion saw this, they would flip out. He was now a true pirate. Let's get this celebration started. Zoro, Usopp, Nijiko, and Sanji greeted Luffy's joyful exclamation with applause. Sure, I haven't drank in a long time, Luffy said before grabbing Nami's hand and walking inside, followed by a grumbling Sanji who looked ready to kick a certain captain. Zoro was grinning from all the torture the cook was getting. Usopp was praying for his well-being while Nijiko quiet liked that Nami was happy. Somewhere, holy shitty, a shout was heard throughout the air as footsteps ran closer to the location of the shout. Sabo-kun, you alright? Koala asked, concerned, running towards him. Seeing him lying on his back in the grass, Sabo laughing like a madman, a newspaper in his hand. After he stopped laughing, he stood up and showed her the paper. This is my brother's first bounty, Sabo said, still smiling. Grabbing the newspaper, she read the bounty, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, this is very impressive for an East Blue bounty, she stated, knowing how much Sabo loved his brothers. The blonde laughed again. I can almost hear Ace shouting. Moby Dick. And a shout of despair was heard in the main deck by a certain Ace who was clenching his teeth. The others quickly asked him what was wrong, but much to their surprise, Ace burst out laughing. Lying on the floor, still looking at the newspaper. He really did it, Ace simply said with a smile before rushing to his father and reaching his chair. Look, Pops, this is my little brother's first bounty, Ace said, handing him the poster. Whitebeard looked at it before laughing. Gururara, is the Storm Brat right? He asked with a grin as Ace nodded. Yes, at least it shows him how he is instead of a big scary pirate, Ace stated, smiling. Marco checked the poster before whistling. That's rather a big bounty for an East Blue pirate. Yoi, he stated, earning a glare from Ace since technically he was from East Blue as well. Marco then grew a smirk on his face. Isn't his first bounty higher than yours? He asked with a teasing smirk. Hey, who cares anyway? Bounties are not everything, Ace said, slightly annoyed, his crew members laughing behind him. As Ace tried to stop his crewmates from laughing in his face, Whitebeard suddenly remembered something. Ace, you said he ate the Arashi Arashi no Mai fruit, Whitebeard suddenly asked. Much to their surprise, his voice was serious. Yes, father, Ace answered quickly, not understanding why he was serious all of a sudden. I see, Monkey D. Luffy. Well played. Dragon, it seems you are more cunning than I thought. An island God knows where. Boss, we have a visitor. A pirate screamed as he raced over to his captain, who was half asleep from drinking the whole night. Calm down, it's too early. And I've got a hangover. Shanks waved the guy away, evidently oblivious to or unconcerned about the fact that it was past noon. I notice you're still behaving so casually. From behind the startled pirate, Mihawk said. The presence of the warlord immediately put everyone on guard except Shanks, who grinned even more, if that was possible. Oh, Hawkeyes, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. The warlord was hailed by Shanks. I'm not feeling well right now. Did you come for a match? I'm not interested in fighting you when you're drunk, Mihawk said. Just a few weeks ago, I met some interesting pirates. One of them reminded me of a child from East Blue who I met. He then displayed the bounty posters of Luffy and his gang. There's no way. As soon as he saw the big grin, Usopp's eyes widened at seeing the poster of his son amongst the pile of new posters. Shanks' eyes expanded, and he broke into a broad smile. So, Luffy, you've made it. Shanks gave the poster a kind grin. Well, Hawkeyes, after delivering something like this to me, I can't let you leave. As he gazed at Shanks, Mihawk's eyes widened slightly. A flagon was put in front of the world's greatest swordsman and filled with liquor in a matter of seconds. Of course, Mihawk trailed off, a faint moan in his throat. Ha ha ha. Come on, Hawkeyes, drink some more. Shanks chuckled as the red hair pirates erupted in laughter and joy. Today is going to be a celebration. Didn't you already have a hangover? As he took up the whole flagon, Mihawk questioned. Now is the time to rejoice. Shanks burst out laughing. Please, Mihawk groaned before downing the flagon all at once, much to Shanks' delight. Man, who would have guessed? Right from the outset, Luffy has 70 million on his head. Hahaha. Party's bar, Fuchsia Village. Luffy's famous now. A villager exclaimed as he showed the bounty poster to everyone. 70 million already. They exclaimed in union. It seems our village might actually get famous for producing such a famous pirate. Be quiet, all of you. Mayor Whoopslap ordered all of them. Our village is getting known for having a famous pirate is nothing to be proud of. Calm down, Mayor. Makino smiled softly as she handed him a drink. Luffy looks so happy. His dream is to become a great pirate. She smiled at the poster. His dream or his fate? Whoopslap wondered out loud before drinking. Navy HQ. As Garp prepared to eat another donut. This time, he would definitely break the world record even if it meant death. The door slammed open, falling to the ground causing a big metallic sound to echo throughout the room. Garp didn't bother to look who it was as Sengoku slammed a bunch of posters in front of his face, crashing the whole table along with it. Is your damn family again? Garp Sengoku almost spit fire from his mouth. Garp just quirked an eyebrow, not caring as he picked his ears before grabbing the first poster thinking Ace had done something else when his eyes read the name and the bounty. Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed loudly as tears streamed down his face while Sengoku looked red in the face, almost like a tomato. That's my grandson, Garp stated before earning a punch from his best friend. As Going Merry was sailing towards Loguetown. Underwater, reading the wanted poster, a grin appeared on his face before releasing a sigh. Grabbing the sword in his right hand, a strange white hat on his head. Our roads will join soon. Monkey D. Luffy. We are approaching land. Usopp cried out from the next, looking at the land with his binoculars. It looked like a very normal town to him, a part of him not understanding how the Pirate King was executed in such a simple town. One would think a man like him would be executed in a more important town or city. He shrugged his shoulders before deciding to climb down. Luffy smiled brightly, standing on the Going Merry figure, holding his hat with his right hand from flying away because of the wind blowing past him. He had heard about the town, and he couldn't wait to see the platform where the Pirate King had died. He wanted to see what he had seen in his last moments. So this is Loguetown. Looks nothing special, Nijiko commented as Nami was approaching Luffy, who jumped from the figure right in front of his lover. What do you think? Nami asked as Luffy snug his arm around her waist. Nami grabbed his hat and put it on her head. Luffy didn't mind. After all, only people he treasured had the right to hold the hat. Giving her a quick kiss on the lips. Looks good. But I'm more excited to see the platform, Luffy answered as the crew reached the ship's main deck. As Going Merry reached the docks, the crew left the ship to admire the city before them. Nijiko had to admit that it looked beautiful from closer. Wow, what a big city, Luffy shouted in amazement. In front of them was a wooden platform with the town's name written on it. So here is where the age of pirates started, Sanji said as he lightened up a cigarette. It was quite beautiful. Makes you wonder why he was executed here of all places. Usopp wondered out loud, looking at the buildings. This town was clearly bigger than any other place he had been so far. The Pirate King was born in this town. That's why he was executed here, Luffy answered as he stood in front of his crew. Anyway, this will be a good place to refill our supplies. With the amount of food you eat, we will need a whole Sea King, Sanji commented, smoking his cigarette. Thankfully, they weren't short on money. I will go and see if they have several things I need. This town is bigger than any other town. I hope they have what I need. Usopp checked on the list he had made. It was quite a long list, including parts for a project he thought would be quite beneficial for the crew and Going Merry. I need to grab some medicine, including syringes, antibiotics, alcohol, bandages, the 5 types of scissors, trauma shears, bandage scissors, surgical scissors, Mayo scissors, iris scissors, disposable gloves, and many other things, Nijiko stated, checking on her list. While she wasn't the best doctor, her village's constant injuries from Arlong forced her to study medicine. Many people were beaten up and sometimes even maimed by Arlong's crew. Nijiko had been forced to read how to heal wounds. It wasn't much, but that's all she could do. Nami nodded at her sister, looking at her list over her shoulder. She wouldn't hesitate to give money to Nijiko, not mentioning it was for medicine. I will need to buy 2 new swords. My old one's broke, Zoro said, checking on his swords. Nami's eyes suddenly turned to Barry when she heard that. I'll lend you the money, Zoro. At 300% interest, Nami said cheerfully. Zoro murmured which under his breath and was about to decline her offer when. No, Luffy simply stated, looking at Nami with a serious look, not the one he usually wore on his face. Nami was about to protest, but Luffy continued. I don't want my crew not to have the weapon or equipment because we were a bit greedy, Luffy said. But Luffy, Nami cried crocodile tears. We're not short on cash, and we're on our way to the Grand Line. I don't want Zoro to be saddled with a terrible pair of swords or not give money to Usopp for his items. What happens if one of us gets sick and we can't do anything because we decided to save money? Luffy stated. Looking at his crew, they all nodded with smiles. Even Nami understood his point. All right, Luffy, Nami said with a fake grin as she wiped away her tears. Her captain laughed at her cute face. Remember that we are wanted people now. Therefore, the less time we spend here, the higher the chances of not causing trouble with the Marines, Luffy said to his crew, despite knowing the chances of actually sailing away without actually causing trouble were pretty slim if not zero. How much will you need, Zoro? Luffy asked, looking at his crewmate, who pondered for a moment before answering. A good sword will cost at least 100,000 berry, Zoro said, pointing at his swords. Luffy knew that was way too cheap for a good sword. He didn't know much about sword prices, but even he knew that was a bit cheap. One time he had asked Hawkeye how much his sword was worth. A sword like mine is worth 1 billion berries to 2 billion berry. Looking at his only sword that wasn't torn apart from Mihawk. What about this one? This one survived Hawkeye's attack, Luffy asked, pointing at his sword. Zoro unsheathed his sword before looking at his captain. A sword like this should be at least 1 million, if not 2 million, Zoro answered, sheathing his sword. Nami, give him 5 million berries, Luffy ordered. The navigator pulled out the money before reaching out for Zoro to grab. Zoro grabbed the money or tried, immediately noticing that his nakama wasn't letting go of them before eventually letting him get the money, with tears streaming down her face. Nijiko watched with amusement. Her sister always had a thing about money. Greedy witch, Zoro grumbled as he put the money in a pocket, walking away trying to find a store alone, which probably wasn't the brightest of ideas. How much do you think you'll need, Usopp? Luffy inquired, looking at Usopp now, who scratched his chin, trying to come up with a reasonable number, not wanting to be on Nami's bad side, especially now that she had a devil fruit. How about 300,000 berry? He said. Nami gave the money, this time without much opposition, much to Usopp's relief, who left a sigh, immediately walking away. Sanji, Luffy asked. The chief was looking up at the sky, murmuring different food names and different flavors. I'd think 5,000 should be enough, Sanji said before walking away. But the crew left noticed he was walking towards a group of ladies instead of the market. What about you, Nijiko? Luffy asked, turning at the doctor of the group. Nijiko raised her hand, spreading out her fingers, as she started counting the things she needed in her mind. 50,000 berries should be enough, Captain, Nijiko said. Nami gave her the money. Meet me in the store after you're done, Nami said as Nijiko nodded and walked away, checking on different shops. I'm going to buy clothes, Luffy, perhaps even something special for you. Luffy, she said seductively, the last part on Luffy's ears, who grinned. Walking away, she turned to her captain again. Don't cause problems, she shouted as she walked away. Of course, Nami. Luffy smiled broadly. Walking towards the town center, Luffy noticed the sign pointing at the execution platform, making it easier to find. Sanji. After leaving the company of the beautiful ladies, much to his displeasure, he was looking around the market. He had to agree this was quite a good market, especially the different types of food, but mostly was different types of fish. They even were selling dark fish, which was known for his skin that presumably was good for healing. Finally, stopping after reaching a merchant. What type of fish is this? Sanji asked with a surprised face. The giant fish with elephant-like characteristics. He'd never seen one before. He wondered how good it would taste. This here is an elephant true blue fin, the fisherman said proudly. It's a fish most frequently found in the South Blue, but on rare occasions, you may catch them in the East Blue as well. I just reeled this one in with my fishing pole this morning. Wow, quite a good catch, Sanji said, complimenting the fisherman. Would you want me to slice up some of it for you, sir? The fisherman said, delighted to sell his finest catch. Don't worry about it, I'll purchase the entire thing, Sanji said, and the fisherman reciprocated with a smile. Thank you for your patronage, sir, exclaimed the fisherman as he swiftly wrapped the enormous, heavy fish in thick paper. Sanji laughed as he drew out the requisite berry for the fish. He also bought dark fish in case it was needed later. After giving the money to the merchant, he grabbed the fish, resting it over his shoulder. The merchant asked if he needed help to carry it, but Sanji dismissed him with a shake of his head. Now, to bring this back to the Mary, Sanji murmured as he began walking. As he was walking towards the ship through the market. Hey, did you hear about what happened in North Blue, in the Germa Kingdom? One whispered to another. Sanji's eyes widened slightly. The image of a mask on his face suddenly flashed through his eyes like lightning strikes. The cigarette from his mouth fell, his feet rushing forward, not wanting to hear whatever they were talking about. Why? What happened? The other merchant asked, intrigued. But Sanji had already walked away, out of earshot, not wanting to hear more about it. 3 minutes later, he noticed Usopp and noted the enormous pack the gunman was carrying, especially a few metal parts sticking out of his bag. As Usopp walked, the bag on his arms made a metallic sound. Yo, Usopp, help me out a little, Sanji said. What's that enormous fish? Usopp exclaimed as he turned to face his crewmate. His eyes goggled at the sight of the gigantic elephant tuna. I just purchased it, nice and fresh, Sanji said as he hefted it in his hands. Help me carry it. Yes, sure, Usopp agreed since it couldn't be that heavy. Right, thank you, Sanji said. While they were carrying the fish, Sanji noticed a beautiful woman standing there, who winked at him. His eyes turned to hearts immediately. Such a beauty, Sanji shouted, wanting to walk to the woman. Usopp face-palmed. Marine Base Loguetown. Sir, Captain Smoker. As he entered the room, an ensign saluted his superior. There was a lot of smoke in the room. On the sofa in front of him, a white-haired guy was putting pebbles on the coffee table. The guy had already built an excellent tower of 7 rocks. What exactly is it? As he placed the 8th rock on top of the stack, Smoker inquired, hoping this Marine wouldn't distract him from what he was doing. We've received reports that the Straw Hat Pirate's Jolly Roger was observed docked earlier. The ensign said, what should we do? Smoker instead ignored trying to balance his rocks when they all fell down on the floor. Don't throw me off and break my concentration. The white-haired man put on his coat, which was white with dark blue fur lining the hem, cuffs, and collar of the garment. Several cigars were also strapped to the left side of the jacket as if they were some kind of ammunition. The smoking man then grabbed an oversized jit and strapped it to his back. The ensign said, Petty Officer Tashigi went to collect her sword from the weapons store she frequents. As they proceeded through the base, Smoker said, still, how many hours does it take? A tiny girl bumped against Smoker's leg as they exited the base and into the city street. Smoker looked down at the girl whose eyes were streaming tears, looking sadly at her ice cream. Captain Smoker, screamed the frightened father, please pardon my daughter, sir. The tiny girl sniffled over the loss of her triple scoop ice cream cone. Sorry about that. Smoker apologized to the tiny girl, placing several berry money in her small hands. Go grab yourself a 5-scoop cone on me, the burly Marine said as he walked away with the ensign. The father nodded, while the small daughter smiled and waved enthusiastically at the receding Smoker, who just lifted his hand in a backward gesture and turned the corner. Nami, how's this? Nami said as she pushed back the changing room curtain, revealing a dress that looked quite similar to a certain archipelago. Who sneezed? It fits you well, miss, exclaimed the shopkeeper, and Nami nodded before shutting the curtain and putting on a new dress, then pulling it out again a few seconds later. Nami, who was now dressed in a long crimson dress with a fur stole around her neck and a large slit up the side that ran all the way to her upper thigh to show off her legs, questioned, and this, how exquisite you look, miss, said the shopkeeper with a grin. Nami hummed in delight before going through several more dresses. The shopkeeper kept complimenting her choice of dresses. So, would you be purchasing all of them, miss? Inquired the shopkeeper, who was obviously shivering with excitement, his hair fashioned to seem like a coat hanger of all things. Nope, just this one, Nami exclaimed as she set her selection on the counter next to the mountain of garments she'd tried on. Please come again, the shopkeeper said, his eyes welling up with crocodile tears. Nami waved over her shoulder as she walked out of the boutique, but she was pleased with her outfit. Welcome, said the female shopkeeper as Nami entered the store. The temperature and pressure suddenly altered. Is it going to rain? It definitely seems like it. I wonder how much longer I can shop. Nami wondered out loud, deciding to find Nichiko. Zoro, seems like that monster ain't with you today, yelled a loud male voice, drawing Zoro's attention across the street, where 2 enormous men faced down a young lady with swords drawn. It's because of you guys that our boss was locked up, said another loud male voice. If you 2 still haven't learned your lesson, the lady answered, I'll happily be your opponent. You teach us a lesson in sword fighting. Let's show her how a real swordman fights, said one of them, grinning down at the girl who surprisingly didn't show a hint of fear on her face. She was almost smirking. Well, why not? We will come for your captain next. The 2 men screamed at the lady as they swung their swords at her. Both large men were slashed across the torsos in an instant, and the young woman then proceeded to lose her footing and trip on the final step of her movement. The people who had gathered to watch the show started laughing at how clunky she was. Well, this is a surprise, Zoro said as he picked up the woman's glasses and handed them to the swordswoman. These are yours, right? Zoro gave the lady her glasses. As sorry for bothering you. The lady apologized as she grabbed his glasses from him. Thank you very much. When she glanced up, Zoro's body jolted. He was staring into the face of Kuina, who looked almost identical to his lost comrade. Kuina, Zoro murmured under his breath, but he remembered this one wasn't her, she was dead, deciding to leave immediately. He stood up. Watch your footing next time. You were lucky, but the next time you might not be, Zoro told her as he was walking away, not looking at the lady who looked like Kuina. The lady blushed slightly, listening to his advice. After standing up, she was about to say something, only now noticing that he was gone. Who was he? Luffy. This is where the Pirate King died. Luffy grumbled as he stared at the thing. He felt a chill down his spine. This is also where the age of pirates began. The captain of Straw Hat Pirates said. Zoro. Who the hell was she, and why did she look like Kuina? Zoro breathed, recalling the swordswoman and deciding to just ignore it for now. The swordsman started asking people for directions to a sword shop, all of them pointing towards his right. Zoro listened to them, and soon he reached the end, only to notice that he was at the docks on the other side of the island. What the hell? Lying scumbags, he thought with clenched teeth before turning around, running around, trying to find a shop only to end up in the same exact place. Later, after searching around without knowing where he was going, Zoro finally found a shop. Welcome, said the shopkeeper, a balding guy with black hair sticking out on both sides who rubbed his hands together and beamed a salesman's smile. Please feel free to explore around as much as you like. Zoro told the merchant, I want to purchase several swords. Of course, sir, the store owner exclaimed. We've got antique swords, modern swords, and even esoteric swords, all at affordable rates and backed by a 200-year sterling reputation. Great, Zoro sighed, knowing the shopper was boasting. Wait, is that? The store owner said as he saw Zoro's sword on his hip. Is that? Could it be? He inquired. Young guy, might I possibly see that sword you've got there? The shopkeeper asked with an innocent grin on his face. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly before shrugging his shoulder. If he tried anything, he would cut him down. I suppose. Zoro shrugged as he slid Watto onto the counter. Calm down, this could be a tremendous chance. He may not even know what he has, thought the shopkeeper as he unsheathed the sword and examined it for a while. A fine blade. The workmanship is noteworthy, to say the least. Ipponmatsu, the shopkeeper, said, smiling. If you're interested in selling this sword, I would gladly buy it for 500 Kelvin berry. The shopkeeper said while rubbing his hands in excitement. Watto Ikemanji belonged to my late friend, and I inherited it along with our shared dream, Zoro said coldly, and Ippon trembled reflexively. I will never part with this sword. Yes, of course, sir. Ippon nodded in understanding. Is that it? Exclaimed a female voice that resembled Kuina, and smashed against the counter in her haste to be near to the legendary sword. That's Watto Ikemanji, the straight road of peace. It's amazing. Why the fuck is she here? Zoro screamed in his head as he saw the lady for the second time so fast. The swordswoman exclaimed, Watto Ikemanji is one of the 21 great grade swords. It doesn't matter, Zoro said as he returned Watto to his hip and sheathed it. This sword is more essential to me than its grade or worth. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, the swordswoman said, bowing slightly. Wait, I remember you. We just met on the street a few minutes ago. Thank you for finding my glasses. My name is Tashigi. It's all right. I'm just trying to get some swords, Zoro said, careful not to reveal his identity. I'd like to if possible. Of course, feel free to look at our collection of blades. The blunt old swords are in the barrels along one wall. The new swords are on the racks against the other wall, and the highest quality swords are on their own racks on the wall next to me, Ippon explained. And you, woman, you're here to pick up your shigure, correct? The shopkeeper asked. Tashigi noticed that the swordsman was using 3 swords, which immediately reminded her of a certain bounty hunter. Hey, you use 3-sword style, right? You remind me of a bounty hunter, Tashigi said. Zoro's posture didn't change from her words. A specific bounty hunter, Zoro said as he was looking at a blade from the barrel with good swords. But he didn't try and look at her. Yes, Roronoa Zoro. Do you know who he is? I've heard that name a lot, Zoro said before deciding to leave the sword where it was. It seems all the most famous blades are in the hands of pirates and bounty hunters these days. It's such a shame. Those swords must be crying while being used for evil. Tashigi shook her head. Everyone has their own circumstances. You can't brand everyone bad simply because they do something different than you, Zoro said as he stared at Tashigi. Pirates are bad. Is as simple as that, Tashigi said. Oh really? You can't just use a paint to paint pirates with one color and the Marines with another. I for one heard of an incident in Shell's town. A brat used his wolf to terrorize people around the town, sometimes even allowing the wolf to bite some, Zoro said before stopping, allowing Tashigi to understand what he was saying. The Marines stopped him, right? No, you see, he was the son of the town's captain. Therefore he thought he could do everything he wanted, he said, checking the swords. Before Tashigi could say anything, his father was even worse. He ordered his own men to kill a little girl. He ordered his men to kill themselves, Zoro finished with disgust at the end. Tashigi stood silent at his words, and so did the shopkeeper, who actually was terrified. Eventually, the swordswoman found her voice. I'm sorry, maybe you're right, but still, I want to free all the legendary swords from evil hands. Tashigi spoke with passion in her voice. Does that imply you want to steal Watto Ikemanji from me? Zoro said, his hand on the Ikemanji. Tashigi lifted her hands in front of her to deflect the charge. No, I don't want the swords for myself. I simply don't want them to be used for evil. Zoro's eyes darted to the sword he'd just touched. Something about it seemed unique. He drew the blade from the barrel and examined it, unsheathing it and inspecting the flame like Hammond design. This sword was different. It was unique. Oh, that sword. I've seen it in my book, Tashigi shouted, pulling a large book from her back pocket and flipping through the pages. I was correct. That's Sandai Kaitsu. It's a grade sword, exactly like mine Shigeru. Ippen shook his head and said, I can't sell that weapon. But why not? Tashigi said, plainly perplexed. It's cursed, Zoro said, raising the sword. So you're aware of it, Ippen said, anxiously glancing at the blade. No, I can simply tell, Zoro said, focused on the blade in his hands. Well, you're correct. Ippen nodded, perspiration beading on his brow. The Kaitsu are all wonderful swords, but they've borne a curse from the beginning with the Shodai Kaitsu. Many a renowned swordsman met their death after wielding one of the 3 Kaitsu. Nowadays, no swordsman would touch one of them. I like it, so how much was it again? 100,000, right. Zoro grinned, his sword raised in the air. Ippen yelled at the green-haired swordsman, You idiot. I said I couldn't sell that sword. If you died, it'd be like I murdered you myself. Let's put it to the test, Zoro said, grinning at the sword. Which is stronger, my luck or this sword's curse? He said, tossing the blade into the air and holding his arm straight out to his side. The Sandai Kaitsu swirled down, aiming for Zoro's arm. Ippen cautioned, You idiot. You'll lose your arm. That sword's edge is unsurpassed. Tashigi worriedly covered her lips with her hands while Zoro merely closed his eyes and waited. The surprised and scared Ippen and Tashigi watched as the cursed blade whirled downwards, neatly circling Zoro's arm just as it seemed he would lose it. The two witnessed the great sword pierce clean through the hardwood floor all the way to the hilt. I'll take it. Zoro grinned maniacally as Tashigi and Ippen slumped in shock at what they'd just seen. Hang on. Just wait right there. Ippen yelled from the back of his shop, emerging with a sword on its own stand. This is Yubashiri, one of the 50 skillful grade swords. I can personally attest to its sharpness. My shop may be small, but this is the best sword you'll find in Loguetown. I guarantee it. Zoro took up the sword, noting its lightness, and unsheathed it to display a stunning blade, with a perfect wave on the hamon and a razor-sharp edge. He sheathed the sword with a smile. Zoro inquired to Ippen, How much? Don't worry about the money, Ippen said as he walked away. It's been a long time since I've seen a true swordsman. I'll pray for your good fortune. Zoro didn't seem pleased. I asked how much it costs. It is not honorable to not pay. The shopkeeper's eyes widened slightly. He was clearly stunned from his words before he broke from his stunned situation. Oh, all right, that. It costs 2 million, he said after calculating the price. Zoro grinned, pulling out the money from his pocket and handing it to the shopkeeper, whose eyes couldn't believe it. Zoro left the shop quietly. The shopkeeper put the money in the bag. When Ippen returned, he noticed Tashigi still standing there. You can go now, you know. We're closed for the rest of the day. Ippen shooed Tashigi out of his business and turned the sign to closed. Luffy, wow, so this is what the Pirate King saw when he died, cried Luffy as he stood on top of the execution platform, gazing out over the busy square and seeing all the people, many of whom were staring and pointing at him with interest. Hey, you, get down from there. Why? Luffy asked before letting out a laugh. The officer shouted at him again, because that execution platform belongs to the world government, so get off it. He was then beaten over the skull with a big, spiked iron mace and left splayed out on the ground. Now, no need to be so tense, policeman, a woman in a cloak with stylized heart said, her head topped with a white cowboy hat with a large, decorative plume feather on the left side. Civilians were alarmed to see a police officer brutalized so casually. I've been looking for you, Luffy. It's been a long time. Luffy tilted his head to the side. He knew he wasn't the best at remembering faces, but he knew he had never seen this face. Knowing he wouldn't be able to recognize her, he used observation haki. Are you sure you haven't forgotten my face? The woman said. You've changed on the outside, but you're as rotten on the inside as you've always been. Alvida, Luffy said, looking down at the female pirate. You remember, Alvida said, grinning. I still remembered how you hit me, she said seductively while touching her face. The people who had gathered started yelling at Luffy for harming such a beautiful woman. You hit me hard, and I loved that, she said, sending a wink towards Luffy, who wasn't seduced. The opposite, he looked bored. I want you to be mine, Luffy. No, Luffy responded swiftly, and every guy in the square frowned in disbelief, some calling him stupid. You, so callous and harsh. Alvida laughed as she pulled off her cloak, exposing her new thin form in striped caprice, a white bikini top, and a purple jacket. After I ate the sub no mai, my body changed. You undoubtedly noticed my freckles are gone, she said. Luffy rolled his eyes. Yeah, I realized a lot more than that was gone. An explosion ripped through the square, smashing the neighboring fountain and sending a massive chunk of masonry flying towards Alvida. The enormous chunk of marble seemed to strike the lady, but the large fountain piece seemed to just slide off her and crash into a nearby building the next second. Well, don't you think it was a little dangerous? Alvida questioned a group of veiled guys. The lead guy said, with your devil fruit. No assault can injure your skin, so don't worry. Luffy, Alvida said, addressing the straw-hatted young guy. If you're really suited to be my man, you won't lose against him. We paired up simply to find you. I've dreamt solely of murdering you since the day I was blown away, yelled the leader as he and his crew took off their cloaks and unveiled themselves to the enormous square. Dozens of residents screamed in despair as the Buggy pirates drew out guns and leveled them at them. Luffy expected someone more dangerous, but the moment his eyes saw who the leader was, oh, it's just Buggy. Buggy clenched his teeth in anger. The straw hat was pretending as if he was nothing compared to him. Buggy shouted at Luffy with sharp fangs, I see you're still the same cocky brat as before. Luffy didn't need his observation to avoid an attack from behind. His eyes saw that it was the circus swordman that Zoro defeated. How? He shouted in anger. But Luffy was getting bored of this. He turned his arm dark before punching him in the head, cracking his skull, sending him flying down before smashing against the concrete, sending debris everywhere. Kabachi, you loser, how could you fail? Buggy screamed in anger towards his nakama, who wasn't moving anymore. Such a strong man, Alvida said while licking her lips. You straw hat bastard. You will pay for this, Buggy threatened. Only for him to stop dead on track. He felt sweat rolling down his face. Luffy's eyes were looking at him as if a monster was there instead. I spared you once because you used to be a friend of Shanks. This caused many who were inside the earshot to gasp. Even Smoker was quite surprised by this piece of information. But instead of learning your lesson, you choose to shoot yourself in the foot and come here to face me, Luffy said, the straw hat hiding his eyes. The captain raised his hand engulfed in lightning. But by coming here and deciding to execute me, you didn't shoot yourself. This is the equivalent of cutting your own head, Luffy stated darkly. Buggy felt completely frozen in place. He wanted to move, and yet his legs just weren't answering to him. Why can't I move? He screamed in his head, knowing this could be his end, as Luffy prepared to strike him down. His attention was brought to his nakama approaching the place, with Tashigi and Smoker. Smoker was looking at the Straw Hat captain. He had to admit the kid could look menacing when he wanted. So that Straw Hat Luffy, the guy with the greatest bounty in all of East Blue. We have the plaza ring disdirected, and we may go in at any moment. We thought to let the pirates deal with each other, but it seems Straw Hat Luffy is far stronger than them, Tashigi explained, not wanting to admit that she was quite intimidated by the captain. Wait for my signal, then go in, Smoker told the soldier. Don't try to fight the Straw Hat. I'll take care of Straw Hat personally. Yes, sir, said the sailor, who walked away, telling the instructions to the other Marines. The crew, Nami and Nichiko, who had several white bags in their arms, stared as they saw their nakama, which had a huge bag on her back with all of her apparel purchases inside. Usopp greeted them but still holding the fish in his hands. Sanji was looking down in despair before his eyes saw that Nami and Nichiko had returned. Nami swan, Nichiko san, said Sanji, delighted to see the Orangeette Navigator and the Blue Healer once again. Hello there, Zoro inquired. His crewmates seeing their swordsmen had 3 swords once again. We need to hurry to the ship, Nami said. The air pressure has fallen significantly, almost too quickly, to be honest. These black clouds are merely the beginning of a massive storm. That's not good, Usopp cried, only to be interrupted by a rumbling of thunder. Really not good. Then we'll have to go back to the ship, Sanji agreed. Zoro said, where is Luffy? Has anybody seen him? Nami said. He stated he was going to view the execution platform, which is in the main square. Isn't the main plaza just over there? Sanji said, pointing to a big mass of people. The crew dashed to the edge of the crowd and found Luffy standing on the execution platform. The Buggy pirates all glaring him down and pointing their flintlocks at him. How come he's on the platform? Usopp said, his eyes bulging. Approaching closer, several Buggy pirates tried to stop them. Zoro pulled out his swords and started cutting them one by one. Sanji started kicking. Nami turned her arms gold. Her arms grew and turned like wings with scales, before jumping up in the air sending a wave of wind causing many to fly away from the strength of the wind. Knowing she couldn't fly yet but only slowing the fall. Luffy. We have to leave, Nami shouted, knowing she was closer than the others. Luffy immediately noticed her golden form. He grinned before deciding to end this party. Smoker's eyes widened at the girl's strength with her devil fruit. Why wasn't I informed of this? He screamed at his soldiers. We don't know, sir. The soldier defended himself immediately as he took several steps away from the angry captain. Smoker knew it was trouble enough to deal with one devil fruit user, but having 2 could be a pain in the ass. He thought of ways to deal with them when another Marine ran screaming at his position. The Marine informed him that the rest of the Straw Hats had arrived while pointing in their direction. I'm not blind, Smoker shouted at him, annoyed, while Tashigi recognized someone amongst the crowd. Roronoa Zoro. Luffy, all right, Luffy yelled back to Nami, taking a big breath before bellowing. I'm the man who will be the king of the pirates. Luffy declared right where the previous pirate king had died. Almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. That grin. The Marine captain trailed off as his thoughts returned to that day. The day he'd watched the Pirate King's execution. The man who had laughed at the face of death. The same smile that Luffy was wearing right now. Time to go. Luffy grinned before sending a wave of Conqueror's haki. Everyone ordinary around the plaza dropped down like rocks from the strength of his haki. Buggy and his pirates, including Alvida, dropped to the ground, not moving. Zoro smirked seeing the power of his captain. Sanji was impressed by the power despite not being the first time. Negico was quite surprised but still was able to handle the wave of Conqueror's haki. Usopp was breathing heavily, but otherwise everything else was okay. To the Grand Line, Luffy said, laughing. Smoker. The Captain Marine felt his head spinning like a roller coaster before standing up and shouting. What the fuck was that? Tashiga's head was trembling, desperately trying to catch her breath, and her knees wouldn't stop trembling as she blurted out, I am not sure. Sir, the majority of our F-forces are asleep, said one of the few awake Marines. I'm going after the Straw Hat Pirates, Tashigi. Wake them up, he ordered before chasing after the pirates. He had captured every pirate that had tried to go to the Grand Line. He would not fail this. While he ran towards the Straw Hats, a black figure with red marks on the left side of his face suddenly grinned. It seems you have grown up. My son, we need to sail now, Nami shouted at her crew as they were running toward the ship. She didn't need to be a navigator to understand that a storm was coming, despite finding it weird that it almost felt that it came out of nowhere. While Nami was thinking of the weather, Luffy was thinking about something else. Closing his eyes, he spread his observation haki as far as possible. He could feel someone coming and another voice nearby. But what caught his attention was the third voice. But Luffy couldn't tell how strong this one was before suddenly disappeared from his observation haki. Luffy's eyes widened. The voice is gone. How is that possible? Or did the voice die? They turned around the corner only to see a woman standing against the wall. Breathing heavily, they immediately recognized her marine outfit before Luffy could ask the woman to move away. Her head raised, her eyes found her target, glaring daggers at a certain swordsman. Who is this beauty? Sanji asked, his eyes filled with hearts while drooling like a dog. The girl ignored the freak before pointing her sword at Zoro. Of all people, Luffy noticed she was alone. Not sure if that was brave of her or foolishnesses or both. You will pay for what you did to me, Roronoa Zoro, she declared with a dangerous tone, glaring daggers at Zoro, who just brushed off her threats with a shrug of his shoulders. Sanji was enraged, ready to kick the swordsman for harming such a beautiful woman. Usopp saw that coming from a mile away. What did you do, shithead? Sanji shouted while being held by Usopp, who was wondering why exactly these two just couldn't stop fighting. Zoro didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he just quirked an eyebrow at the girl in front of the pirate crew. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything to you, Zoro replied, getting bored of this girl who looked to be able to pop out of nowhere just to annoy him. Before Tashigi could say anything, Luffy took a step forward. Aunt Zoro, who is she? Is she your girlfriend? Luffy asked with a teasing tone. This caused the whole crew to snicker, except Zoro, who looked pale, and Sanji, who was crying tears of despair. Both sword users turned red like a tomato before glaring at the pirate captain. She, he is not my girlfriend. Boyfriend, they both shouted in embarrassment. Negico burst out laughing. Nami tried to keep on herself while Usopp was trying to help Sanji to stand up. Sure, Luffy whispered with a small whistle that only annoyed Zoro even more. I'm here to defeat you, Roronoa Zoro. Let's fight, the girl declared before unsheathing her sword. Zoro turned towards the girl before unsheathing only one of his swords. The crew immediately understood that he either wasn't taking her seriously or she wasn't that strong yet. Defeat the shithead, Sanji shouted with hearts in his eyes, earning a facepalm from Usopp. Tashigi rushed towards Zoro, but with a single move of his sword, the swordswoman was against the wall, her sword was on the ground, and Zoro was pointing his sword towards her neck. She clenched her teeth but didn't close her eyes. She was a swordswoman. She couldn't show fear towards death. She expected the finishing blow to come. But instead, Zoro just put his sword back to its scabbard before turning around, walking towards his crew. What? Finish this. Why are you not killing me? She demanded in anger. This was humiliating. Nami seriously wondered if the girl had some kind of death wish. It was one thing to challenge a swordsman who is clearly far stronger than you but then demands to be killed. No, return to me when you're stronger. Only then will we have a rematch, Zoro declared, looking at her. Tashiga's eyes widened at his words. She wasn't sure what to say. Was she supposed to shout or feel grateful? But before the swordswoman could say anything, Luffy decided to end this. Aunt Zoro, as much as I'm enjoying this lovely date of yours, we need to return back to going merry, Luffy said with a smirk, clearly enjoying this. Zoro murmured something under his breath before leaving with his captain. Almost reaching the docks, Usopp was the first to see going merry. A wide smile spread around his face. There it is, he shouted. But before they could reach it, white smoke suddenly formed around them. It was thick enough they couldn't even see beyond it. But before anything else could happen, Luffy turned around before punching a certain Marine captain in the chest, sending him crashing against concrete. The smoke around them disappeared. Zoro was about to use his swords. Sanji prepared to fight when Luffy spread out his arm for them to stand behind him. "No, everyone, return back to the ship," Luffy ordered with a firm tone, clearly showing he wasn't messing around. His voice lost all the goofing he usually had. The others nodded immediately before rushing back to the ship. The Marine captain stood up from the rubble, glaring at the pirate captain but at the same time confused as hell. "Haki, how is it possible in East Blue?" he wondered. His fist turned to smoke. "How can you use haki?" Smoker demanded, glaring at the captain, who didn't show that he was intimidated in the slightest. Actually, he looked uncaring. "You're a Logi user. That's rare in East Blue. As for how I know haki, well, a pirate should not reveal his secrets," Luffy stated, the smirk not leaving his face. Smoker rushed towards the Straw Hat captain. His body turned to smoke. The smoke spread everywhere around Luffy, trying to confuse him. Luffy couldn't see anything but the smoke around him, but he really didn't need to. The Marine captain suddenly showed up behind Luffy, ready to strike when Luffy suddenly turned around at last second, punching him again, sending him away. The debris flew everywhere. The front door of a shop and a part of the wall was destroyed. Luffy expected him to stand down, but Smoker slowly stood up again, blood leaking from his mouth, his nose bleeding but still refusing to stand down. "What is your name?" Luffy asked, impressed by his courage. "My name is Smoker. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm sure we will see each other again," Luffy stated before sending a wave of Conqueror's haki, far stronger than the one at the execution platform. Smoker suddenly felt dizzy again. A weight held him down, falling to his knees. Smoker felt everything going dark. Later, Smoker opened his eyes slowly. Everything seemed blurry. His ears heard different voices shouting close to him. He was having a bad headache, and the loud voice in his ears was only making it worse. "Shut up," he roared. The soldiers immediately went silent except Tashigi, who looked relieved. "How are you, Captain Smoker?" Tashigi screamed. The captain stood up from the hole he had formed. "Piki," he answered with a humorless chuckle as he stood up on his legs. The pirate captain had spared him. That was unusual. Smoker wanted to kick himself. He had seen nothing. At the very least, he should have been able to see it coming. But he had seen nothing. Only his body slamming against the concrete. But he wasn't going to let them leave. He was Captain Smoker of the Marine. "Persist in your pursuit. They're not leaving this island." "Yes, sir." Luffy. As Luffy was rushing towards his ship, he suddenly felt a new voice close to him. Turning to face the new voice, Luffy's eyes widened. "How did he sneak up on me? And who is he?" Luffy asked himself. He couldn't help but notice how strong this one was. He felt the same level of power as his grandpa. Luffy knew if this person wanted to harm him, he had no way of winning. But he then noticed that this voice felt familiar. "Can you tell me who you are?" Luffy questioned the tall guy with the green cloak. His cowl obscured the man's face, but a burst of light showed a craggy face with a tattoo on his left side. The tattoo, which looked tribal, ran from the man's chin to his forehead. "Pirate King, huh?" As they exchanged glances, the guy laughed. "It's okay with me. If you've made up your mind, then go." "What are you talking about?" Luffy asked, still keeping his guard up. Another lightning struck the sea, and a flash from the lightning illuminated his face again. This time, Luffy was able to see his whole face. Luffy's eyes slightly widened. He remembered his grandfather had once talked to him, Ace and Sabo, about the most dangerous people alive in the world right now. He had shown posters of Whitebeard, Kaido, and a few others that weren't even pirates. One of the posters had the face in front of him. "You have a journey in front of you, so I'm going to be quick," the man stated before he started talking. "What?" Narrowing his eyes dangerously. The Straw Hat could hardly comprehend what the man just said after he proceeded with it, but before Luffy could demand what the man was talking about. "You need to leave. We will eventually meet. Our journey will lead to the same island." Luffy felt new voices coming toward them. When the cloaked guy heard the Marines closing upon him, he stood between Luffy and them. Luffy knew he needed to return to his crew, therefore, he ran towards the ship without looking behind. "Why are you here?" Smoker demanded, recognizing the man standing in front of them. "Why are you helping the Straw Hat?" When Smoker was ignored, he almost bit down his cigarette. He yanked the huge jit from his back, already losing his temper with this man. "Answer me, dragon." Smoker pointed his weapon, knowing he was no match for a guy like him, hearing gasps from behind. But Smoker didn't pay them attention. Dragon extended his arms out to his sides instead of responding. The wind suddenly stopped, but Dragon kept smiling. Then it started up again, this time with a distinctly green hue, and blew like a storm across the island. The Marines were blown away like ants in strong wind. Many of them flew before slamming into the ground or stores. Smoker braced himself against the wind as much as he could. The wind blew into Loguetown like a tornado. Luffy, the captain, reached Going Merry before any of his crew could greet him. We need to leave now, Luffy ordered. They all nodded before preparing the ship to sail away. As the ship was leaving the docks, a wind blew in their direction, helping the ship to take speed. Luffy stood at the back of the ship, Loguetown slowly disappearing in the horizon. But the Straw Hat Captain had many questions in his head. What the hell did he mean by that? Smoker kept trying to hold himself together. The wind was strong that made every marine around him fly away, his arm in front of his face, trying to open his eyes when the wind suddenly stopped. What the hell? Smoker stood up, breathing heavily, finally being able to see, but Dragon was nowhere in sight. Smoker wasn't sure if that was for better or worse. Why is a person like him in Loguetown of all places? Smoker asked himself. His head was spinning with multiple questions, but with no answers. He knew the man must have some kind of connection with the Straw Hat. Before Smoker could think of a possible answer, he heard footsteps rushing towards his position. Turning around, his eyes saw Tashigi leading several marines. Deciding to think later about it, Smoker turned to his soldiers. "We need to chase the Straw Hat," Smoker ordered, but it seemed it was already too late. "Captain Smoker, we just saw the ship sailing away. We can't follow them in this storm," Tashigi reported. After the wind had died down, a few soldiers had reported to Tashigi that the pirate ship had sailed away. "What shall we do, Captain?" Tashigi was waiting for instructions. At that moment, Smoker decided that his holiday in Loguetown was over. It seemed he needed to chase the Straw Hats himself. Smoker ordered them to return to the base and every pirate to be arrested. Arriving back at the base, Smoker wasted no time calling the marine. It was time to leave. Going merry. The storm was still very much causing for the Straw Hats. Nami gave orders to everyone. Despite the waves crashing against the ship, despite the rain, Nami was not going to let Going Merry to sink. Not on her watch. Eventually, the storm died down, the rain stopped, and the water calmed down. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over, and now the whole crew looked forward, eager to see where their journey would lead them. Grand Line. Seeing the danger was over, for now, Luffy decided to sort of celebrate the beginning of their journey. Grabbing an empty barrel. "What are you doing, Luffy?" Usopp inquired as he saw Luffy. "I believe we should have a ceremony to commemorate the event." With a smile, Luffy answered. "All right, let's do it." Nami flashed a dazzling smile. "I'm going to the Grand Line in search of the All Blue." As he positioned his heel on top of the barrel, Sanji stated, "The greatest swordsman in the world." As his heel was on top of the barrel, Zoro stated, "I'm going to draw the map of the world." Nami grinned as she put her heel at the top of the barrel. "I'm going to become the greatest female pirate in the world," Nichiko stated, grinning at her sister. "To become a brave warrior of the sea." As he placed his heel on the barrel, Usopp exclaimed, "I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy stated with a grin. To the Grand Line. The crew shouted in union. The 6 members of the crew all elevated their legs and lowered their heels at the same time. The barrel fell, and the whole crew laughed together. Later, Luffy. It had been just 6 hours since they had left Loguetown, and the storm had yet to subside. Zoro was on watch. Everyone else was asleep, save for Luffy, who was a few feet away from the fridge, Nami, who was writing something in the galley, and Nichiko, who had come to get a drink before bed. "What is it, Nami?" A quiet moment passed between the two of them before Nami rose from the table and made her way over to her captain. Before he could ask what was up once more, the Orangette pulled Luffy close to herself and sealed their lips together in a searing and deep kiss that conveyed so much emotion that neither of them realized that a full 2 minutes had passed before they broke apart. "And Nami, don't ever do something like that, okay, you idiot? I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost you." "But you didn't," he replied with an innocent tilt of his head. "You're not only the crew's keystone, you're our rock, Luffy," Nami whispered as she hugged her lover from behind. "You can't leave us alone in this world. Promise me that, Luffy." The Orangette sniffed as she gripped him closer. "It's a promise, Nami," Luffy pledged as he stood there and threaded his hand together with Nami's before kissing her on the lips. "Smoker, gehahaha." Garp laughed as he held the speaker for his Den Den Mushi in his hand. He had connected with Captain Smoker, who was currently pursuing his grandson and his crew. The lower-ranking Marine had spoken with him at length about what had happened in Loguetown, including his confrontation with Luffy and Dragon. "So, my no-good son saw my no-good grandson off, eh? Son, Dragon the Revolutionary is your son." Smoker roared into his Den Den Mushi, the one on Garp's end mimicking the facial expression of the shocked captain. "Luffy's father is the most wanted man in the world," Koby cried out from his spot at the door. "Holy shit," Helmeppo gasped as he froze in shock. Did I just say that?" "Oh, well, forget about that please. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone about that." "Then don't say it in the first place." Smoker, Koby, and Helmeppo shouted as one. "Anyway, Captain Smoker, it's futile to chase them up the Red Line entrance to the Grand Line. There are too many islands they could potentially head towards on the first leg of their journey down the Paradise. Do you have any suggestions then, Vice Admiral?" "Alabasta is a good place to lie in wait." "Why there? I don't trust that Shichibukai, Crocodile." A growl passed through the Den Mushi. I don't need a pirate to help me catch another pirate. Just call it a hunch, Captain Smoker. Yes, sir, Smoker muttered as he ordered his men to requisition an eternal pose from Marine HQ for Alabasta. What about you, sir? Fate will allow me to meet my no-good pirate of a grandson once more. I'm not too worried about abandoning the chase for now. Garp grinned as he leaned back and looked over his shoulder at the 2 seaman recruits standing at attention. Besides, it's time that I start training my 2 new protégés seriously. So Marineford then. Well, I wish you luck, sir. The Den Mushi then fell asleep, indicating that the transmission was cut. Geez, doesn't that kid know that the superior officer is the one who hangs up? Garp asked rhetorically as he placed his speaker back on the shell of his Den Mushi. Not that I care about rank anyway. Gehahaha. Helmeppo. Yeah, Koby. It was nice knowing you, even if you act like a spoiled brat. Nice knowing you too, crybaby. While Koby was talking with his friend, Garp knew he wasn't exactly going to Marineford, at least not right now. It was time for him to meet someone. It had been years, after all. Going Merry. Nami, why'd the light go out? Luffy questioned while hanging upside from the Going Merry's figurehead by his feet. The shifts must be switching. Najiko mused as she locked their heading for the time being as instructed by their navigator. If I weren't here, this would be the most inappropriate time for this to happen, Nami muttered under her raincoat. Luckily, you have the best navigator in the world as a crewmate, Luffy. That's our Nami, her captain praised as he pulled himself up. More importantly, though, could you please get off of there? It's dangerous. Shishishi, I'm fine. I'm fine. Nami grumbled some rather colorful and descriptive words about her lover before turning back to the laminated sea chart in her hands. But what's really troubling right now is what lies ahead of us. I can't believe the rumors are true. Rumors? What rumors? Luffy questioned with a tilt of his head, without even giving heed to his words. The Orangette beckoned her fellow Straw Hats to meet in the galley with the rest of the crew who were preparing for lunch. Once everyone was seated in the galley, the navigator stated what rumor she was talking about. The entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Well, yeah. How do you think pirates got to the Grand Line? Through the calm belt, Luffy asked while picking his nose with his pinky finger. It's called Reverse Mountain, and it has 5 rivers leading going through it, 1 for each of the blues and 1 for the paradise of the Grand Line. The currents switch around for 2 days out of the week, flowing down instead of up. There you go again with paradise, Usopp muttered as he chomped on a piece of chicken leg. Why are you calling it paradise if those of us who are former Krieg pirates know it as the pirate graveyard? That's the name for it for those who were defeated by the first half of the Grand Line. Luffy snickered as he flickered the booger on his finger into the nearby trash can. For those who finish it, the second portion, the New World, is 1,000,000 times more terrifying. Thus, those who run away from the New World call the first portion paradise. A shiver ran up every single one of the Straw Hat pirates. Usopp's cold shudder was worse, as he could barely fathom what horrors awaited in the New World that made the first half seem like paradise. You said for pirates anyway. What about the Marines and civilians? Generally speaking, most people never leave their home sea unless becoming a merchant, a pirate, a marine, or they're of nobility. The thing about marine ships and ships used by nobles is that the bottoms of the hulls are lined with kairoski, which essentially wards off sea kings, so paddles are usable in the calm belt, their captain explained as he tore into a piece of mutton. What's kairoski? Nami asked. It's a weird stone imbued with the powers of the seas themselves. Anyone with Akuma no Mi powers who touches the stones feel their strength begin to drain as if they were submerged in water. Nami's eyes widened when she heard that. Welp, nothing to worry about, shishishishi. Luffy suddenly stopped his boisterous laughter when he felt that the unstable waters that had been with them for the last day had suddenly stopped for no apparent reason. Luffy, what's wrong? Nami asked. We're not rocking anymore. Finally, I was getting sick of the swaying to and from in my hammock, Zoro muttered. Yeah, Luffy's right. It's no longer stormy outside. Usopp shouted as he opened his own of the galley's portholes and stuck his head out, some water clinging to the seal dripping down onto his long nose. This can't be right. We should have been blown to the entrance of Reverse Mountain by that storm, Nami muttered to herself as she checked over the map. She stepped outside with the 5 other Straw Hat pirates. That's weird. It's like there's some kind of barrier between us that's keeping the storm away from us, Nami said. That's because of the calm belt. There is literally no wind out here for some mysterious reason that not even the R division of the Marines can answer. Luffy's eyes hardened though. We need to get back into the storm on the double. Why do we need to do that? Usopp asked, and Zoro nodding their heads in agreement. Like I said before, marine and noble ships are coated with kairoski to fool sea kings while traversing the calm belt using oars, Luffy said as his eyes peered off into the horizon. Something had not felt right when the Going Merry entered the calm belt, bearer of the blessings of the seas. Did you guys hear that? Luffy grumbled as his eyes scanned about. Hear what, Captain? Nijiko asked from her spot, now on full alert. Inheritor of the Wool of D. There it is again. What's wrong, Luffy? Zoro questioned as he hoisted 3 paddles from the main deck to the port and starboard rails. He who shall shake the very foundations of this world. Who's speaking? Luffy, you're scaring me. Nami whispered as she looked on in horror as her lover seemed to slowly go insane. We have been waiting for you for over 800 years. Show yourself. Luffy, be quiet. Didn't you say there were sea kings out here? Usopp hissed as he did a shushing motion. Do you want them to hear us, Luffy-kun? Nijiko asked. A promise made long ago shall be fulfilled by your hands. What promise? Nijiko, what should we do? Sanji asked, looking at the doctor of the ship. Receive our blessings that will guide you, child. Why do I want a blessing? Luffy, please, you're freaking everyone out, Nijiko said as she grabbed Luffy by the shoulders and shook him slightly before slapping him twice, attempting to break him out of his funk. That seemed to have done the trick as Luffy was broken from his delirium, his eyes blinking owlishly back at the helmswoman. Now tell us what's going on, you're worrying all of us. I'm hearing voices. The blessing of the emperors of the seas. Blessing of the emperors of the seas. Soon the voice stopped. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. The whole crew was looking at him with concern. The Straw Hats were soon looking up at the gigantic mountain that was in front of them. They were astounded to see that the current did indeed go straight up the mountain's face. The difficult ascent up the mountain was adorned with archways. They then saw that they were moving at a rapid pace and were going right towards the door. Everyone get a grip of anything, Luffy yelled, and the others grabbed anything they could. And before long, the gang was soaring up Reverse Mountain. They could only stand there and watch the arches whiz by at unbelievable speeds. Everyone was clinging to the bars with their lives in their hands. They were soon at the summit, soaring through the air for a brief time before the spacecraft collided with the mountain and was hurled back down. Except for Luffy, who was presently laughing wildly. The crew was deafeningly quiet. The remainder of the passengers were nervous as they awaited the end of the frightening voyage, which they hoped would not be due to the ship colliding with the rocks. They saw a heavy fog blocking their vision of the mountain's foot as they rode the current down the mountain. However, through the mist, a bizarre enormous bulk could be seen. The Straw Hats were then startled by a deafeningly low howl. What the fuck is that? Nami shouted in fear. As they rushed down the mountain, the Straw Hats started to fear. At this moment, the fog had dissipated, and they could see the massive thing for what it was. It was a massive whale. And the frightening aspect was that its massive jaws was open and facing the downstream escape. Most likely, it was lazily catching all the fish that got trapped in the current that carried them from their home sea to the whale's waiting stomach. The whale seemed to be completely oblivious to the ship that was heading directly towards its jaws. Luffy started to laugh, but his crew remained terrified. Some attempted unsuccessfully to guide the ship away from the big whale, but the tide kept them on track. They soon found themselves sailing right through the whale's jaws and into the beast's guts. As the whale closed its jaws, they were all enveloped in darkness. The whale had gotten its fill of food this time and was ready to resume its assault on the impenetrable mountain. He dove into the water and started swimming away from the mountain, intending to pound it with himself. The Straw Hats were still alive, much to the amazement of the crew. They were on a peculiar greenish sea, with a beautiful blue sky and clouds above them. They could see a little island ahead of them with a cottage on it. Are we hallucinating? Usopp was taken aback and inquired. Are we alive, or are we dead? Zoro was the one who responded. Didn't we gotten eaten by a whale? Nami had inquired. Then we're both dead, Zoro said. A voice was heard before anybody could comprehend what was going on. Hello there. The crew was still trying to figure out where they had ended up. It almost felt surreal. Nami questioned as she peered around. Are we still alive? No, we are dead. Nami, it seems paradise isn't full of gold as you dreamed, Nijiko teased, earning a chuckle from Luffy and a pout from Nami. I feel too alive to be dead, Zoro said, his eyes looking around, trying to make sense of this strange situation. That whale devoured us. Right. Nijiko questioned the whole situation. She even thought this was some kind of strange dream. Maybe we are dreaming, but this is an extraordinary one, Sanji thought as he took in the peaceful surroundings. Perhaps, Zoro wondered, scratching the back of his skull. On the tiny island, there stood a home. There was even a fold-up chair put up on the grass in front of it. How do we wake up then? Nami said, her gaze fixed on Usopp and Zoro. Is not a dream. Nami, if it were, you would see gold everywhere, Nijiko countered, earning another chuckle from Luffy. Maybe an exciting adventure is awaiting us, Luffy said, grinning, not taking the situation as seriously as the others. I'm not sure I would want to continue this adventure, Usopp commented. Having a powerful captain had its benefits, but he thought that Luffy sometimes simply forgot that not everyone was as powerful and as brave as him. There's something wrong with the clouds, Sanji observed as he looked up at the sky. Usopp agreed. Hey, you're correct. The water in front of them was propelled high into the air. The birds aren't moving either. Suddenly tentacles started coming out from underneath the water, a squid. What the hell is that? Usopp panicked. The crew prepared to attack. 3 harpoons were thrown from the house before the Straw Hats could assault. The squid was quickly killed when all 3 weapons found their target. Now what? Nijiko said, perplexed by the unexpected shift in the scenario. It hadn't been even an hour since they entered the Grand Line, and they were in danger all the time, from whales devouring them to squids attacking them out of nowhere. Someone's there, Usopp said, pointing with a finger. An elderly guy emerged from the shadows of the building. He was bald on top, but he had long white hair that reached beyond his shoulders and grew from the back of his head. On his chin was a similar white beard that seemed to point both left and right. He was dressed in a red shirt with green and yellow motifs, blue shorts, spectacles on his quite huge nose, and many bracelets on his left arm. What baffled the crew was what seemed to have flower petals sprouting out of his head, separating the bald top from the white hair underneath the petals. Hello there. Needless to say, the crew was even more perplexed at this point. The old man made eye contact with the crew. The pirate crew immediately felt the uneasy feeling he was leaving. Luffy stood in the front of his crew, glaring daggers at the old man who walked towards a chair, their glares intensifying. Zoro moved his hand on his swords when the old man's next move shocked them. He opened a newspaper before sitting down as if nothing had happened. This caused the crew to deadpan. What the heck, old man? Shouted Sanji, startled by the abrupt change in attitude. The elderly guy nonchalantly cocked his head in their direction. Usopp roared at him, pointing his slingshot at him. What the hell is your problem? The ropes kept moving, pulling the giant squid towards the tiny island. After a few seconds of intense looking, the elderly guy said, put them down or someone will die. As he talked to the group, his harsher voice was calm. Luffy wondered just who this guy was. He didn't look weak, despite being old. Oh, and who would that be? Sanji asked, ready to attack if the elderly decided to attack them. Me, the elderly guy said flatly, practically slamming the crew onto the deck with his deadpan tone. Damn it, old guy, Sanji screamed at the elderly gentleman who was calmly reading his newspaper. Hey, old man, who are you? And where are we exactly? Luffy asked as he stood in front of the crew, eyeing the elderly warily. Zoro could see from how Luffy was acting that this strange old man wasn't someone to take lightly. Don't you have manners, young pirate? You should introduce yourself first. The elderly spoke as if trying to teach manners to Luffy of all people. Oh right, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm the captain of Straw Hat Pirates, and this is my crew. Luffy introduced himself before gesturing at the crew behind him. The man's eye widened slightly at the name of the young pirate before returning back to normal almost immediately. My name is Crocus, and I'm the lighthouse keeper of the Twin Capes. I'm 71 years old, a Gemini, and my blood type is Ab, and I don't like strangers. This caused the crew to tense slightly except for Luffy. As for where you are, you've barged into my private resort. How dare you ask me questions? Where do you think you are? In the stomach of a mouse, Crocus said, raising an eyebrow. So we were actually eaten. Usopp shivered as he gazed around. But this doesn't seem like the interior of a whale's gut. Did someone paint everything here? I don't want to be eaten. Nami shouted in disgust while Luffy was wondering if this is how food feels inside a stomach, soon coming to the conclusion that it wasn't that bad. There's the exit, Crocus said with a bored tone, indicating to the side, unless you'd prefer to walk out the rear end. Turning to investigate, the Straw Hat saw a massive metal door on the painted sky's side. Zoro couldn't help but wonder, why is there a door on a whale? Nami sighed deeply. What the heck is going on anymore? She had had enough of the continual changes and shocks today. Even Nijiko was quite surprised by the sudden turn of events. Usopp questioned Crocus, gesturing from the entrance to the painted stomach. Did you do all of this? I have a lot of free time here. It can get quite boring, so why not make it less miserable and add a little paint? Crocus said while reading the newspaper. Let's get out of here. This place is giving me a headache, Sanji said, not exactly sure if it was the strange old man or the place they were in. The water-going Mary was sailing started to tremble and roil, shooting waves into the air. What now? Nami screamed as she strained to retain her balance. Crocus closed his eyes in a bit of sadness, knowing what was going outside, before grumbling, back at it again, a laboon. Hey, look, said Usopp, pointing at the island the old man was standing. Due to the water moving around, the strange ship the old man was standing on started moving around due to the waves, showing that it was covered in the metal underneath. Zoro roared at Crocus, who is Laboon? What's going on, old man? This whale's name is Laboon, Crocus said calmly, not bothering with the acid waves that were way too close. Luffy wondered who this old man was. This was no ordinary old man. In a way, it reminded him of his grandpa. He's banging his head into the red line, just like he's been doing for the past 50 years. The elderly man muttered as he gazed down. The Straw Hats were stunned and perplexed. Those wounds, Nami said, stunned, remembering the giant scars of the whale. Its skull was full of scars. Did they all come from crashing into the red line? Is he attempting to destroy the massive wall by crushing into it? Usopp wondered, puzzled. The whale isn't our problem, Zoro said emphatically. We simply need to get out. As the crew tried to leave, Crocus dove into the swirling acid waves and started swimming as they conversed. What did he just do? Nami said, startled. He dived straight in. He's going to get digested. Crocus scaled a ladder that went up to a vast platform with ease, dispelling Nami's fears. This Wednesday, 2 odd-looking people stood in front of the metal doors, their backs to them. "We are doing this," said the man of the duo, his tone somewhat effeminate. He wore a golden crown on his head and had red-orange hair and green clothing. 2 stylized 9s were drawn just below his eyes on his face. "This Wednesday, behind this door is the whale's stomach. Once we get inside, it will be easy to kill it, but we need to watch out for the old man. Once you see him, shoot him." "Yes, Mr. 9, exclaimed the female, a lovely, thin, and voluptuous lady with blue hair pulled back in a ponytail. Her shirt had concentric rings on it and was spaghetti-strapped. 1 enormous pair was placed on her tummy, and 2 more were placed on each of her plump breasts. Their clothes were weird even by pirate standards. They would easily be noticed in a crowd full of people. Miss Wednesday wore a beige coat with a fuzzy collar that hung over her shoulders as well. Mr. 9 warned her, "Ready, Miss Wednesday. We'll open the door with a 3, 2, 1 baby. Don't let down your guard," she said forcefully. "Roger, Mr. 9. I'm ready at any moment." With that, they both slammed the door open before announcing with a loud voice, "This whale belongs to us now." The old man glared at them while the pirate crew was thinking from where they had come from. Sanji immediately noticed the beautiful lady with long blue hair. "You again. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson?" "Weird people," the old man said, ready to throw them into the acid water. Mr. 9 just brushed off his threat like a fly before both of them aimed their large guns at the old man. Luffy prepared to protect the old man just in case. But it seemed that was totally unnecessary. As both Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday aimed their large guns at him, the old man suddenly disappeared from view, much to the shock of everyone. Not even the pirates saw him move, except Luffy, whose eyes moved to look at him, standing right behind Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, who were still trying to see where he went, not knowing he was standing behind them. "I hope you know how to swim," a voice spoke behind them before both of them were thrown to the acid water below. Mr. 9 shrieked in panic. "Oh my, Miss Wednesday, we're going to land in the acid sea." The 2 dived into the stomach acid's roiling waves. "Who are those guys? How long were they inside the whale?" Luffy said inquiringly, not understanding from where they came from. Nami pondered on that but, in the end, decided that it wasn't worth thinking. Soon both of them came out to the surface, moving their arms around like headless chickens while shouting for someone to help them. "Please help us. Should we attempt to save those 2 weirdos?" Zoro wondered, pointing to the 2 morons. "Sure, Zoro, Usopp," Luffy ordered, and they both sighed. After being saved, the woman with blue hair was kneeling on the deck, coughing water as she tried to catch her breath. Sanji was looking at her with heart in his eyes while the other guy was paying more attention to their surroundings and the people who saved them. The air-shaking sound of Laboon's shouting ferociously reverberated through the stomachs of all of them. The majority of people shielded their ears from the noise. Just feeling the tremors in their bones was enough. Then everything seemed to come to a halt. The acid waves ceased swirling, and the stomach settled down. The whole corrosive sea was calm and peaceful again in a matter of minutes. "Is calm now," Nami said. "Maybe we can leave now," she said, looking at the calm water. "Hopefully. But first, what do we do with these 2? Zoro said as he glanced over at the 2 agents, Miss Wednesday standing as she was trying to remove the water from her hair and Mr. 9 lying on the deck soaking from his plunge in the stomach acid. Miss Wednesday looked at the people around her before noticing the pirate flag. She turned to her companion, Mr. 9. "These are pirates," she murmured before noticing the blonde with strange eyebrows drooling over her like a dog. "Yes, I see it, Miss Wednesday. But maybe if we speak to them they'll understand. You thugs are still skulking about here." Crocus screamed as he leaped from the gate and onto the Mary. "You will never hurt Laboon while I draw breath." "They tried what?" Luffy yelled out, leaving out a wave of Conqueror's haki, causing both strangers to feel uneasy, but it was a tiny bit. The wave of Conqueror's haki didn't go unnoticed by Crocus, whose only reaction was his eyes widening slightly before going back to normal. Mr. 9 fired back at Crocus. "Taking down this whale is our objective. This time, we will not let you get in the way of our whaling mission." Luffy cocked his head. "What are we supposed to do?" "Maybe we should have just left them where they were," he said, looking over at Zoro. "Maybe you're right, Captain," Zoro shrugged, his right hand reaching for his blades. "Usopp, tie them up," Luffy shrugged. Mr. 9 was about to protest when he felt the blade of a sword on his shoulder. Looking behind him, he saw the swordsman almost daring him to move. Mr. 9 broke into a flop sweat as he shakily placed his hands behind his back to be bound. The guy with the orange hair was swiftly tied up and sitting on the deck. Soon the crew and Crocus settled down. Nami told Sanji to prepare something for everyone while they were waiting. "Join us, Crocus," Luffy said with a grin. "I've got a lot of questions." The Straw Hat team, Miss Wednesday, and Crocus were all seated and enjoying Sanji's food and tea in a matter of seconds. Nami and Nichiko complimented Sanji for the hood tea and food, causing Sanji to whirl around with hard eyes. "Laboon is an island whale," Crocus explained as they all waited for the sedated Laboon to emerge from the water. It's the world's largest whale species, and it normally only lives in West Blue. These guys here, he gestured towards the tied-up Mr. 9 and then Miss Wednesday, come from a nearby town. They've been trying to kill Laboon for his meat. Laboon would probably feed their village for at least 2 to 3 years. So Laboon is one of the largest creatures in the world, Sanji said, while Usopp thought if anything was larger than Laboon. Yes, but there are larger creatures than Laboon, sea kings. They are the size to move islands. He stopped as he let the information settle in. The crew and even the strangers were quite surprised. Luffy leaned forward, wanting to know more. But the largest is probably an elephant that I have heard of. The largest elephant. The size is something you can't comprehend. Larger than the sky itself, he finished, earning shocked looks from everyone. They couldn't understand how an animal could be that large, deciding to turn the subject back on track. But why is Laboon slamming his head on the red line? What is he trying to achieve? Nami wondered, perplexed as to why the giant whale was injuring himself. Many years ago, a group of pirates like you came down from the reverse mountain. Behind them was Laboon. They had sailed the West Blue together. The road was too dangerous. Therefore, the captain asked me if I could take care of Laboon until they return. But it has been so many years, he said sadly, remembering the pirates. They loved to sing, that was for sure, especially the tall one. He remembered how they used to ride on top of Laboon, smiling S&D joking. Laboon is a whale that travels with their kind in pods. But for Laboon, these pirates were his kind. The old man finished his story. Silence took over the crew. Luffy felt sad for the big whale, even if it was the said whale that ate them. Eventually, the island ship and Going Merry were sailing beyond the metal gates, leading to a long canal. This caught by surprise everyone. How did you build this? Usopp wondered out loud while inspecting the canal. He knew how to make things himself and was quite astonished by the work. I can't heal him from outside, so I build these canals to help him. I might not look like it, but I'm a doctor. I had my own office a long time ago and even served as doctor to a pirate ship, the old man explained. The doctor, Luffy inquired, his smile broadening. Do you want to join my crew? He asked immediately without thinking. I'm too old to watch over a group of young pirates, Crocus said, and besides, who would watch after Laboon? That's a young man's adventure. Soon they came outside. The sun shining brightly in the sky was a welcome sight for the pirate crew. We are finally out, Luffy exclaimed as he was standing on top of Going Merry's figure, smiling brightly. Now that they were finally outside and not in danger of becoming whale food, Zoro started before pointing at the two. What are we going to do with these idiots? Leave him tied up for now. They don't look to want to cause trouble. But I don't want them hurting the whale again, Luffy said, his eyes icy. If they try anything, cut them down, Luffy added with a voice that sent shivers to everyone's body. Zoro just shrugged his shoulders. Let's see if they have anything valuable, Nami said with a sadistic grin on her face that caused both Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday to pale at the pirate. We have nothing valuable, Miss Wednesday tried to say, but Nami checked anyway, soon only finding a weird object. It was a glass bauble with a leather ring around it. She took it in her hands and looked at it closely. Inside the glass, it resembled a compass needle hung on a thread. The crew turned to the old man, soon asking how long it had been since they left Laboon here. Soon the ship stopped in front of the lighthouse. 50 years. They've kept him waiting a long time, Luffy said as he sat on the grass beside Crocus Lighthouse. At the same time, Nami was examining the bizarre object she had borrowed from Mr. 9. This is the Grand Line, Sanji sniffed as he smoked a cigarette. Those people said they'd be back in a few years. It's been 50. It's very obvious of what their fate was, the cook said before lighting up a cigarette. They're dead. He'll be waiting here for the rest of his life. That's terribly sad, Usopp said, shaking his head and staring at the massive whale. I'm afraid reality is much crueler than that. I received word from a credible source a long time ago that the pirates had failed and fled the Grand Line, Crocus said regretfully, feeling his eyes welling. What? They abandoned Laboon here. Do they not have a heart? Nami cried furiously. She herself remembered how Arlong had taken away her family. Nami, there are many things that could have happened. You shouldn't judge without knowing the details, Nijiko countered, despite herself not liking the thought of them simply abandoning Laboon. Before Nami could say anything to her sister, Nijiko continued. Wait a minute. They would have had to cross the calm belt to escape the Grand Line. Turning to the elder man, the old man simply nodded his head. But even if they're alive, they'll never come back here. The seasons, the climates, the ocean currents, even the air currents. Everything about this place is an unpredictable nightmare, Crocus confirmed with a nod. As a result, they ran, more concerned about their lives than the promises given, Sanji said, shaking his head. Then they abandoned Laboon. Usopp cried, clearly angry about this, and he still believes in those heartless bastards even after so many years. Even Miss Wednesday felt her eyes welling up, suddenly feeling like shit for trying to harm the whale. But her reaction wasn't noticed by anyone except Nijiko, who grew a small smile on her face. Luffy kept quiet, his eyes looking at the poor whale. Nami looked at the elderly man. Why don't you tell him? He understands human language, right? Why keep him in the dark? Her tone sounding desperate. I did tell him. I told him everything. But he won't listen, he explained, remembering the day very well, more than he wanted. Laboon, I need you to listen to me. I have something to tell you, Crocus said to the whale, now the size of a ship. The people that left you aren't going back. I'm sorry, but they're gone. They have fled the Grand Line. Crocus stopped letting Laboon understand what he was saying. I know they're your friends, but they're not coming back, Crocus finished. Laboon's eyes started welling up before he left out a loud cry. Laboon, stop, he shouted, hoping his friend would stop, but Laboon kept moving his body around, causing large waves to crash over where Crocus stood, soon rushing towards the red line, smashing against the rock. Laboon, stop, Crocus pleaded, but Laboon didn't stop. He looked up at the big wall before crying again, almost telling the red line to give him his friends back. Crocus looked down, but after all these decades, if he accepts it, he'll lose his reason for waiting for so long. He has no way home, and even if he did, he'd never be able to return. Look at those wounds on his skull. If he continues bashing his head on the red line, he'll undoubtedly die. We've been together for 50 years. I can't forsake him, even if they violated their promise to me as well. Luffy looked at the red line. That wall is separating him from his friends. Soon a grin appeared on his face. Laboon, yelled Luffy at the top of his lungs, making sure the giant whale heard him. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I make you this promise right now. We'll return to this place once we sail around the Grand Line. If we happen to come across any of your old friends along the way, I will bring them back here to you. So, until we come back here to see you again, never hurt yourself. Biwoo. Laboon's colossal eye began to tear up. This man, Crocus' eyes widened as he saw Luffy's actions. The old doctor saw someone else at that moment. Captain Roger. Luffy, Nami thought, looking at her captain with love in her eyes. He was such a good man. Mijiko felt her heart beating faster from what Luffy just said. Even Miss Wednesday was quite surprised to hear something like that from a pirate of all people. Laboon, on the other hand, flung his head back and let forth the most joyful howl Crocus had ever heard from him in years, as Laboon chirped joyously and Luffy laughed with the island whale. The elderly lighthouse keeper couldn't help but shed a few tears. Luffy suddenly rushed inside the ship. The others were wondering what he was trying to do when Luffy came out with a big brush that they used to paint the sails of Going Merry. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami asked out loud, looking at her lover, who just grinned. How else is he going to know that we are going to keep our promise? Luffy shouted at Nami, whose eyes were almost tearing up. Even Miss Wednesday was touched by what she saw, her eyes shining at the pirate doing something like this. Later, impressive, Nami said, with Nijiko agreeing with her. Zoro noticed the odd way Miss Wednesday was looking at what Luffy did. Well, what do you think, Laboon? Luffy said as Laboon wore the straw hat Jolly Roger on his nose for the first time. Laboon was also designated as their nakama by the symbol of their commitment. Laboon chirped cheerfully as he flapped his huge tail and sprayed ocean water into the air. Don't scuffin' up our promise, okay? Luffy chuckled, and Laboon agreed with a chirp. Nijiko chuckled. She could see why her sister loved this man, as more than her captain, as more than a friend. She glanced at Nami, who was looking at Luffy with a little blush on her cheeks. She wondered if she could ask her sister later to share Luffy. Miss Wednesday was gazing at Luffy, not trying to hide that she was impressed by what the captain of the pirate crew had just done for the whale, while Mr. Nine was desperately trying to free himself. Zoro was keeping an eye on Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, wondering just what they were trying to do. It was calm when suddenly Nami let out a scream. Everyone nearby was startled by Nami's abrupt cry. In a burst of lightning, Luffy immediately reached her location, wondering what the problem was. Sanji emerged from his kitchen, looking around for danger. Nijiko ran from her room, calling out her sister's name, wondering what was wrong. Nami, are you okay? Luffy was the first to ask as he stood by her side. Nami was silent, only looking at the compass on her wrist. The compass is broken, she stated, pointing at the compass. The arrow kept whirling around non-stop. Most of the crew looked surprised. Despite not knowing much about compasses, they knew this wasn't something that should happen. Miss Wednesday glanced at the pirates before understanding what the problem was. Realizing it, she let out a hysterical laugh. The crew looked at her with puzzled expressions, except Nami, who narrowed her eyes at the girl for clearly laughing at her. What's so funny? Nami shrieked with shark teeth, wanting to burn her to the crisp, only Luffy and Nijiko holding her arms. Miss Wednesday questioned Nami condescendingly. You little pirates, I thought you were grown-ups, but it seems you are only people playing pirates. Are you truly a navigator? Nami's brow twitched as her navigational abilities were doubted. While Luffy didn't like to be called a kid, knowing things could escalate, Crocus coughed loudly to gain their attention. Usually, prisoners should keep their mouths shut. But in this case, she's right. Crocus frowned at the brunette. She has a point. Did you not do any research? A normal compass is completely useless in Grand Line. It isn't broken, but it isn't helpful. Is it the magnetic field? Yes, you see, every island on the Grand Line is rich in magnetic materials. Each island has its own unique magnetic field, Crocus explained. Every Straw Hat was listening except Luffy, who was busy eating the others' food when they weren't looking. Therefore, any conventional compass can't accurately detect the planet's natural field. He added. Nami was silent, thinking about what to do, but Crocus wasn't done. To make matters worse, none of the currents or winds follow any regular patterns. As a navigator, I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If you set sail without knowing any of this, you'd perish without a doubt. Without any direction, your journey would be doomed to fail, Crocus said with a shake of his head. Usopp only now noticing the missing food. So we're trapped here, Nami groaned. Her face grew pale. How can we travel if our equipment doesn't work? Calm down, Nami, I'm sure there's a way. Otherwise, there would never be any pirates in Grand Line, Nezuko thought loudly. Indeed, you need a log pose, Crocus advised her. Nami looked at the elderly guy and said, what's that? It's a particular kind of compass, Crocus said, and navigation on the Grand Line is impossible without one. Where can we find one? It's commonly worn on the wrist with a leather strap. Crocus described how it looked when Nami remembered the item she got from Mr. Nine. Do you mean one of these? Nami showed Mr. Nine the item she had borrowed earlier. Crocus affirmed, that's a log pose. The one you stole from me, Mr. Nine groaned. Nami just smirked at his face before her attention went to the log pose. Every island on the Grand Line has its own magnetic field, as I previously said. As a result, you must keep track of each magnetic field you encounter on your route to the next island. Each one is linked to the one before it in the chain. In terms of navigation, the log pose is the one thing you can count on in the Grand Line. The starting location is Reverse Mountain, where you may choose from 7 distinct pathways. But, no matter whatever route you choose, you'll eventually find yourself on a solitary island. Raftel is the name of the island. Only one man in history has led a crew on that treacherous expedition and returned safely. Gold Roger, Crocus stated, with a melancholy tone at the end, before eating more. You mean Gold Roger, right? Usopp asked, noticing the way he said the name. Luffy quickly noticed the D added. It made him wonder. No, his real name is Gold Roger. The government changed his name to Gold Roger, Crocus insisted, drinking water from his glass. The others wondered why he was called Gold Roger instead but didn't bother to put more thought into it, except Luffy, who looked deep in thoughts. D, that's the same the mystery man told me. But what does this D mean? Luffy wondered, remembering the man's words back at Loguetown. So, the end of the road will eventually lead us to One Piece? Usopp questioned. It made sense for One Piece to be on the last island. That's the most popular belief, Crocus shrugged. However, only one individual has ever succeeded. No one else has ever made it to that island, he stated grimly, remembering that day. Soon will be 2 old men, Luffy smirked as the two stared each other down, a big grin on Crocus' face matching Luffy's. The 2 agents were absolutely taken aback. Soon the crew sat down to eat, but it seemed Luffy had been one step ahead of them for once. Half of the food was gone except Nami's food. Luffy hadn't touched her food, and surprisingly neither Nezuko's food. This forced Sanji to cook more food for everyone else, but Luffy seemed never to stop eating since, despite already eating, he was still trying to sneakily eat food from someone else's plate, mainly Sanji and Usopp's plate. Stop eating our food, Sanji yelled. This was getting on his nerves. You are not eating it, so I decided to help you a little, Luffy simply stated, earning a giggle from Nami and Nezuko. Help us, Usopp growled in his mind, helping them by eating their food when they weren't looking. After things calmed down, and the dinner was eaten, kind of peacefully. Thank you for the meal, Miss Wednesday said from her place on Zoro's other side, smiling as she ate the magnificent fish. It's very great. Do you want anything else? Just say the word. Sanji spun about gleefully, looking like a pervert as usual. We'd best tread carefully here, Nami remarked as she fastened the log pose to her wrist. Our whole adventure depends on this remaining safe. Everyone tightened up and glanced up in terror as they heard a peculiar clacking sound from above. Mr. Nine's mouth dropped, and he broke into a flop sweat. Miss Wednesday stiffened up and looked up in fear as well. Oh no, it's the Unluckies, said Mr. Nine, terrified, even more than when he was drowning in acid water. Everyone in the room raised their heads to see what seemed to be a spotted otter riding a vulture wearing aviator goggles. It is just me, or is that bird carrying a bomb? Zoro wondered aloud. He had seen many weird things since joining Luffy, but witnessing a bird carrying a bomb was a first. The otter had a shell in its hand, which it was whacking on a rock, generating the clacking sound they heard, ready to throw the bomb at the 2 agents. Nami, Luffy simply said. The navigator simply grinned before her arms and legs turned to what looked like gold. Miss Wednesday's eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? Before Miss Wednesday could ask what was going on, Nami jumped in the air before moving her arms forward. wind slash, sending a wind shaped like blade that cuts through everything. Nami landed back on the ground with a smile. She was getting better with her devil fruit powers. Luffy smiled before kissing her on the cheek. Nami slightly pouted that wasn't on the lips but decided to get that and more back in their room tonight. Miss Wednesday recovered her ability to talk just as the dead otter and vulture hit the water with a splash. And the two agents gaped at what they'd just witnessed. Both the unluckies had been slain by a single gust of wind, with no effort required. The navigator also had a devil fruit. Is the rest of the crew just as terrifying as the navigator? And the captain, Miss Wednesday murmured to her friend, who shrugged his shoulders, not really knowing, but he thought they must be quite something. What are we going to do, Miss Wednesday? Should we ask? Miss Wednesday then just had the brightest idea. She knew what she needed to do. Excuse me, Strawhar Captain. Miss Wednesday smiled as she turned to Luffy. What do you want? And what is your name? Luffy asked, eyeing her up and down. The lady looked surprised for a moment before answering. My name is Miss Wednesday. Miss Wednesday answered. She thought they must have already learned their names by now. Can you tell me your true name? Luffy gave her a cold gaze. We can't say, began the brunette. Sorry for the inconvenience. Our task needs our secrecy. All we can tell is that our company's slogan is mystery. All right, what is that you wanted? Luffy shrugged off their eccentricities unconcerned. Could you possibly provide us a lift back to our home? With both our boat and our log pose gone, we can't go back home, Miss Wednesday said, bending her head. It's just a short distance away. It's one of the Grand Line's initial islands, on Cactus Island, while Whiskey Peak is the name of the town. We just want to return home. We swear we'll pay you back for your difficulty, they said, bowing before them. I wouldn't trust them. They've been up to no good since they came here, he warned the pirate crew, but he could tell, despite being a free spirit type of kid, the captain knew when things were serious. He wasn't on this journey without any preparation. They can come, we would never be heartless, Nami said with a sly smile. The crew noticed that, but the two prisoners seemed not to have been able to see it. Oh, thank Y for 1,000,000 berries, of course, Nami added quickly with the biggest innocent smile on her face. The prisoner's jaw hit the ground in disbelief. This woman is evil, Miss Wednesday thought, wondering how they could find a way out of this situation. It's fine, Luffy laughed. We are going to need to start somewhere, so let's just send these people back to their homes, Luffy stated, already deciding to talk with Zoro and Sanji later. Miss Wednesday sighed in relief, but she wasn't quite yet out of Nami's big claws. All right then, time to establish the log pose, Nami said and began planning their path. Are you sure you want to take these too? You can't alter your mind once you've decided on a path, Crocus advised Luffy. It's all right. If we don't like this path, we'll merely sail around again, Luffy said with a broad smile. Crocus couldn't help but smile as he said, just be sure you establish the pose using the map. Everything is in place. The log pose is pointing to Cactus Island, Nami said, informing everyone. Great, let's set sail. Crocus, thank you for everything, Luffy shouted at the old man. Thank you very much for your assistance. Nami and Nijiko waved as they walked up the gangplank and onto the Going Merry, where Luffy jumped up onto the figurehead and took his special seat. The ship's anchor was pulled up, and the sails were unfurled, and they took off without incident at the first wind. Laboon chirped out his goodbyes, and Luffy replied, Laboon, we'll be back. Please don't tamper with our Jolly Roger. Luffy waved to the Whale Mountain. As the ship sailed on the horizon, could that crew of pirates be the ones we've been waiting for? Crocus wondered out loud as the vessel faded beyond the horizon. Hey, Roger, that kid has a strange vibe about him. The elderly man grinned as he considered how Luffy reminded him of his captain, already remembering his words. Someone will come before us and surpass us. We came too early. It seems you were right, Captain. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.